terms. So I hope you understand that the plane must change its attitude necessarily in order to fly around a globe. I mean, it just has to happen. There's no option for it not to.
You know what sucks is I was going through the valley of cellular death when that conversation, when I was first talking about my daughter-in-law's parents, and I missed most of that. By the time I came back, you were just finishing your closing statements there. I missed a lot. Damn it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maybe ask a pilot if they need to point the nose below horizontal to descend. They will say no, they don't. The attitude of the plane will still be above horizontal even on a descent.
Holy crap, dude! You are out to lunch, bro. Don't get me wrong. I think you're just confused. Okay, let's say a plane is maintaining level flight and it's at a certain pitch, right? Or differential angle from horizontal. Horizontal said which in your model is assumed by the vector of gravity, right? Said vector would change constantly, orienting the planes horizontal in a differentiation between its previous location, which is known as a change in attitude, which must occur of a necessity, just as Mr. Woofy, who alleges to be a pilot and said so himself. Not that I care what he has to say, because his weighing in on it is irrelevant. This must happen in your model, without exception. If it doesn't happen, then it's not your model in reality. So of a necessity, the plane must dip its nose down. Now, that doesn't mean that the pilot must do it, but the plane's physical structure will change in attitude as it follows an arced path over an Earth that you allege exists, with gravity creating the horizontal level for it. It's not that hard to comprehend. I don't know why I have to struggle with Globers about this. I mean, Wolfie got it 7 years ago. You guys missed the memo? Now, oh, sorry, I apologize. I'm quite irate because my air conditioner is broken, all right? Sorry if I hurt anybody's fifis, including the listening audience.
I'm just hurting that you don't have any AC. I feel sorry for you, bro. I'm just hurting for you, AI. I feel sorry that you don't have your AC, man. I wish I could share.
Dude, you should feel sorry for me that I have to explain to Globers 7 years removed from the argument when it came out that a plane following an arced path over a globe where horizontal is determined by the gravitational vector, said vector which would change at every instant, would necessitate the plane having a different orientation than it previously had every single second it travels. I don't know why it's so complicated.
Well, the problem is that you can bring information and knowledge to a Glober, but you can't make them think.
Now, said attitude data would exist if they were recording the differential between the gyro, if it wasn't self-correcting in a certain manner, which some do, and the black box data recording the attitude of the plane. You would see the plane's attitude change relative to the gyro over an arc, over its flight, as it transverses a curved surface while maintaining a distance equal from that curved surface known as a cruising altitude. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, this is the data that Woofy claimed he had and he could provide and prove that the plane takes this path and put a stake through the heart of the flat earth daydreams, right? 7 years later, we're still waiting for it. Now, the case probably is that he can't give it to us because he doesn't have the clearance, and nobody's going to give him it, when he puts in a request, say, oh, I'd like this data so I can disprove some flat earthers. It's going to get laughed at. But let's check this out, friends. That's not stopping anyone who owns a plane or has any of these equipment from doing it themselves and providing the data that the attitude of the plane certainly changed in concordance with the curvature rate alleged for the globe. It should be out there by now. Somebody should have picked up that mantle and done the experiment, or whatever you want to call it, test, demonstration. I'm really just scratching my head why I have to argue this point with people. Don't get me wrong, I have to argue it with flat earthers too. Now, the most stupidest thing I ever heard in regard to this is I told someone that the plane changes its attitude. And the dude was like, dude, we're trying to have an argument here, not talk about girls being upset. I'm like, what? And then I had another guy, he was talking about altitude. He thought I was talking about altitude the entire time. I'm like, no, dude, attitude. The orientation in free space relative to your initial position. That is your attitude. That's what it's called. That's what they use gyroscopes for. I mean, I don't know why this is complicated. Literally painful to have somebody who has been in this arena for years and years and years come in and argue against the fact that a plane traveling over a curved surface, maintaining an altitude, and the vector of gravity constantly changing, which means horizontal would constantly change, which means that the plane, in order to maintain its pitch relative to horizontal, must change its location in free space constantly. Holy crap, it's painful. Literally makes my ears bleed.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I agree with you 100%, my friend.
Now, I will admit that Mr. Ruhif might be arguing with a lot of people, and he could have the fog of war, and he didn't eat his vitamins last week, and so he may be operating in a diminished capacity, and we'll give him a mulligan so he can go research it and come back and then admit that this is what a plane must do if the Earth is a globe, as he claims, and the vector of down is indeed radial to the center of the Earth, or approximately thereof, that the plane must, of a necessity, exhibit a constant and continuous change in attitude as it flies.
Yeah, I think Rohit used to be named Dogs Are Gods. Maybe I'm wrong, but
No, what? Not even close, dude.
It's not the same guy.
Yeah, dude, one's like a kid and one's clearly a dude. It's like
Well, I okay.
one's like an American or a British twat, and the other one's like a dude that's like from Australia or something. I mean, come on now.
Oh, okay, my mistake. For some reason, I thought it was the same guy. Same kind.
No way.
Same kind of attitude.
No, Dogs Are Gods is kind of like a freshman, maybe like a freshman in college just starting into an astronomy or astrophysics set, you know, where he's still doing his 101s. No, where Ruhif's like, you know, he's like a dude that's been involved in the argument for quite a while. Way back in the day.
My mistake then.
Yeah, it used to be considered a worthy opponent until today.
Yeah, well, I don't think it.
No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm just taking out my anger on you. Okay, forgive me. I apologize.
It's all right. It's all good.
But I'm actually dead serious. If you come in here as a seasoned glober and tell me that an airplane wouldn't experience a constant change in attitude as it travels an arced path over an Earth where the horizontal is based on a differential vector of gravity to the center of the Earth as it transverses from point A to point B, and you try to say that with a straight face, I'm going to laugh my ass off. I don't get it, dude. It's painful, bro. Painful.
I don't get
Look, it could be an oversight. It could be an oversight. Lots of people make oversights. It's fair that people aren't perfect. Okay, but now that so-and-so and homebro has been informed, they should go realize their mistake, come back and concede it. It doesn't change anything about the argument because the proof is in the pudding and nobody's presented any pudding yet. So it's not going to make the Earth a ball, or it's not going to make the Earth a globe. It's not going to make the Earth flat. It's not going to make the Earth convex just by conceding that a plane must do that if it's traveling over a globe. Now, if it's traveling over a flat Earth, right, where horizontal is parallel to the surface, generally, then you will not experience this dramatic and constant change in attitude. You'll experience a general attitude of horizontal the entire flight. Now, you could determine which is happening, right, by just recording your attitude in comparison to a gyro that doesn't have any of the gimmicks that cause it to force itself horizontal. So it maintains its orientation from when you first spun it up. So it can be done. Nobody's done it yet. But let's be clear. There's no need to do it to understand that that's what must happen if the Earth's a globe. Contrary to the claim that if the Earth was flat, the horizon would render it at eye level. I mean, get real. A modicum of research will reveal that that's nonsense, even though some flat earthers have claimed it in the past. Cough, cough, Eric Dubé. Well, at least I'm awake now for my drive. Woo!
Something got your blood pumping. That's for sure.
Like I said, though, I forgive him. I forgive him. I give him a mulligan. He could come back another time and admit he was wrong, or maybe admit there was a misunderstanding, and that way he could maintain that he was correct, but just misunderstood.
I just don't think that'll ever happen. Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Would be nice to, see one of them actually concede to something.
Yeah,
It's obvious.
it's like a hand. Bro, it's this simple. Go to a clock like with hour hand and minute hand. Take a little photo of an airplane or a sticker, stick it or glue it to the hour hand, and then watch it go around in a complete circle. And you will see that the plane completely changes its orientation in free space from its initial position, which is known as a constant change of attitude. Okay, that's the easiest, simplest way I can explain it. That's what the plane must do if the Earth's a globe and it's traveling around at a level flight. That's what it's going to do. So the nose is going to constantly go down while the tail constantly goes up. Period. End of story.
It's flying upside down.
Yes. If it continues all the way around, yes, it'd be upside down from its initial position.
Yep. That's so bizarre.
This ain't controversial.
No, I agree. It's not.
Listen, friends, this is one of those contingent factors that would be necessary and cannot be otherwise, unless the plane is intentionally counteracting this, right, by flying sideways, right? So in order for a plane to maintain its attitude for an entire flight from point A to point B, it literally would have to fly straight up, and then do backflips and all this weird stuff compared to where it was before. And planes don't do that. I mean, in theory, I suppose they could if they had the right, engineering and engines and rockets and whatever, but there's a reason why they don't, and that's because they're designed to fly straight ahead.
Yeah.
With the up and down, of course.
Planes are designed to be aerobatic in mind, for sure. A friend of mine used to own a plane that was, could fly upside down, do rolls and whatever. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, plane has to be designed to do those things.
Did Homeboy leave?
Yeah, he left a long time ago.
Yeah. I apologized.
You're right. Nothing to apologize for.
Oh man, though.
Seriously, you got nothing to apologize for.
Dude, we got Globers now, who've been in the game, that still think the horizon should be at eye level and still think that planes don't experience a change in attitude. I mean, come on now.
Zealots.
So now that I've explained how simple it is to understand that the plane must nose down continuously, period, end of story, cannot be otherwise in principle and in practicality. Okay, there's no argument there. Transversely, let's go over to the horizon at eye level. Well, the horizon, right, is allegedly part of the ground, right? And the ground is below you, so it would always be below you. in principle. So you would expect it to be below you, not exactly at the midline of your vision, regardless of the shape of the Earth. Unless, of course, you're living on concave Earth, maybe you could say the horizon would be higher than the midline of your vision. But, I mean, otherwise, like in order for the horizon to truly be at the midline of your vision, when you think about it, if you have ideal geometry, it must be literally inside your eyeball. Like your eyeball must be at zero elevation. Right? And what I mean by zero is your eyeball is literally in the earth. Half of it's in the earth and half of it's above the earth. Otherwise, you have sky between you and the ground. That sky has to be rendered. Now, you lose some of that rendering ability because you have a limited angular resolution and you have a limited sensor size. So some of that is lost. So it appears to be at exactly midline in your vision the lower you are to the ground. Appears, not is. But as soon as you remove yourself from the ground and open up those angles, you would expect the horizon to be lower and lower and lower. That makes absolute perfect sense, cannot be argued otherwise, and anyone presenting you with any other way of thinking about it is wrong. It's that simple. And that includes flat earthers and globers alike. But the globers, they're so disingenuous, they want to latch onto it without researching it and say, oh, some flat earthers said the horizon should be exactly at your eye line no matter how high you go. I never heard that. I heard phraseology like rises to, rises towards, rises up. Very few flat earthers have ever been foolish enough to say renders at exactly midline of your vision no matter how high you go. But globers latch onto that phrase and then they say, aha, if the earth was flat, the horizon will be exactly in the middle of my vision. I can show you an image where it's not exactly at the middle, therefore the earth is a globe. That doesn't follow.
No, not at all. You're right. You're above the earth, it's going to be below you, period. You're absolutely right. Good way to explain it.
No globers were physically or emotionally harmed in the filming of this segment. Thank you. Have a good day.
Oh, boy. I'll bet if you were butthurt just a bit. That seems to happen quite often.
Hey, there's a Bambi on the side of the road. Just eating. Chomp, chomp, chompy, chompy.
Hi.
It's destiny.
I was meant to be here.
Well, I've made it a habit of whenever I see a little deer to honk my horn.
Yeah, just in case it's me.
But I would give him a chance to run away.
I'm sure they are shit scared, but appreciate that gesture.
I hit a deer in my car once. I wasn't driving. I was asleep in the back, and my friend was driving. And the deer got hit it, but he only hit him on the hindquarters, and he took a big old dump and pee all down the side of the intake for the air system.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then, so the whole car smelled like pee and deer poop. And then the insurance company was like, don't walk it off. Just leave it till we come and check it. So I had to drive around for like 3 days with my car smelling like absolute garbage. But he was okay. He ran away. He wasn't there on the site.
He was just teaching you a lesson for the driver to be more cautious.
The funniest part, though, was that the insurance agent stayed on the phone, like, after she thought she hung up with me. Because she called me she called me right back. She was like, okay, I'm going to leave a message for this guy. And she was like, oh, blah, 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 your policy this, your policy that. And then she thought she hung up, and then she kept smack talking. She's like, yeah, right, they didn't hit a deer. They're coming home drunk like a bunch of dumbasses. Blah, blah this, blah, blah that. And I had it all on record just in case they denied my claim. I was going to pull that up and be like, aha, suckers.
Is that Bambi gracing us with her presence?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Can't complain. How have you been?
I'm alive and kicking. I've been unwell for the past 2.5 months. I've been in hospital for a bit, but I've kind of
Sorry.
went downhill in the past couple of days, but I'm still alive.
Sorry to hear
I think
that.
to get better. I'm almost fully mended. I was supposed to be back to work today for the first time since May the 4th, and
Okay.
I couldn't get back in, so.
Are you still with the Outlaws and stuff?
Yeah, I've also got another job as well, but I still do
Okay.
those too.
Cool. Well, glad to hear you're doing well.
What accent is that?
Where'd you think?
I don't know. I'm not that good with that.
You mean Bambi? I think it's Scottish.
Yeah, I'm Scottish.
Yeah, there you go. Some Scottish are harder to understand than you. You're more easy to understand than some of the other ones.
Oh yeah, I've been whitewashed away from my Scottish words. See, if old dude was in here and if he was talking, I would be using much more. How can I say this? Tricky words. I would be using more tricky words. Like I'd be using Scottish slang, but I put that off when I'm speaking to people that wouldn't understand it. But it also depends for where in Scotland you're from. Like old dude's further up north than me, so his is a lot stronger. And then you've got the folk for Fife and Kirkcaldy that they talk like this, and it sounds really stupid and it's really hard to understand. It's just different accents. It's like America. You've got folk that sounds.
That's funny. Just a little bit of topography would change it that much.
Yeah, I can imagine
yeah,
the dialects change everywhere you go, from north to south within any country. Like it completely changes.
Yeah, for the size of Scotland, like it's not massive. We are a decent sized country for like the population and stuff, but like you go up to the Highlands and even like the islands. See if you listen to. I'll see if I can find a video. There's a woman who owns like a bakery shop in the Shetlands, up in the Highlands of Scotland, like the islands that are away at the top of Scotland, and she has got one of the hardest accents to understand because they say words completely differently. I'll see if I can find a video of her talking because.
Yeah, post it in the chat. So where would like the accent of like Braveheart fall in Scotland? Would it be from where you're from, or from like north or south or east or west?
What was that? Sorry, I cut out at the start.
Like the accent from like Braveheart the movie. Where would that fall in Scotland?
Nowhere. It's fake. If I had to say anywhere, it would be the Midlands. Nobody talks like that for freedom. No one talks like that. There's not a single Scottish person that talks like that. It just gives such a bad impression. I mean, if anywhere, it would have to be the Midlands.
It's manufactured, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. If anywhere, maybe like Glasgow, the Midlands, like maybe they sound kind of similar. But
I actually had one of my bosses. He was from Glasgow, so I remember that. Like he was definitely Scottish from Glasgow. So one of the managing directors for one of the companies that I worked at, he was from Glasgow. But I got a proper Scottish feel from him because he was like a proper Scotsman. So it's like I can understand a little bit about Scotland just through him, you know. And obviously he's my boss. I work closely with him, so I got a sense.
I know one thing that after being on this channel and experiencing so many different accents, they're much easier to understand now. It's like
it makes a difference. Like the more that people just give it a go, like I think the more that people just give it a go, like just try to understand, the more likely they are to understand because they're trying to understand, you know?
Right. It was a little difficult at first when I heard them going, what?
Yeah,
what?
For everybody.
Now,
for everybody.
Nowadays, it's like, wow, it's easy. I understand it completely now. For 4+ years now, so yeah, I'm used to it, I guess.
No, I think it makes a difference just to give it a go and like try at least. Like even if you don't understand everything, as long as like people can sense you're giving it a go and like your ears are perked up, like you're trying to understand what they're saying, like they don't give you a hard time if you're trying to understand. But I think the people that aren't trying to understand and they're looking all over the place, Like that's obvious as well, right? So you can judge them based on just on their attention level.
Oh. You know who this is, bro? This is my friend who understands that a plane must experience a constant change in attitude, right? Mr. New York?
Jerry, you talking to me?
That's right, bro.
What's up, brother? How are you? How's everything been, bro?
Oh, my AC's broken, so I may nuke 2 countries later.
That's okay. Fuck it. Burn them. Like, you know, if flat earthers don't start dropping bombs eventually, this world is fucked. Like, one of us.
What I mean by that is that I'll have nuclear winter and then it'll be cold.
Yeah, listen. As long as they put one of us behind the button, everything will be okay. Like, as long as it doesn't go the other way. I just don't want dumb people to be in charge anymore. Like, I'm done with dumb people fucking being in charge.
Yeah, so, bro, speaking of dumb people, we had a Glober in here respond to me when I told him that a plane must, of a necessity, if it's traveling over the globe Earth they claim, change its attitude where the nose goes down and the tail goes up as it travels over the arced path they allege it travels. And he's like, no, don't do that.
Listen, it's like, you know, I think it's like the more color that I can paint within a perspective that I hold, it's like I almost, I don't allow the person to weasel their way out of acting stupid, you know? So the more color I can paint, it's like, you're really going to act like you don't know what I just said right there? Because the more I can dumb it down, the less outs I'm giving you, you know what I mean? So, like, I try to make it as simple as possible so no one can ever act like they don't know what I'm saying. And I can just hold my position. Because I know I'm correct. I just need you to get it. Because I'm saying it's slow enough for you because you're dumb. But I'm not going to act like you're dumb. I'm going to still treat you with love and respect.
Yeah. I dumbed it down for him. So I basically said if you take a clock with hour hand and you take a little picture of an airplane and you tape it to the hour hand and you watch it go all the way around, the plane's going to change its orientation relative to its previous location constantly. I mean, I don't know how much more simpler it could get.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's why, like, you know, I used to always use that, you know, the example of like the stars in the sky and the earth moving. It was like if people just grasp that, like they'd have something concrete to like latch onto in their brain so they can figure it out. But I realize it's like it's not that easy for me to like paint all of the movements of the, because remember, some people have never thought about any of this, as I didn't either, you know, up until, you know, I figured out this shit. So it's like I almost can't fault them because I didn't know this shit either, and I was doing all right in life and like everything was going smoothly, but I stumbled upon it, and like now that I know, I can't go back. Obviously, I can't go back because now I know. So it's literally like a Neo just snapping out of the Matrix type of shit. Like once you snap out, like when you took the red pill, like you're the fucking you're out of the Matrix now, bitch.
It's me. It's this Rohit guy. He sounds intelligent. I mean,
say again.
He sounds intelligent.
Who does?
He's talking about Rohit. Anyway,
yeah.
I think that's his name. He sounds.
Well, look, everyone has, you know, everyone has blind spots.
You know, and so it's just confusing how someone can, you know, actually sound so intelligent, but not yet something so simple. It's just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, that one, I don't know. But if he comes back and corrects himself, then I'll be happy. If he comes back and doubles down, then I'll be like, holy crap.
You ready for the holy crap? I've heard this guy a couple times. I don't think he's backing down.
Well, look, the main argument from the past is that one side would say the pilot would have to do the dip corrections, right? And the other one is that no dip corrections would need to be made. However, they missed a part where the plane must change its orientation, period. Well, that's true, necessarily. Now, whether the pilot is having to do it or not is secondary. The first part is necessary. You could argue that maybe the pilot
do it.
Well, look, their main argument would be that the equilibrium of forces just forces it to change its orientation.
That's
right.
ridiculous.
However, that's not the same as saying that it doesn't change its orientation. It must change its orientation. There's no option otherwise. If someone comes in and claims, look, if someone comes in and claims that a plane doesn't change its attitude as it flies over an arced path, if they claim that, then they're saying that the globe and the physics that they claim affect the plane don't exist. So they're basically rebutting the globe. Kind of like when they come in and show images of curvature that make the Earth smaller, they're rebutting the alleged globe Earth that they thought they believed in. They're saying, I deny the globe as was given to me.
I see what you're saying, but you're never going to get them to admit that. You know what I mean? They're just not going to.
So it's actually quite fine if you've been here for the whole duration of the arguments. You've noticed that as the arguments evolve, they were always willing to concede things as long as they still get to keep space or a globe in some way. So, for example, there was a lot of observations where the alleged distance of the horizon would mean you have a bigger Earth. And they were like, okay, fine, the Earth's bigger. No big deal. As long as I get to have a globe Earth with space, I'm happy.
Regardless of what a bigger Earth does to everything.
Yeah. Yeah, regardless of the domino effect. Yeah, exactly. Not realizing that destroys their model anyway.
Nope. Completely destroys it. Just.
So AI, what do you think is like the factor that's keeping people from hitting that breaking point where they catch it? You know what I mean? Like, what do you feel like that breaking point is? Where they go from not even thinking about it to taking a moment to considering it and then getting it. Like, what is that point?
I don't know. For me, it's when it mattered. Like, you reach an impasse where things matter. So, for example, in my entire life, including my military career and my art career, I never had to practically use anything about a globe whatsoever. So it never came up. It never was put to the test. It never needed to be put to the test. It was just assumed as a foregone conclusion in the back of your mind. And it wasn't until it was brought into the forefront in front of me, like, okay, here's the thing, now you have to deal with it, that I actually scrutinized it to the point where I doubted it, right? And then from there, went on to do more and more scrutinizing. Until that point, it didn't matter. Because it's true what most Globers say is that it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't. It actually doesn't. They don't account for it while they're going to work. They don't think about it while they're at the beach. They don't think about it while they're on a plane. They rarely ever think about it. It's only subliminal in the back of their mind or even near the forefront when they're watching media, right? That's practically the only time. Except with few exceptions, like maybe some seagoing people might think about it, or other types of people, but even pilots don't have to think about it because a pilot just does his approved route, does his elevations, does his landings, takes his corridor. He's not thinking, I'm flying over a globe. A lot of pilots admit that. They never think about it. They just get in their plane, do their thing. And then you have that Dutch pilot who claimed she had like a 20-plus year career till one day, for some reason, I can't remember why she said she started thinking it along this line, but she looked at her gyroscope that she had in her plane, and she said, this gyroscope should be upside down. If I went over the hemispheres and I'm on the other side of the globe, and my attitude relative to where I left is upside down, and my gyro was spun up there, my gyro should be upside down. My gyro isn't upside down. Now I'm curious. Now I'm interested. Now I have to discover what's going on here.
I hear you. I'm still trying to find like the best way to communicate this topic to other people so that they actually like get what I'm saying. But it's like I don't know, like I never know like which angle to take for that particular person so they're the most receptive, right? So I'm always trying to find like similar like things that I've seen work for different people, and like what was the nuance within the person that I was speaking in that allowed them to be receptive to that, the angle that I gave to them that way. You know what I mean? Because it's hard to like see why I gave this particular person this example first instead of this example first. And like,
Sure.
you know, did they catch it or did they not catch it? Was it too much for them or was it not enough for them? Did it bore them and make them not want to talk about it, or just completely turn them off, or were they still engaged and excited about the topic? So for me, it's like I'm always trying to gauge, like, you know, if I think like they're not to be disrespected, but like more feeble-minded in nature, like they don't think too much, I try to give them like visual, pictorial examples. And if there's someone that's more like logical and reasonable in nature and they've accomplished a bit in life, then I'll give them more hardcore, like referenceable mathematical examples, because I feel like maybe their mind can grasp to that more than just the pictorial example. You know what I mean? So like, what do you guys think? Do you do the same thing or you do something different?
All right, you had your chance. All right, personally, oh, who's talking? Go ahead.
No, it's you. It's you. Yeah, you're on it.
Oh, it's my echo. Shut up, you, and let me talk. Oh, it's myself. All right, never mind. It's myself. But anyway, what I was about to say before my echo cut me off, I've been fortunate, in a sense, to be given a role in my life with people that are in my life of being like a interpreter or a kind of like a halfway go-between, to where there's people in my life that have people in their lives that are flat earthers, and they want to understand where that person's coming from or how to deal with them. And some of them even want to rebut their points, right? So they know that I have certain acumen in that and experience, so they come to me for a sense of disconnected expertise, in a sense. So I'm able to tell them where that flat earther is coming from, how they can deal with them and talk to them and all of that. So they're being exposed to the content from an argumentative standpoint, where I'm explaining the arguments to them in a neutral sense, rather than me telling them the arguments as if I'm arguing at them. And so I've never actually engaged in my day-to-day life, as of yet, in a direct argument where I'm trying to prove it to somebody or demonstrate it to somebody, but rather just demonstrates the arguments to somebody. So the questions I might get is, okay, why does my uncle or why does my father-in-law believe these things? Like, what's the motivation? What's the angle? What's the arguments? And then I get free reign in a generally neutral sense to just explain it. And they're, quote unquote, exposed to the arguments and content without any fear that they're actually being engaged personally. So I've been fortunate in that way. And in some ways, I've helped people negotiate with each other, right? To not treat each other so badly, maybe. Because, there is a stigma. And there's also, I don't know how much other people have experienced this, but there is an ancillary attachment to Flat Earth with a change in religious or philosophical paradigms. So someone may have been raised in a particular religion or a particular paradigm that's kind of sort of connected with the globe, or ancillary connected with the globe. Like, a good example might be Mormons, where the Mormon religion has space as a tenet of their religion, right? Their part of their heaven experience is to go to space and see the new planet, right? And if space and planets don't exist in the traditional sense, then their religion and their version of heaven can't possibly be true. And so that takes a toll on somebody, right? So sometimes if they, let's say they become aware or decide, right, that they're going to accept the flat earth, they're going to have to change their position on their religion, would they not? Because their religion is contrary to that other belief. So they then abandon Mormonism and then take up a different philosophy or a different religion. And in the process of doing so, they alienate their previous friends or family members, right? And those people want to know, why did this person just all of a sudden alienate us? Are they in a cult, right? Are they gone crazy? And they want to know from somebody who's a disinterested third party in a way, why has this happened? Because they don't want to talk to their loved one about it because it's going to get passionate, it's going to get heated. They might start to yell at each other. Who knows?
Yeah, of course. But the reason that happens is like people have an expectation about interactions with each other, right? They think they should communicate with this frequency or that frequency, or like we should talk about these topics and not these topics. But it's like, I think it's all down to the comfortability that we create within our family. Just like what topics do we broach together, and like how do we communicate about those topics? So like for me and my sisters, like we don't speak very well together. But like when I talk to my friends outside, like we talk about everything. There's nothing that's not available to be put on the table for discussion. So it's like I understand the ability to like talk about whatever we want to with love and respect, and nobody gets fucking hyper emotional, so the conversation can't go forward. But you know, I think it's hard to do that with family sometimes because you know emotions typically go all over the place.
Exactly. Yeah, because there's like, especially within religious circles, right? There is a staunch aversion or acceptance for the flat Earth ideas. So some religions meld very well with the flat Earth, and they're accepting of members with the flat Earth, and others are like against it. And then organization within those religious communities, like for example, you know, our dear friend, Mr. Answers in Genesis apologist, Danny Faulkner, right? Like he wrote a book about why flat Earth is wrong. He wrote blogs about why flat Earthers are mostly liars and deceivers and all of these types of things, right? You know, castigating an entire group of people, right, as being immoral, dishonest, etc. Which he should have done. He should have just stuck to the merits of the arguments, right? And he has yet to in general for that, to which I give him an open platform every time. Danny Faulkner, you come on here, you want to apologize, we'll make the show for a period of time about your apology. Okay, you're more than welcome to use our platform to apologize to the flat Earth community, right? But you've essentially disavowed because, you know, they're not good enough to be spoken to try to win back to your version of your religion, which, by the way, in my view, is kind of bleh, you know, but whatever. The point is, some members of these religions or these philosophies or these groups will cede their thinking about these topics to so-called experts like him. For example, in my life, I have a pastor who is speaking to another man who is a flat earther, and he's bringing the flat earther guy is bringing up points. He's not very articulate. He's not very eloquent. He's not very tactful, right? So it's abrasive. And obviously the people in the groups and the communities are like, yeah, you know, I don't like your style, so I'm going to respond kind of more quick. But they basically said to him, oh, you know, I can't know about this, so I trust the experts at Answers in Genesis to inform me, you know, with astronomy and all these things about the world. Basically just admitting that they off-put their thinking about the subject. Now, I want you to make sure that you understand that this is a pastor, right, who has a responsibility to his quote-unquote flock or congregation to understand what he's telling them is the truth, right? So when you get up on a pulpit and you preach to a congregation who's an adherent to a religion, and you tell them some NASA factotums like, oh, God created the universe and it's so big and amazing, and these planets that are so far away are blah, 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 and yada, yada, because God this and God that, right? If you're just accepting that as rote fact from some other organization rather than doing your own research, then you're not doing the due diligence that you're asked to do in the scriptures that you're preaching from. And so I would submit to all those types of pastors that do that they should actually take it seriously. And let me tell you why. Because members of their congregations are starting to believe in this. Whether they believe it, whether they know it, doesn't matter. The point is they're accepting the proposition as true, that the earth is flat, and therefore certain things in both the Christian church traditions and the socio-political and governmental traditions of the United States and other nations are based on globe rhetoric and globe propaganda and globe philosophy, right? So that means that pastor needs to meet his congregation where they are in a changing environment where new ideas are coming up. And if he's just going to say the earth is a globe because science says so, or because Answers in Genesis says so, and I'm not going to personally look at it and just preach it to you, the congregation, that it's true and it's a foregone conclusion, right? And then maybe the congregation will laugh at you and I won't take it too seriously and I'll let them laugh at you, right? You know, you starts to build up these tensions within the church body. So all the pastors, their commission, which is allegedly from God himself, a disservice. Are they not? In my opinion, they are. It would behoove them to seek out somebody such as myself, who's experienced in these nuances and interactions, to say, okay, what is all this flat earth stuff about? What is all this burgeoning philosophies and things about? Right? And then they could have a real discussion. Then they'd be able to commiserate or understand or sympathize, empathize, whatever you want to call it, with their people in their congregation. Just rest assured, there's going to be marriages broken up over this. There already has been. There's been people disowning their kids over this, especially back in the early days, like, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ago. There's videos out there where guys are crying on YouTube saying, I told my family I was a flat earther, then they essentially disowned me. They're like, I don't have a family now. I'm like, all as I believe is a different proposition about the nature of the cosmos, and all of a sudden I'm the scum of the earth. What's going on here? That alone, my friend, that alone should send alarm bells up in anybody's mind that's in a professional capacity that deals with humans, like in a sense of being a pastor or a community organizer or a psychiatrist or anyone who's a service member to humanity. They should wonder why it is that if you're a flat earther, you're the scum of the earth. Why that topic is so taboo. That should be like the curiosity of their day. Questions, comments, concerns. TPS reports. Going now, going once, going twice, sold. To the guy in the white lab coat. Yeah, so since nobody's talking, I'll wrap that up with this. The shape of the Earth isn't about the object. It isn't about whether it is even an object. Right? The shape of the Earth argument is a humanitarian issue, right? It seems obvious, right, that it's about us. It's about the nature of how we are in relation to our world and each other and our place in the world. Now, whether you want to say that has to do with certain philosophies, certain religions, certain ideas about theism or God or whatever it is, that's the ultimate issue. Like, the battle isn't about the actual object itself. It's about greater things that the implications of being told that it's one thing or the other affect. And that affects us, right? And that's what it's about. And the warfare is really in the trenches of the human condition and the human community, interactions, how we treat each other, right? So, for example, I apologize to Ruhif for being angry at him. There you go. Kumbaya. What did I miss? Right, that's it. You're gonna have to suffer through my road. Either that, or you guys are talking, and I'm out on a limb by myself, being stupid. What up?
Oh, I got a question, sir. How you doing?
Sure.
Um,
Horrible.
yeah. My question is, can you explain the solar eclipse, please?
Hold on, I missed what you wanted to explain.
I
You
was
said, "Can you
asking,
explain?" Then I heard, "Please." So,
solar eclipse.
oh, an eclipse.
Yes.
All right. So, solar eclipse. Solar eclipse is what? Allegedly, the moon passing in front of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's their claim. Okay, so let's say for just shits and giggles that the moon and the sun are separate from the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with the moon in passing in front of the sun and including the sun behind it. That would have no bearing on the shape of the Earth whatsoever. So, in regards to the topic of the server, flat Earth, globe Earth, right? This things in the sky don't have anything to do with the Earth. Now, interestingly enough, they allege that the moon passes in front of the sun, but where's the evidence that the moon is present during a solar eclipse? That's an interesting question. Now, why is that? Well, you see a dark spot, right? You don't see part of the sun, but you don't see the moon either.
Yeah.
You just see the dark spot. So where's the moon? Where's the proof that the moon is physically there? That's interesting, is it not?
It is.
Now, it may be out there. It may be out there, but I mean, I've been asking for it for years, and nobody's given it to me. It may just be because they didn't try hard enough, but there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, the other claim is, I think, the lunar eclipse, where they claim that the Earth is in between the sun and the moon, and it's, the sun is passing right on the Earth, casting its light, but some of the light's being blocked by the Earth, causing a shadow on the moon.
Yep.
Now, that at least is a claim where the three body relationships are necessary in a particular way. However, nobody has a point of view where they can show you the three bodies simultaneously to prove their claim of the relationship. All they could show you is at a particular point in time, the moon goes dark. Maybe they could show you some model projections of, if the moon was here and the sun was here and the Earth was here, that it would do such and so. But they can't validate that in practicality because they can't present you the field of view with all three objects in frame for you to verify that they're actually in the spatial relationships they claim. It must be inferred or modeled, right? Can't be proven in the first instance.
Okay.
Now, as well as that, people will claim, well, if the Earth was flat, then the eclipse would look like a flat line across the moon. Again, that's assuming the three-body relationship,
Yeah.
right? Not to mention that they're also assuming that the Earth is thin. What if the
thin
Earth is
and
flat
flying
but very
through space.
thick?
And flying.
Yeah, and flying through space.
Yeah.
Correct. A lot of
I think
assumptions
that's
there.
the issue. I think that's also the issue that why a lot of globe earthers, they never want to look at they never want to learn, or they don't want to look at the flat Earth, because when they hear the flat Earth, like, oh, it's stupid. It's the most retarded idea ever. Like, how could Earth being flat and flying through space and all that? I think that's I think that's what messed them up. That's what make them
Absolutely.
don't want flat Earth. Because I talked to friends before, and he thought I was retarded. He thought I was stupid. Like, we got into a little argument here and there, but whatever. We good now.
Yeah, there's been Globers that have admitted to us, who have been our longtime friends here, right? So we know they're telling the truth as best as we can, that their connection to the heliocentric idea that the Earth is a globe is not so much to the Earth, but it's to the idea of space, and their romantic attachment to the exploration, the new worlds, the frontier, the discoveries, and all of that. Like, they're so romantically entangled with that they don't want to give up space, and they think that if the Earth is flat, they have to give up space. So they don't want to accept the idea.
Hey, I used to be like that too, so yeah, I get 100% what you're saying. I used to love the globe. I used to love the space. I used to love the galaxy. I used to love everything about space, But but yeah, that's gone. 7 years passed, so.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, there are ideas about flat Earth concepts that posit the idea that the Earth is the floor of the available universe, and above the Earth is sky, right? Which is various permutations of types of sky. So down here we have our sky, and then above that is a different sky, which actually could, in theory, be traveled to. Not to mention that you could travel outwards. So there's plenty of romantic ideas about exploration still left if the Earth is flat. Like, you don't have to abandon this idea that there's nothing left to discover if the Earth is flat, or there's no worlds to go to if the Earth is flat. Like that, those ideas can still exist to be congruent with the idea that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like on that part,
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. I have a question. This is all speculation, okay? But I don't know. I like to speculate a lot. So, but anyhow, do you think there's more lands, more continents, or do you think that the Earth could be just infinite, just keep going? I just want to hear.
Well, I would prefer the term indefinite rather than infinite.
And okay.
Infinite kind of has a connotation of a paradox, where how can you have infinite physical substance? It's like, if you keep going, eventually you're going to run out of physical substance, or it's going to have to be produced. Like, it's constantly expanding. More land is being added on the edges. Right. Now, obviously, some people would say, oh, well, how is that physically possible with the laws of physics? And of course, my retort would be, well, we're in a subordinate dimension of which higher extraordinate dimensions have power over, and they can imbue their power into our lower dimension in ways that we can't comprehend or understand. So it's entirely within the wheelhouse of the creators of this realm, whoever they may be. Obviously, I have my ideas about who that is, but it doesn't matter. For my point is that if there's a higher dimension that's creating this lower dimension, then there's no reason why there can't be an infinite Earth that just keeps on going forever and never stops, and it creates itself at a rate that you could never overtake. So you could never actually reach the end of the Earth because it's constantly being built. Now, on top of that, then you'd have to say, okay, well, if we think of the Earth as we have this sun here, and it's giving us our heat, and we start going away from the sun, we start to get colder, then eventually we're going to reach a point where the land is just a frozen wasteland. So you could think of like an indefinite frozen wasteland, or you could think, wait a minute, if I go far enough, maybe there's another sun. I don't know.
I always thought.
Now here's another one. Here's another one, dude. And this one is not impossible. A lot of people think it's stupid. A lot of people think it's impossible, but it isn't. From a practical sense and a plausibility sense, it's entirely possible. Now check this out. What if, just like in a video game, when you reach the end, you transpose yourself through time and space and end up at the other end? And so when you walk forward, you end up back where you left because you're moved in an extraordinate dimension within a subordinate dimension to a location within that subordinate dimension, right? In a kind of wormhole effect or teleportation effect or re-rendering effect. And so the Earth appears to you like a globe because you could circumnavigate it, but it's actually a rectangle. Now, that's possible in principle, right? That it could be experienced that way.
Yep, I see what you're saying right there. I got that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is this false dichotomy that's put out there that there's only two options, that the Earth is either finite or infinite. However, if you have what I just said, it then becomes, in a way, infinite and finite simultaneously. Right? Because you could just walk forever in a circle. But you never actually stop or reach the end because there is no end. It just loops on itself. Now, you would say, if you're, a certain type of penchant for the way you think about the world, you would say, oh, that's stupid. Right? So Globers would come in here and say, that's stupid, that's retarded, that's moronic. However, they would then go sit in a lecture by a physicist talking about how the universe loops in on itself and has wormholes, and you could transpose yourself through space and time. So it's okay for a stupid, physicist to say it, but if a flat earther says it, then it's retarded.
It's really stupid. Yeah, it's really retarded. Yep.
Yeah.
Man.
You've seen it before where they take a piece of paper. In fact, I just watched the movie Thor recently, where the girl who's Thor's girlfriend, who's a physicist or whatever, she tries to explain to a kid who read her book about the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which is essentially a wormhole. She says, imagine space as this piece of paper, and you take a dot and a dot. They're far apart. But what if I just fold space up like a piece of paper and then poke my magic pencil through it? Then my pencil can travel between two dots instantaneously. Now, people watch the Thor movie and they're like, oh man, that is so intense and philosophically profound. Oh my goodness. But if a flat earther says, oh, what if the world just loops in on itself? Oh, you're stupid.
Stupid. I know, man.
It's funny how much the Globers actually believe the retarded crap. They're the ones who believe the retarded crap.
I can't believe that.
Even the idea of the infinite edge, right? The infinite or the definite edge. Where's the edge of their universe? Think about it. It's the same problem.
Yeah.
They don't have a definite edge of their universe. Their universe could be infinite or indefinite or definite. Right? They have the same issue, but somehow it's only flat earthers' problem. It's like, where's the edge of the flat earth? Well, where's the edge of your universe? Oh, I don't freaking know. Okay, then why are you asking me? You have the same problem. It either goes on for infinity, or it's constantly expanding, or it's definite. It's the same issue.
Yeah. I couldn't answer that question when I was kind of fresh, became a flat earther. And somebody argued with me over that, and I couldn't answer. I got stuck because I didn't know enough at the time.
Oh yeah, so sure. Some of it's propositional thinking. So check this out.
Yeah.
Tell yourself, if I travel in a straight line and I arrive back where I started, I must have gone in a circle some way. That makes sense, correct?
Yes.
However, what if you teleported back where you started from? How would you know the difference?
You would not know the difference.
Right, so it's not as simple as just making these assertions, right? There's other factors you have to take into account. And some of those factors are about the philosophical choices you've been informed of when you were young about the nature of how reality itself works. Keep in mind, you've been educated about how reality and physics and metaphysics all affect the world you live in. And you have blinders and limitations and boxes around your thinking that have been placed there by others, right? And when you free your mind from some of that, you're allowed to think for yourself. You could say, wait a minute, what if it just loops back in on itself, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying it. What's wrong with me saying it? Some stupid fake professor on TV said it, and a real professor at a lecture said it. So why am I the only stupid one here? You idiots believe the same thing I believe, but why are you mocking me for believing that you could transpose yourself through space and time by entering a different dimension? You believe the same thing, but you're calling me stupid for believing exactly what you believe.
I know.
Why?
Oh man, that's crazy.
Now you see that's why part of the indoctrination is to teach people that flat earthers are the scum of the earth and the retarded people that deserve to be like in the dregs of society and not breed, not vote, not drive cars, not have girlfriends, not be able to eat at a Starbucks. Right? Think about it. Flat earthers, it's like you have you have fountains, right? You have the black fountain and the white fountain, which is a fountain, and then you have the flat earth fountain, which is like a stream of pee from a dog. It's like that's what people think of flat earthers. It's like you could drink the pee from that dog.
Seriously?
I mean, like, I think every time, like, I talk to just people that I know, and I think I mentioned about flat Earth before. They look at me crazy, and then they trying to throw like, oh, but gravity. Like they just throw random shit to me and then be like, oh, but the Earth's still not flat. And but sometimes like you can't just talk to those people. I'm like, you know what, you're right, bro, and I just walk away. Sometimes I walk away, like, because yeah.
Yeah, but think about it, gravity. So let's talk about that. So gravity, okay, what's gravity? I dropped something. Okay, so you dropped something. What direction did you drop it? Down.
Down.
Okay, is down perpendicular to horizontal? Yes. Okay, thank you for proving the Earth's flat. If you have up and down and horizontal, that's a flat planar realm, right? X and Y coordinate, right?
Yep.
How hard is that? But see, they have so much loaded assumptions in their claims, they don't even realize it. I will submit to you that everywhere I go, down is down and up is up and horizontal is horizontal.
Yep.
Like I don't experience anything different than that. I've built, I build houses. I do all kinds of stuff. We've done them from foundations, right? And we've, shot foundations with lasers and levels and stuff. And everywhere I go, level's level, down is down, up is up. I haven't experienced anything different than that. So as far as I'm concerned, if you drop something down, you just prove the Earth's flat.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to tell me I've dropped this inwards towards the center of a giant floating space ball, the difference between my claim and your claim is I saw my claim act itself out in practical reality. Your claim requires me to go into my mind space and create an additional world of fantasy in order to picture your claim.
Yeah.
So which one is the one that seems more obvious on its face and more true?
Yep.
Right? Like why should I feel lesser than you for me believing the practical claim that I could demonstrate in front of my eyes with you giving me a story attached to what you did? That's the exact same thing that I did. We both dropped something down, right? Yep. Did we not? We both dropped it down.
Yep. But like seriously, like a lot of their claim is just imagination. A lot of their claim.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It requires the mind space, right?
Yep.
Yes. So, it begins like this. Imagine if the Earth was a globe that was so big, and you're a tiny ant, and you wouldn't be able to see how big the Earth was because you're so small.
You know what?
Imagine.
Somebody actually mentioned that to me. Somebody actually mentioned that to me, and like, oh, if you an ant, you crawl on a basketball, you would never thought that you crawl on the ball like on a spherical ball. And I said, well, I'm not an ant, I'm a human, of course, my, my brain, it's I can think way better than the ant. The ant can't think. Well,
Right. Yeah, but they require that type of language. So like me and you might just go outside and say, dude, I clearly see the earth is flat and stationary.
yeah.
And they'd be like, but if you were an ant, for example, the guy tells you, dude, bro, let's go to the store. So you're like, okay, let's walk to the store. So you guys walk to the store. You pass the Lamborghini dealership. And he's like, bro, go buy me that Lamborghini. You're like, dude, I'm broke as crap, dude. I barely can afford the drinks we about to get. He like, but if you were a millionaire, imagine.
Imagine. Imagine, yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing with a kid, right? And you got your toy gun that doesn't actually have any bullets in it, runs out of bullets, right? And then the guy goes, oh, you're out of bullets. He goes, no, I'm not. And they'd be like, yeah, you are. You're out of bullets. He'd be like, oh, yeah, well, imagine that I have an infinite clip. Bang, bang, I shot you. It's like, dude, get real. But that's what it is. Anytime the Globe needs to make a kill or a shot, they just imagine more bullets in their magazine, you know?
Yep.
It's like, how much refraction do you need for this supersedery observation that defeats the Globe claim by 2 orders of magnitude? Well, imagine that I just have more refraction in my ammo stash.
Man.
And then the Glober, after you retort them and say, dude, I don't need to imagine, they'd be like, well, are you denying refraction exists?
But refraction, it's like what? About 110, 112? Refraction?
What? You mean 7/6R?
Yeah. Well, I don't understand all that term, but I thought of refraction is like.
It's all garbage, bro. It's all garbage, Holmes. Listen, let me break it down for you. They claim that they have measurements of light curving around the Earth. They don't. They have claims about light curving around the Earth. They then see supersedery observations that don't fit the globe geometry, and they say, well, what's happening here is light is curving around the Earth. The proof is we already know Earth's a globe, and I can see something I shouldn't be able to see based on the geometry. Therefore, light must be taking an extraordinary path to reach my eye hole. Right? Now, where's the proof that it did that? They don't provide it. They just provide some math, some drawings on a piece of paper. They never actually provide the proof, right?
I mean, so a lot of the globe, like, everything involved with just math. They just like, oh, I came up with this math, so the math works out, so it must be right, That's the assumption on that part.
Exactly. Right. So they want to tell you that they did all this optical stuff to reduce this calculation, but it's not. All as they do is, okay, you draw a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put two dots on the circle, right? Then draw a line between the 2 dots, right? Okay. And if you draw that dot a little bit above the surface, like imagine that you're tall, like 6 feet tall, you're going to have a height, and then you're going to have an intersection between the other dot, right? And the curve of the circle that you've drawn is going to get in the way of that direct line of sight, right? That line that you're going to draw. The line's going to pass through the circle, meaning that the light is obstructed. So all as you do is you just increase the radius of the circle, and it lowers the arc between point A and point B, and the apex of that arc, which is known as the sagittah, right, In other words, when you increase the radius of the circle, you lower the hump of Earth in between point A and point B and make it to where you can allegedly see said object. And so when you apply 7/6R, that's all you're doing. You're just literally increasing the size of the Earth. It's not applying optics to anything.
I see. Okay.
In other words, it's conceding that the size of the Earth that they claim isn't sufficient for you to see what you could see. The Earth needs to be bigger. And when you make the Earth bigger, you lower the arc, which is what? Flattening it. So they're admitting that the Earth looks flat.
Yep.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. The Earth is not a spinning oblique spheroid. No.
Whichever everyone of you. They then go on to make excuses like, imagine if you're an ant. Imagine this, imagine that, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Do you think that they ever gonna come on, live TV and admit that, hey, we lied to you?
No.
No.
Now, they may admit they lied about certain things, or they may admit that certain things were gray ops. But you see, the thing is that who's they, right? So, for example, a modern government, right, might admit that something the government did in the past was wrong, and they might even apologize for it. They might say, hey, the United States government did A, B, and C, right, in the past. It was wrong, and I, being the current leader, am apologizing on behalf of the country to the people that were harmed. Here's a little bit of money. Y'all can hush, hush, and shut up now. Go buy an iPad. Enjoy yourselves. Sorry we melted your kids with syphilis. Here's an iPad and an iPhone.
Yeah.
Right? And that's how it goes. So, like, for example, let's say 20 years from now, some president says, I'm declassifying some NASA documents. It turns out America never went to the moon, which, by the way, in the geopolitical climate, people would be happy if the United States had to apologize for never going to the moon. Think about it. Remember the movie controversy where they had this movie called First Man, and it was about the first man who landed on the moon? And they took out the scene where they planted the flag because they didn't want to make the moon landing as if it was an American achievement. They wanted to make it as a worldwide achievement. So they took out the fact that it was the United States who did it. Think about it. They're more than happy to downplay certain things by saying, oh, this happened or that happened. So let's say 20 years from now, they say, hey, guess what, friends? We never asked the moon. It was a gray op, which means in military speak that it was a fake op. It obviously wasn't a black op, because if it was a black op, you wouldn't know about it. So it's a gray op where it's a fake op intended to look real because, and here's what they'll say, maybe. Check this out. It's not that we can't go to the moon in principle for whatever reason. It's that we didn't go then because we didn't have the technology, because there's other things going on, like maybe radiation belts or a problem with a certain energetic field that for some reason our ship's thrusters can't make it through. Whatever, they'll make some logistical excuse perhaps and just say, look, the United States had to fake the moon landing because they had a race against the Russians, right? Had to be done. We were going to go for real. Think about it. We were going to go for real. We had one mission team saying, make it happen for real. And we had another mission team saying, make a fake backup just in case the real mission team fails. We have to go to the moon or fake it. It's going to happen one way or the other. No fail is accepted. So both teams start working towards the goal, right? And then down comes the order. Hey, everyone, we're going with fake mission. Fake mission, go. Real mission can't happen for this reason or that reason. Ted decided to show up late to work one day, and the perplex maniplier didn't get installed, so we got to go with the fake mission. Whatever their excuse is, right? And then they admit that they did it and they faked it, but that doesn't mean we couldn't go to the moon if we wanted to. right? So they're allowed these types of plays on people, so they can admit quite a bit of lies without admitting the underpinnings of the truth, like
I
without
see.
saying the Earth is flat.
Yep, I see.
Or another way is they could subsume the entire paradigm into a new paradigm. So, for example, the average person believes that the world is a concrete location. The Earth is a concrete entity that exists in free space as a physical material object, right? So what if they just convince everyone that physical material world is an illusion, a perception, and that what actually is more like a nebulous matrix of conscious agents that work together and create a realm of experience together, kind of like a monistic religion, right? And so whether the Earth is flat or a globe doesn't really matter anymore. It's just an experience, right? People would buy into that. There are people that already have bought into that.
That's interesting.
Right? So they take the thesis, the antithesis, right? And they merge them into a new synthesis. So in the past, the globe and the flat earth were mutually exclusive and enemies, and now they're synergized into one worldview.
I see.
It's like this, dude. If you play a massive online player game, you guys are in the game world. Let's say it's called what's it called? Let's see, what's a good name? Man, I can't even think of a good name for a fantasy land. Dang it. Let's just say it's called Utopia, right? Is the name of the fantasy world that you're in.
Okay.
Yeah, let's call it Newtopia. Newtopia. Right? So you're in Newtopia, the world. Now, your world within that world, right, is rendered on your local machine, correct?
Yep.
Your computer is making your version of Newtopia. Their computer is making their version of Newtopia. Yet you're both in the same world, able to walk across the screen, across the hall of the store and communicate with the other person, right, that's trying to get their gear upgraded, whatever. But you're actually not in the same world. You're in a simulation of a world where the only thing that's actually happening between the two of you is an information exchange. You are informing the other person's computer of a location of where you are in the world.
I never thought of that before, but I got it.
Exactly. You got it. The render of the world
that way, but I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so the render of the world is done on a local level. Now, here's the thing about it. One person could have mods running in their world, and the other person wouldn't be able to see them, because they will only be able to see what's rendered in their version.
I see.
Right? So if the world is nebulous and constructed by conscious agents on the fly, there's no reason in principle why the world can't be experienced on a base user level, one way for one person and another way for another person. So if they can convince people that the world is simulatory in nature, then the world can be flat and a globe simultaneously.
I see.
One person in their machine is on a flat Earth, the other person in their machine is on a globe Earth, and it's harmonized into a different paradigm about thinking about the nature of reality. And that is entirely possible to convince people of. Many people already believe that.
Wow. I'm learning. That's why I'm here.
Exactly. And to defeat, let's say you want to defeat these types of paradigms, it requires nuanced philosophical arguments. You can't necessarily disprove it in the physical world. That's what's interesting about all these ways of looking at the world, is that a lot of it relies on the internal world and the interpretation in your internal space. The external world informs your internal space, and then you make decisions based on philosophical biases, mental faculties, logic, reason, all these other types of tools that are metaphysical in nature, right? That are only accessible by the mind. They don't exist in tangible reality. So you have to interpret the physical, tangible world through the metaphysical lens of your mind.
I see.
And so you see now that controlling the actual world is secondary to controlling the mind. If you could control the mind, then you have control.
100% true. Yep, I agree with that. Yep, you're right.
So when they say, why would they lie about the nature of your home and the philosophy of the socio-political climate in regards to where you live and all of these types of things? The answer is obvious: power and control. I mean, I don't know why people have to ask why would they lie. It's so simple.
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. And you know what? A lot of globe earthers, they always ask that question. Always. I came across a few of them, and then I tried to explain to them, and they rolled their eyes, when I was trying to explain to them. But oh well, maybe I'm not good at explaining things. Maybe I'm not good. That's why I'm here to learn. I've been learning. This is my 4th day here, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that, bro. Like it's like when people ask me why would they lie, my first gut reaction is, why do you have no imagination? It's like, why are you deficient in the realm of understanding that the human condition throughout your life is that people have deceived you, and the reasons that they've deceived you are various, right? Power, control, to get to play Nintendo while you have to be punished for something you didn't do. I mean, there's all kinds of experiences you had in your life where people have lied. It's like you literally know why people lie. You're lying to yourself by asking such a question. Unless you parse it out with, I want to know the specific gain that they're getting from this lie. Like, I don't need to know why would they lie. Obviously, people lie for gain. That's obvious. Well, you could say gain or to omit. Like, I don't want to be punished, so I'm going to lie. But in that way, you're gaining freedom from the punishment. Whatever. The point is, you understand intrinsically why people lie because you're a liar yourself. You've lied before, and you understand why you've lied. So you're disingenuous by acting like, I don't know why people would lie.
Lie. Yep.
But if you want to know the specific material reason why they're lying in specifics, that's a fair question. But it doesn't change the fact that they're lying or not. The material evidence, contrary to their claim, is what proves they're telling the truth, not their motive.
I see.
A good reason to lie is power. A good reason to lie is money. A good reason to lie is women. A good reason to lie, on and on it goes. There's things you want that you can get through deception, and that's why you lie. Now, they might say, well, which is it? What do they want? See how general of a statement that is? They. Who's they? Right? And what if they have diverse wants? I mean, how am I supposed to know what they want? Maybe they sit up at night and play poker, but instead of playing poker with cards, they play poker with your life. I mean, I don't freaking know.
Yeah.
Like one guy's like, oh, I see you nuked sub-Saharan Africa, and I raise you releasing a biotoxin in Chile. It's like, whatever. Who knows why they do what they do?
Yeah.
Specifically, I know why they do it, and you know why they do it. They do it for gain in some way, shape, or form. That's why. But the specifics is, is to each individual. It's a complete disingenuous question, by the way. It proves to that person how lack of imaginative and a sheeple they really are. And they should be told, like, dude, you asking me this question, you asking me this question and not parsing it out to the specifics is proof that something's been done to your mind, that you lack the ability to critically think or have the imagination to apply the things you've learned throughout your life to this question. Why should you ask me? Do you think I know the answer? Think about it. Ask me, why would they lie? Do you think I know the answer, that I could answer you? I mean, why would I have that answer? You ever notice how a lot of these questions are God tier questions?
Yeah.
They expect you to be omniscient and omnipresent and know all true propositions to be able to answer every question about every detail of every mechanism and motive in the world in order for the earth to be flat. Right? It's like, if you say the Earth is flat, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, well then why do girls like bad boys?" It's like, dude, I don't freaking know the answer, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, so I met this, this is a girl speaking. I met this guy. He put on his profile 6'1", but when I met him, he was totally 5'8" with some lifters. And then the other girl's like, but why would he lie? And then the other girl's like, you're right. He actually is 6'1". And then you know how you prove he's 6'1"? Is you measure the distance from the ground to the top of his head. And guess what? It actually reads 6'1". Just disregard the fact he has lifters on. Because why would he lie? Yeah, but why is it put on guys to get lifters if they're short? Why can't girls get shorteners? Woo.
Oh, I came on the right time. I just got off work. I just got off work earlier, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go on Discord real quick.
Dude, I'm in rare form tonight, brother. I'm like having a heat stroke, and it's releasing new creative talent. Since you weren't here earlier, let me ask you a question. I'm trying to decide whether I'm so angry about a particular topic. So I want you to imagine.
Off a little bit. I'm sorry, you were cutting off a little bit. So
I'm gonna see if you agree with me on the ludicrousness of this point, so I can understand whether I should be so angry or not so angry about this topic that I'm about to tell you about.
Okay, go ahead, go for it.
Okay, so take a clock on the wall with an hour hand and a minute hand, right? You got the big hour hand, goes around in a circle around the center point, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I want you to do in your mind space, right? Imagine you're an ant. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Hold on. Just imagine you tape a picture of an airplane to the hour hand while it's on the 12 position, so the plane is upright, right?
Okay, 12.
A normal expected orientation for a plane. The top is pointing up. Now, let that plane be on the hour hand for the rest of the day, right? All the way till nighttime, and the hour hand is pointing down, and the plane is upside down, correct?
Okay.
You see that? So the plane, as it's going across the face of the clock, is going to constantly, at all times, and never not change its orientation, correct? Because it has to end up upside down at the end, and so it has to slowly move, right, in a rotational fashion to where the nose of the plane is going down from its previous position, and the tail of the plane is going up from its previous position, or in a rotational manner, right? You can clearly see that in your mind.
Yeah.
Very simple.
I got that. Yeah.
Right. So let's imagine now that clock is a globe and the plane is a real plane flying over a globe. If the plane was flying over a globe, would it not have to maintain that same change of orientation constantly in order to maintain its altitude and position?
I mean, of course, because
right.
The plane is flying on a flat, stationary Earth. So if we flying on a globe and we have to course correct it, you have to dip the nose down to maintain to go along with the curvature of the Earth, and Well, okay, go ahead.
Let's be more conservative. At this point, you're saying you would have to dip the nose down. Now, I only said that the plane itself must change orientation in order to maintain level flight, right? Okay. We don't need to go into what's causing that to happen. We just know that it has to happen, right? Because
Okay.
we see the plane on our example with the clock
With the
making
clock.
that change. That's what's going to happen if the globe claim is true, that horizontal, right, is relative to the center of the Earth, and that as you go across the surface of the Earth, your down changes from previous, and therefore your horizontal changes. And the plane would be affected, and therefore the plane would necessarily change its orientation. There's no other possible thing that could happen. This is
And I
necessary.
agree with that. So
Yeah,
what did the guy,
absolutely.
what did the guy
So
say?
this is necessary and cannot be otherwise. Cannot be otherwise. Okay. I told him that the plane must experience this change in its nose by the name of this change. Listen, the name of this change in orientation from your initial position is called a change in attitude. Your attitude in free space relative to your initial position. That's what it's called, a change in attitude, all right?
I never heard that before, but I understand the concept. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And
So
what
this
did
is
he
not,
say?
just listen for a second.
Yeah.
This is different than a change in pitch. So your pitch is your orientation relative to horizontal, which is what he's talking about. He's saying that your nose is always going to be above horizontal when you fly level flight. That's true.
Mhm.
But your horizontal is going to constantly be changing. So to maintain 3 degrees above horizontal, the nose of your plane actually has to drop degrees in free space.
drop
That's
down,
called
yep,
a change. Yes, that's called a change in attitude.
And
Right.
And so that was his whole argument. Like,
So listen, I told him that the plane has to do this, has to change, and he said no, it doesn't. And now
well,
this is a guy that's been
it's-
involved in the argument. This is a guy that's been involved in the argument for years, right?
for
And he
years?
couldn't even understand this point, dude. It literally almost made me have a tumor or cancer or like turn into a frog. I couldn't believe it.
See, the thing is, we flat earthers, so we understand the, what you talk about. We understand the concept. A globe earther, their ego is too big. Even they understood it, they still gonna deny it. They still gonna deny
Yeah,
it.
well,
And that's the reason why they're here. They're here trying to argue with us. So
Yeah. Man, I don't know if I took the right exit here. Oh well, screw it. So the thing is that they're so arguing against a straw man, like for example, you hear all the time the pilot would have to dip the nose down. Now, in the globe claim, they're claiming no, it would just be the equilibrium of forces causing the plane to make this change in its orientation. But rest assured, the change has to be made. There's no option that it wouldn't be made. So by arguing against it, if you say the plane wouldn't have to change its orientation, you are saying the Earth's not a globe. It's that simple.
And they always add the gyroscope. They always like throw the gyroscope. I don't remember correctly, but I'm pretty sure you know.
All right, 1 second. I got to go through the toll booth. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay.
In the meantime, entertain yourself with whatever it is that you want to talk about for the audience. All right, bye.
Okay. Well, I think I've been talking too much. Now I'm gonna stay silent.
All right, I made it through.
Welcome back.
I didn't even get my butt searched. Dude, but speaking of butt searches, like seriously, am I going to be 7 years removed from when some alleged pilot told us he was going to produce for us the attitude data proving the plane takes this arced path? And now we're talking to alleged, seasoned veteran, self-acclaimed, I'm smart, Glober type people, and they can't even understand this point 7 years later? It's like, why do I have to explain it? I don't get it, dude. So yeah, it made me mad.
I don't think I got that one either.
Yeah, so you agree with me that it's okay for me to be mad about it, right?
It's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, if anybody's hurt about me being mad earlier, blame that guy. He just agreed.
Well, you're gonna put everything on me, bro. Come on.
Hey, man.
Hey, it's okay. You know what? I take one for the team.
I got the weight of the world on my shoulders. Elijah, I'm passing you, bro.
Where you going, bro?
I'm passing New York City. On my right. That's where Elijah lives.
Is that one of the admin? I think I heard him talk before. He came in here before, but I never, I was still new, so I didn't say anything.
He's just a well-seasoned moderator that's been with us for quite a while.
Okay.
Well, he's well aware of some of these other Globers that have, been in the beginning that still can't understand that if a plane travels an arced path, it experiences a constant change in attitude where the nose is just placed downward from its previous position. I mean, I don't get it. The fact that we have to still talk about it and that Globers just don't come in here already conceding the point is just ridiculous.
You know what? I think they do understand that point, but they just want to argue with us. I think they just want to argue with us. A lot of these Globers, they just want to argue. And I think a lot of the time they be bored. That's why they come here and try to argue with us. They be bored.
Oh, Vince Lombardi service area. That's where I'm at. Right across in New Jersey.
Oh, be safe. People drive crazy, so I hope you don't drive crazy. I'm in Texas. Well, I just moved to Texas like a year ago, and people in Texas can't drive.
Yeah, so this location right where I'm at right now is a crucial spot if you don't want to go over the George Washington Bridge and pay $20. You have to take this exit towards Patterson. Otherwise, you're paying the $20 practically.
Oh.
One of these days, I'm going to hop into New York City and have Elijah deliver something to me and not tell him it's me. Then when he talks to me about the flat Earth, I'm be like, "Oh, that's so interesting."
Oh, well, he's in here.
Oh, yeah, he could be working or something. If I'm not mistaken, he's a courier. I think he does bike courier too.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool, Speaking of which, I always wanted to watch that movie. There's a movie about bike courier. Rush, I think it's called. Midtown Rush.
I never heard of it before, so.
It'd be a fun job, zipping around on a bike. Zip zap.
Yep.
I always get nervous coming through here because one time I went, so I had to do some closing of an estate, and I went out with a friend her husband was. I was taking their car, so they were going to give me let me give a ride, and they were going in a different car. Her future husband, so I had her car. But when we came back, it was just me and her to come back, and we were using some stupid app to figure out where to go, and it took us over the George Washington Bridge like twice. We had to pay $20 over, $20 back, and we were like, "What the heck?" We couldn't figure out how to escape it. It's like we went around this way and that. We ended up going back over it. We're like, "What the heck?"
Yeah, that sucks.
I think the problem was that it was an iPhone. I'm pretty sure that was the problem.
Well, I got Android, so I never liked iPhone. Never.
Ah,
For whatever reason. Well, see, the thing is, like, I like to download like third-party programs on my phone, on my Android. So
yeah.
Android is so much easier. You can do so much with it. So I stuck with Android. I had iPhone twice, but
Yeah.
I
I always do. I always do dual platform because I know a lot of people that I deal with have an iPhone, and so that allows me to have the bridge of understanding their product and how to deal with them. But like every time I go to use the iPhone, there's just always this weird limitation that just frustrates me.
I hated it. I jailbroken the iPhone before, but all the work that I had to put in, it's so much, and I think when I
Yeah.
first bought the iPhone at the time, it was like 900, close to $1,000 at the time, and then I had
Yeah.
to break it myself. And I think I kind of messed it up the first time, but then I figured out the second time. But still,
Yeah,
like all the
especially
hard
if you
work and everything,
accidentally brick the
like,
thing, you know.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Like I'm not gonna go through that. So I got the Android, and the Android, I can do almost anything with it. So that's why I love Android. Sorry, iPhone user. I'm pretty sure you guys hate me now.
Yeah, it's all right. Like they need that. If a company could make like a lot of the Android stuff in a phone that has some of the benefits that the iPhone has, because some of the iPhone's things that it has is hardware based, but a lot of it is just the integrated software hardware environment. But you could have that on a different device. Like iPhone doesn't have to monopolize that. You can have a third party contender,
Yeah.
And if you could make a phone like that was an interim phone, like you would have a niche market. I'd buy one for sure.
I'm not that smart. I can't make a phone.
But in some ways, it's just more practical to have both. Like you just keep one as your second device.
I can make you some beats, but I can't make you no phone though.
Yeah, let's see what else is going on. Oh man. Oh crap! I'm using the GPS. Guess the Earth's a globe.
Out of nowhere.
Well, actually, people definitely argue that even recently to these days. Yeah, cell phone towers, therefore globe, or GPS globe.
Hey, what's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about everybody doing good?
Yep, I'm good.
I had someone bring up a TikTok, not a Instagram clip of some girl talking about Bob in the laser gyroscope, and the girl says, "Flat Earther paid $20,000 to prove Earth is round." that's the argument that they got, and they learned it and they parroted it.
Oh, can you post a link in the chat so we all can see it if it's
Yeah.
possible?
Someone just shared it.
Okay, let me check it out real quick.
Let me post it. This one might show the thumbnail or not. This one should be fine.
Oh crap, my AC's starting to work.
Be cool.
Because the sun finally gone. Oh crap, the sun's gone to Earth's globe. So when a car puts their brakes on, the red light comes on, right? So is that like means the car is getting closer to me?
Yeah, when it changes lights, definitely doing something, bro. You know that.
Oh.
What it is?
Get closer to you. Get closer to you if you don't put yours on too.
Well, I'm gonna try that on the top.
You have to put yours.
Top.
So.
Yeah, exactly. So next cop that pulls me over, I'm gonna not pull over for a while. Then when he pulls me over, he's gonna be like, "Dude, didn't you notice me? Why didn't you pull over?" I'd be like, "Dude, I just thought you were a rogue binary star system with the red shift and blue shift. I couldn't tell whether you were coming closer or going farther away." You know what I'm talking about.
Got a spectrometer in your car.
Well, I used to carry around a book, Spectroscopy, purple bound, in my glove box all the time, in case I had to try to identify what a car was made out of based on its color before I crash into it. That way I would know, based on my speed, whether or not he was going to take the brunt of the damage or me.
Instagram link, the lady says that the gyroscope detects movement, right? Therefore, Earth is round. That's her argument, right? If the gyroscope is detecting something, how do you conclude that the ground under you is a curving water ball in the vacuum of space? Because gyroscope detect a movement, just look up. You see, I don't know, because if I'm holding the gyroscope and I'm standing on the ground, I don't feel any movement, and then the gyroscope is showing me movement, and then I look up, I see the sky moving. Oh, look, the sky's moving. I don't have to make that claim, right? But why do they just look down to the ground below the gyroscope and they say, hey, the thing below the gyroscope, it's curving, moving water ball.
I don't know, but $20,000 is a very expensive affirming the consequent fallacy.
Well, so it goes like this. If the Earth was a globe, right? Rotating, right? 15 degrees per hour, right? Because it's rotating once per day, right? 360 degree divided by 24, or whatever the heck, right? Then it should be 15 degrees per hour along all the radial spokes, correct? So, for example, the hour hand of a clock, no matter where you are, close to the center or far away, it's rotating at the same rate, correct? The answer is yes. However, Bob, right, took his gyro, which the first gyro wasn't his gyro, to different altitudes and got different results. So if the Earth was a globe, it would rotate at 15 degrees per hour. Bob got greater than 15 degrees per hour. Therefore, the Earth's not a globe. Oh, sorry. See how that works?
Yeah, I like that. I like that one. I think heard. Yeah. Did you put it in a very well said, bro? Thanks.
If our friend that joined tonight, absolutely, but if our friend that joined tonight hasn't seen that yet, we had Bob himself come in here and talk about that. It's about 30 minutes long. We could post it for you. You could watch it at your leisure. It's more audio than watching. You know, he was here talking. But he explains, you know, what happened in the Netflix documentary, how it was a snow job.
Why would Netflix lie?
Bro, they gotta protect the globe. They're making all that money from the space movies. They gotta protect their interests somehow. And I'm almost certain the AI cut off in the middle of his sentence. I'm pretty sure he didn't finish. I was listening, but his satellite is not connecting correctly at this moment.
Shifted.
Because satellite can't connect behind the curvature of the Earth, you know. To this day, people still believe that their cell phones are communicating with satellites in the sky. Like right now, people still believe that. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
There's no.
That's why
I really want to argue right here. I'm just gonna keep quiet.
Well, that's why you get messages on your phone saying your service will be down today due to local maintenance. You know.
Yeah, they're fixing the satellites, bro. Like, you know, replacing, taking down the old one. Elon is working hard for you to be able to, you know, get connected into Discord, bro. Come on.
You guys get old telephone boxes over there?
What was the question?
Oh, you know, all the old payphones in Australia. They've made them free. Or any landline or mobile within Australia. They are also Wi-Fi hotspots. So free Wi-Fi spots.
So basically, the old vintage cell phones that used to be like a public, you go put the money in, the coins, and then you were able to call someone for a certain time. Now they're free and they have Wi-Fi hotspot, and you can charge your phone and that kind of that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they used to be free in the US, I remember. If you dial certain numbers, it will allow you to just call people, whoever you wanted to call. You have to dial certain stuff. People used to use that a lot.
Yeah, that's cool. That'd be something only the underprivileged would have known about, right?
Yeah, you need to be the people to know. But I guess those secrets got out because I remember people doing it, just calling for free. Somehow.
Yeah. There was something to do with that as well over here. Yeah, actually, I think someone told me about a number you could punch in if you knew the right code or something. But then my brother figured out a way with a plastic straw. He put it in there somehow, and I don't know if he blew on it or if he just on feeding it into the slot until it clink or something, and he'd just rack up credit on the phone that way. He was able to make calls.
Wow, that one I never heard that one, but it looks like a movie stuff. Sounds.
Going right back, to like the 1930s or the 1940s, payphones, the operator on the other end would actually listen for the clink.
To be
just
over
make
the
it sound.
You guys are done. Let me hang up. Like there'll be someone in the middle of the call. They could be listening to the whole call, or whatever. The operator.
Yeah, can cross lines and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that happening in the public when people had like a home phone, and you will hear people having conversations in. You will hear like another line, people having a total different conversation. I guess it was like instead of only you and the other party on the other side, there will be 4 people having. There will be another. It's kind of weird, right? Cross lines.
Yeah. 3 or 4 way conversations.
This guy, it's another chat, and someone shares like a photograph of topography, and there's like a huge lake. They're pretty high up. There's a huge lake, and then you see like hills and topography, right? And someone after the photo, someone says, "Look, it's not flat. There's topography in the way. There's a lake. It's not flat." I mean, I'm just saying, people just looking for arguments just because. It's kind of funny. What about that water? Is it curving? A huge lake? Is it like curving somewhere?
Forget about the water. Those hills.
No, look at the hills. There's curve in the hills, bro. You see the curve? We're just trolling in the internet 100%. Just don't waste your time. Just, yeah. If I really care about the people and they want to talk about it, I'll talk about it, but keep it simple.
I was talking before about, like these religious institutions, proponents of the globe, and they should be really paying attention and to this topic because some of their congregation members are looking into this, in the reality which they experience, but it is. It's a good point. Like if you take it to a broader scope, should but should the world really be taking notice of this? And if they are so convinced that they live on this spinning ball vacuum, like, why bother with flat Earth? Why debate it? Why challenge it? Why pay any heed at all? Would you not just go about your day and your life and not worry about it? Be no threat, no consequence to anybody. Let those crazy flat earthers go. Just let them believe what they want to believe. What they should be saying. Shouldn't be one glober coming in here. Not one. Just happy and convinced, and that's it. Odd. An argument. That's the question. Need to decide, do we have an argument or not? If we don't have an argument in their eyes, in their minds, we don't have an argument, they've got no reason to be here.
I just tuned in, but based on what you said, it's like if I have a bar, I'm tending that bar, and you roll up and sit down, you better order a drink or you can get out of here. We don't just serve paying. We only serve paying customers. Yeah, go ahead.
That's right, you got it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's kind of weird how some people are just so aimless. You know, you don't just trip and fall into a flat Earth server. Like, it's like you don't. How can you be so aimless to not know a rhyme or reason what you're doing? Why are you here?
I'm just browsing.
Yeah, it's like sitting down at the bar, right? Oh, I'll have a water. Like, no, you're gonna have to order more than just water. I have a clip for that, actually. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's for you Globers out there, sitting down at the flat Earth bar and ordering a water. Yeah, you're gonna need to order more than just that water, because we only serve paying customers.
Right. Love it. Order of water, you must accept that the surface thereof is flat and level.
It's funny you say that because I was totally thinking it. Like, even though they ordered the water, yeah, fortunately it'll be flat water.
How many Globers do you think own globes at their house in the globe that you've seen in your classroom? 90% or 100?
Oh, less than that, I think. Like my old roommate had one though. He was very, very staunch Glober. Kind of cringe to a degree, but yeah, he had a globe.
Well, you would think that, they revere it so much that, you got to have pictures on their walls, globes in their house. I mean, I don't know. I'm just imagining, these Globers. They're probably surrounded by them.
Curtains with print.
Yeah, there you go.
I wonder if that's what FTFE's house looks like.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Marble rugs. At a friend's place yesterday, and we were leaving. Like, we're still in a conversation, but we were out the door talking about this other guy in town. There's an Elvis haircut, and we're just talking about it. I said, "Don't bring up JFK assassination." That's all he wants to talk about. And my friend's wife goes, "Oh, right." Yeah, I laughed and said, "Why don't you ask him if the Earth is flat?" Oh, wait, excuse me? Holy shit! I'm a flat earther. And she just went red, yeah, that's a conversation for another time then. Oh man, it was funny. Yeah, no, instantly dumped the flat earthers into the conspiracy theorist pile, yeah.
Love how you said it's a conversation for another time. Yeah, some people are just really not ready for the flat earth dance.
Don't know how she know, because I've spoken to her husband about it before. And, I don't know how she didn't realise, and maybe she said it on purpose. I don't know.
Well, most of them are so uneducated about the globe. They just, what they were taught in school, and that's it. They don't look into it any further. It's just what it is, for the most part. That's what my experience is. People, the normal people that you run into, if it comes up, it's like, flat Earth is stupid and they know nothing about the globe. They don't care. They just don't care. think that's what it is. These people just really and and I kind of get it. In today's world, there's a lot more things to worry about these days than the shape of the earth. But I don't know. For the most of those people, they feel like it's a waste of time. No sense in even looking into it. Anybody that does is stupid. I don't know. It's pretty sad.
Well, this stupid flat earther had to install those people that I was talking about to install their child's car seat. I didn't know how. Welcome back, AI.
What up?
All right, that's it. You forced my hand. Now you got to listen to me eat French fries.
experience. meltdown in the lobby. All AIs.
What ups, what ups? Oh my goodness, globe math. Let's see, and accounting for bridges. So what size would a bridge need to be before any globe accounting would need to be taken into effect? Anybody know the answer? The answer is no, you don't. You know why? Because there is no answer. That's the answer.
Well, you wouldn't want the curve to be touching the bottom.
To those claims. Not one. Not one example. Not one concrete implementation example. Nothing. Just pure speculation and claims. In fact, one of our Flat Earth friends, Mr. Zen Garcia, decided to make a challenge for someone to present real-world globe evidence. And someone tried to present the curvature being taken account for in a bridge, took him to court to claim the prize, because Zen denied him the prize because it wasn't proof. And the judge agreed that what the man presented was a model, not actual measurements of the bridge displaying any curvature that would mean the globe was curved. So again, you can make claims based on a model or scale, but the actual implementation in the building of and setting up the raw materials and constructing it, the impracticability of taking into account any of this earth curve nonsense is just silly. For example, I just passed New York City. One of the famous bridges there, Verrazano Narrows Bridge, is alleged to have 1 5/8 off at the top of the towers from the bottom to take into account the curve of the earth. Now, that is not actually written anywhere. That's just a claim based on the model projection of what the differential in plumb lines would be at the distance between the two towers. However, we know that it's a tension bridge, and tension bridges are actually off from each other for tension reasons. So that alone just proves the point that they needed it for earth curvature. Not to mention that the tolerances of the material of steel and concrete aren't going to be able to allow you to account for 1 5/8 off at the top. It's pure speculation and a pure claim with no substance to back it or prove it. So again, we have a claim on the table that for some strange reason, people need to account for the globe when they build large construction. However, no practical demonstration of either the plans for such a thing or the implementations of such plans coming to fruition and being provable exist. So until then, I rest my case that no large structure needs to account for the curve of the earth, and there's no proof to the contrary. So, Mr. Dude, I will submit to you that you're not receiving chastisement for asking stupid questions, but you're receiving chastisement for being disingenuous because you're asking too much from the flatter side while just making claims from the glober side with no substance. So you want an entire science book laid out with the flat earth structures and how it works and functions, but you don't have the same on your glober side. So I would submit to you, my friend, that you're actually hiding behind that because you don't actually want to address the points proper, that you don't need this extra stuff. You could just go out and test whether the Earth's curved or not and settle it for yourself. But you're purposely hiding from having to do that. Don't get me wrong. Many people do that when they're here. We have had people here for years that will refuse and say as much to go out and do any practical tests or search for any practical proof because they want to rest on where they are. They don't want to actually take the step further. They just want to be here to make it seem to themselves like they're giving it a good college try when actually they're just treading water. So I would submit to you to ask your engineering friends to give you the proof that they, one, planned for taking into account the curve of the Earth, and not just a model projection, and 2, actually implemented it in the field, how it was implemented, and the methodology in which it was constructed that accounted for it, and where the curve of the Earth was necessary. I would say ask them. That's at least doing something practical in the real world to advance the argument for yourself. Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to be a good debater, bro. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is genuineness. So ask your friends what I asked you, and if they're your friends, they should have no problem giving it to you. Now, they may claim that they have proprietary rights to the stuff, and it's NDAs and yada, yada, yada. So then you should ask them, well, I'd like to believe you that your claim is you take the Earth curve into account, but if there's no way you could prove it, it's just you saying so. I mean, at least show me some math on a piece of paper, something, anything. Do a hypothetical bridge. That's not one you did, and that way your contract's limitations won't apply. I think you will find if you press them that they will hem and haw and be unable to produce it because they're actually talking out their ass. That's what I'm willing to bet my money on. Just like the guy that took Mr. Zen Garcia to court, dude. He didn't have any proof that the bridges were doing the things that he claimed. He had model projections. That's it. Wasn't proof. Like, you could do model projections of how much money you would have made if you invested $1 in Microsoft back when it was nothing. But guess what? You never invested the dollar. So those projections never came to fruition. So you're not the millionaire that you should have been, right? Just like those guys can tell you that they invested $1 into the Earth curvature for their bridges, but they can't prove it. They can't show it to fruition. So rather than ask us, my friend, for the flat Earth science book, why don't you ask your engineer friends to prove to you in any practical way that their claim that they take the Earth curve into account is true? Press them on it. I think if you do so, your eyes will be open to something interesting. I'm not even going to tell you what it is. I'm going to let you experience it for yourself if you be so bold. Yeah, that was my nice mango smoothie. Little Glober tears in there. All right. Back on the road again.
If we were on this globe and you're building a 10-mile long bridge and you didn't account for Earth...
You see, Mr. Dude, after all that I explained to you, you just repeat, so no book. After I already told you there is no book. Okay, that's proof that you're being disingenuous, my friend. You need to look in the mirror and ask yourself why you're being that way. I know the answer, but you need to face the answer for yourself on a personal heart-to-heart level with yourself. Okay? You know for a fact that you don't need an extensive engineering science book about the flat Earth to prove anything. And you're shifting the burden. I told you to ask your engineering friends who claim to be experts, right? They should have the evidence for you. Very simple. Bring it here for scrutiny or scrutinize it yourself. This is what we were just talking about with our other friends. It's like, you guys that are skirting the issue, you want like the flat earthers to have every answer of everything ad infinitum in perpetuity and into the past, or the earth isn't flat. It's like, dude, okay, if water's flat, it's flat. It's that simple. You don't need a massive, extensive science book for that. Now, let me tell you what you do need a massive book for. What you need a massive book for is like geodesy, where you have a flat Earth and you're trying to shove a globe Earth assumption into it. So you have massive amounts of mathematical formulas and transformations and assumptions to get to your end result. Okay, so now you're saying one answer would be good. An answer to what, though? I didn't see a question, except about the book, which I answered. Okay, you have access to friends, right, who are engineers who claim that they take the Earth into account. They should be able to provide that to you and how it's done and implemented. You should be able to ask them easily, and they provide it. When you do so, you're going to have a revelation. They're going to give you something, right? Or they're going to give you something else. Whatever it is that they give you is going to open your eyes down certain trains of thought. So I'll submit to you that you're going to avoid doing that because you're disingenuous. No, that's not how it works. If you bring evidence to someone, they then scrutinize it, right? Look at it, analyze it, interpret it, think about it. It's not just, here's something, do you accept it or not? It's not how it works. You say, okay, here's the claim from these guys of what they did. Then I, because I have certain knowledges, am going to apply my knowledges to that, scrutinize it, see if their math's correct, see how that would work out practicality, check the tolerances for the materials they're using, like steel, concrete, etc., whether they have to, level the bottom of a channel, all these different things. It's not just if I give you on a piece of paper that they say they did it based on this, you'll accept it or not. No, I have to scrutinize it. I don't just accept things because some guy who claims to be an engineer said so. For example, like the show said that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is 1 5/8 inches out at the top. I scrutinized that and I found it to be retarded. And so I don't accept their claim because of things that I know about and things that I've applied to that claim. So if you bring evidence, I will look at it. That's what I can promise you. I can't promise you I'll accept it. And keep in mind, it can't just be a model projection. You know what I mean? It has to be proof in some sense of an implementation. Because just claiming that you're doing something, right, isn't the same as implementing it. For example, claiming that you made the towers 1 5/8 inches out versus implementing it with the materials and the construction methods. There's no way that they made that tower intentionally 1 5/8 inches out. It's purely a projection based on a model. It's just a mathematical claim. That's it.
That's what you asked before, right? You said like what distance?
I can see that.
What large structure? What size of a structure would you need to build before it needs to be taken into account?
Right. So, but here's the thing: someone could claim that they're taking the globe Earth into account, right? When they build a structure, they could build the structure with that math implemented, and it just be sitting on a flat Earth. And you wouldn't know because the range of tolerances is so negligible over the span that it's irrelevant. So whether they built it on a flat Earth or a globe Earth, you'd have the same error, error tolerances, so it wouldn't matter. It's negligible, irrelevant. So that even if they did it in place, it wouldn't prove one way or the other. And that's the key. It has to be necessary and provable that it's implemented as necessary. And that's a high burden to bear for a structure, depending on the type of material it's made from, because structures are often disjointed, right? They're not one continuous piece. So they have tolerances between the structures. For example, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, the deck of the bridge raises and lowers 11 feet throughout the year by thermal expansion. So the joints of the bridge and the tension wires and all of that allow the deck where the cars drive to raise and lower by 11 feet as the metal and the concrete and all of that expands and contracts throughout the year, throughout the seasons. So the idea that they're trying to engineer 1 5/8 inches into something that has an 11-foot swing is just retarded. Sorry, not retarded, but
necessary, right?
You get my drift.
It's redundant. It's redundant. Wouldn't it be?
It's kind of like saying, when you cut a door, and the overlatch on the door, or the perimeter rim on the door is 2 inches, and then you say I have to cut it within a precision for the interior of the door within a micrometer, right? Well, no, you have 2 inches of play, so you could cut it a 1/2 inch off, and you still have enough space. You don't have to get that precise. It's not necessary, you see. The door's still going to close. And that's what I mean by it has to be implemented as necessary. If it could just be anything within the range and it's irrelevant to the final structure, then them accounting for the math could be just as much fantasy as it is practical. It's irrelevant. That's why it's like guys claiming they account for the curve of the earth is that. It's a claim.
Because, like, if you were building a 10-mile bridge, 66 foot high, right,
don't get me wrong, a lot of
you don't want the curve touching the bottom of the bridge, right?
And then when they practically implement the thing that they're doing, it doesn't matter. So they think that they needed it, but they really didn't. If that makes sense.
Hear me, AI? Mic check? Am I coming through? Hello? Anybody?
You're coming in loud and clear. I can hear you.
Okay. AI not hear me?
Anybody hear that Glober talking?
Oh, AI? I don't know.
Got
Might have
him.
me on mute.
Creation Bear, shout out. What's up, bro?
Jenna, long time no see. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, brother. You hanging out? Been listening. I've been real busy lately, so I ain't been on a whole lot.
Well, welcome back. Always glad to have you.
Always good to be back.
So about that Glober T-Dub, y'all want some smoke, T-Dub? I heard you thought it was a globe.
Oh, well, yeah, satellite dishes at the equator pointing directly up, first-hand eyewitness testimony from astronauts. We can't measure the radius. Sorry.
What?
You know what? I think I'm convinced. Satellite dish is pointing up. Sold me. It's over, guys.
So, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I do research all the time. But there are no satellites in space. However, there are plenty of satellites on the ground. On the ground. All the satellites are on the ground, y'all. Ain't no satellites in space. They're all on the ground.
Well, I would challenge that. I think you can have tech in the sky. I think you can have satellites up there, just not in outer space. But I think you can have sky tech.
I'm thinking that they're not satellites, okay? And I'm not, and tech in the sky, yes, I will agree that yes, there can be tech in the sky, but quote unquote space that's completely irrelevant. So, I mean, we know at this point that, they're using a bunch of helium and hydrogen balloons to launch these things, this tech up into the sky. However, I really ultimately think this tech is nothing more than just cameras that are making videos and taking pictures of the Earth. And then, of course, they go back to a database where they are then they're digitally compiled to make the Earth look like a globe. However, there are no actual satellites in space. And I think we can all agree on that. Yep.
Cartoons of them in space.
What was that? You didn't come through all that clear. I'm sorry.
Said there's cartoons of satellites in space.
That's correct. There are cartoons of satellites in space. It was such a revelation when I realized that there is no space station in space. When I realized that there is a life-size space station in a NASA training pool. And I'm like, oh, but they also have underwater camera crew and green screens in that training pool. And I'm like, whoa, well, that's kind of weird.
Never mind.
You know, why would they need that? You know? Why would NASA need some friggin' green screens and some underwater camera crews in their training pool with this life-size ISS? Yeah. Awkward. Yeah, anything that is launched into the sky that they want to call a satellite is a sataloon. It's a satellite balloon, and it's not really doing anything except for taking pictures of Earth. That's it. That's all they're doing. And it seems like NASA really likes to go to places like Greenland and Antarctica to do these launches. And I've actually got a whole playlist about this. I got a whole playlist of NASA basically telling us straight up that they are launching these helium and hydrogen balloons into the sky. You know, that is their satellites. That is their quote unquote space station. I also came across a really incredible video. You guys are going to love this. This is like the comedy of the day. That the space station was launched one piece at a time and assembled in space one piece at a time at 17,000 miles per hour, one piece at a time. And I'm not sure how they do that.
What's interesting about that is they're claiming that they're going to crash it.
I bet they are going to crash it, because when the lie is completely revealed, well, of course they got to end it some way. Crashing it would be their only option.
The thing that was up there was the toolbox.
Well, the only reason I say that, Jenna, is because if they're claiming that they assembled it up there, why can't they disassemble it and then put the parts in a museum or something? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Yep, I agree with you, Creation Bear, because if they assembled it piece by piece, why can't they take it apart piece by piece and save these? I've had the same thought: save these pieces in a museum. But no, they're going to crash it. Nobody's ever going to see a single piece of it because it lives in a giant training pool somewhere in a freaking studio.
Yeah. More destroyed technology, huh?
Is it going to crash somewhere in Antarctica? Or will it be crashing like somewhere 2,000 miles off the coast in the Pacific?
No, it's going to crash somewhere
in the ocean, bro.
Crash somewhere, and NASA's going to be like, it crashed somewhere where we can't find it. It crashed and we can't find it. Watch.
Yeah. No, you're probably right about that. They'll be like, oh, we lost it, and
we lost it.
We lost communication as it broke through the ionosphere.
Yep.
We have guesstimates, but there's no way of telling. Not even going to try.
We lost it. They're going to say something about like the GPS tracker or blah, 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 blah. Something went out on it. And they're going to be like, we can't find it. It crashed somewhere, but now we can't find it. Space station gone. I don't know. More lost technology.
Like Biden's cocaine.
Like,
it was planted. It was planted.
Yeah, it was planted. No. They lost it. They lost it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how convenient. It's like the telemetry data. Oops. Sorry, guys. It's all gone. It's like, well, where's the pieces of the ISS?
We destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process.
And how ridiculous is that? Because one of the most human characteristics that we have is this collection of things and this saving of relics and passing them on and all this shit. Like I mean, everybody could probably look around their house and see some random piece of plastic or paper from 5 years ago that there's no reason we should have, but it means something to us, right? And they'll try to explain, well, we just, we didn't feel like it would be valuable, a good expenditure of resources to bring the ISS home after, I don't know, 2 decades of service. Like, makes even that in itself, the loss of telemetry data, anything, that in itself is this, don't believe what your intuition would tell you would do if we did have something that were in space for decades that multiple people from multiple countries lived on. But no, we didn't need to bring it home. No big deal. Let's move on. We have a new ISS. It's the JSS.
Yeah, the CGISS. That's what it's gonna be, bro. They gotta take down the old busted and put up that new shit, that new CGI shit. That's gonna confuse everybody extra. So.
And I like that they would do that right in our faces, but call it like the Cosmic Galactic International Space Center or whatever, space station. And everyone's like, yeah, that makes sense. It's not CGI. That's not what
wouldn't it be better to leave the ISS there as like as a station, building a new one?
Yeah. They could just build on.
Would be more practical, wouldn't it?
Nope. It would seem like it would be just like any other used property that you see on land. Like someone could go up there and be like, man, this is a broke down ass trailer on some not so good property. I'll give you $250 million for it. Like, I'm not giving you a dime more.
Nope.
Because who does it belong to in the first place?
Sam's Club.
Costco got it.
Honestly, leaving the old one up there is not a bad idea, dude. It's like you can have all the astronauts. They can train. They can loosen bolts and then retighten them back on the old ISS.
How much money's been spent to supposedly assemble the ISS and maintain?
You guys are missing it, bro.
Probably.
So there's different orbital ranges, and there is a thing called the graveyard orbit, where they were previously putting things in, which is greater, out further. The problem is that they're claiming that it's getting too crowded. So all the little parts, they're taking different orbits now. So basically you're getting a sea of shrapnel that's surrounding the Earth, making it unsafe for anything to be up there over time. Just like the movie Gravity, right? Where Sandra Bullock's little thing got hit by a piece of shrapnel, right? It ruined everything.
Look. Oh my gosh. The fact that Hollywood can make Sandra Bullock look like she's legit in space, okay, and NASA's over here doing the same crap. And I'm like, y'all haven't put 2 and 2 together to figure out that it's just one big fucking movie production to control your brain?
Get them.
Get them.
Well, they've been pushing this.
Let's do the budgeting real quick. What at this point in time? What NASA has like 100? Well, what's their annual budget? It's like over $24 billion or something like that, right? So 24. What's the number on it? I know it's gone up.
And that's just the budget they tell us about, right? Because apparently we just lose billions of dollars on the daily.
So we'll just say for the sake of argument that NASA is making $24 billion with a B dollars a year, and for $2.3 billion for $2.3 million with an M $1 million, they can make Sandra Bullock look like she's legit in space. And NASA has this $24 billion budget. So, like, 26. What could NASA do? 26? Okay, so $26 billion budget. What could NASA do with a $26 billion budget if Hollywood can make Sandra Bullock look like she's in space for $2.3 million? Womp, womp, womp.
Well, somehow the NASA shit's even worse than the Hollywood stuff, dude. And they have a lower
You spot on with that.
That gives it authenticity, though, right?
Yeah, that's what Elon said. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. I actually have a video on my channel that I had titled that. I'm like, it looks so fake. It must be real, because it's it's the astronauts trying to pull the flap down, and I'm like, you can tell that it's just some sort of flap floating in water. They can't pull the flap down. They're like, oh shit, we can't close this little flappy door. Ridiculous. How is it? I don't know. When anybody actually pays attention to detail, it's not hard to realize that, they kind of duped us all.
Yeah, not no more. But yeah, a lot of people were tricked and fooled. But you made a good point though about the movie Gravity and stuff. I bring that up from time to time when people go, well, like to try to bring up like floating people in space and look at the ISS and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, it's not like they filmed that movie in real time in a real place. Like it was filmed here on Earth. So if they can do that for the movies, why can't they do that for the ISS or whatever?
And you must specify, Creation Bear, you must specify the budget, okay? $2.3 million to make Sandra Bullock look like she's in space, and NASA has a budget of $26 billion a year. What could NASA do with $26 billion if Hollywood can make Sandra Bullock look like she's in space for $2.3 million? Those numbers are so important. Those numbers are very important. Gets people thinking. Like, oh, well, if you can... I mean, there's also this really cool video of these kids that... it was very, very low budget. Didn't cost anything to make. These kids made it look like a train went on a track and a loop-de-loop. Maybe you guys have seen it. Maybe you haven't. I can post it in the chat if need be. But I'm like, look, if these kids, they're just kids, they're like, teens, early 20s. If they can make this train look like it did a loop-de-loop on a track with a very low budget, and it looks real. I mean, it looks so friggin' real. And they don't have millions of dollars. They probably had a couple $1,000s. If you can make such good fake footage with just a couple $1,000s, what the hell could you do with millions or billions of dollars, with the highest technology that money can buy? Wow. Come on, Globies. It's time to get with the program.
Thing is, it's not as much damage as 50 years of emotional blackmail. Because if people admit they were wrong and that their favorite heroes in space are bullshit, that hurts way more than like just them pulling one over because it looks real-ish.
Yeah, it does. It does hurt. And you know what? There was a little tidbit of information. Now, this may or may not be 100% accurate, but before the moon landing in 1969, most people were of the notion that the Earth was a level, stationary Earth plane. Most people were of the notion that the Earth was a level, stationary Earth plane in 1920, just before the Rockefellers took over the school systems. But it was when they faked this moon landing in 1969 that just about everybody forgot everything that they ever learned in physics, and they went, "Oh, Earth is a ball now. I guess Earth is a ball now because I saw it on a flickering idiot box because I saw it on the TV." So that's another thing is just how easy it is to manipulate somebody's mind, how easy it is to trick somebody. And then when you trick them, it's nearly impossible to convince them that they have been tricked. That's what we're up against. We're also up against a whole bunch of people that were indoctrinated with physical science and pseudoscience all mixed into one big pot, and they never figured out the difference between physical science and pseudoscience.
Especially the older timers. I've got a close, she's basically my mom, and she's 75, and her heart almost stops when she hears me talk to my daughter when it's things like, "Oh, daughter, you can be an astronaut." I'm like, "No, she can't, because those aren't real." Like
Oh
her
my
heart
God.
just drops from her chest because it's like, what do you mean? I've been alive and watched the entire progression of the space program. Like those types of people that are just from the very beginning. I heard it on the radio and I watched it happen live. It's like, no, well, this video clearly he said you didn't watch it. I don't care what Buzz Aldrin has to say, okay?
Well, I mean, even Buzz Aldrin said that it didn't happen. You know, several times Buzz Aldrin has said that it didn't happen. You know, but like I got my man to understand this flat Earth thing, and it's different things do it for different people. Okay, and what did it for him was when I showed
Trudeau.
Yeah, here he is right here. He said Justin Trudeau. And when I showed him the video of Justin Trudeau basically saying the earth is not flat. You can trust your government. That at that moment, that was the pivotal moment. Hell nah! Yeah, exactly. Hell nah. Okay? When I showed him that, I said, I know how much you don't trust Justin Trudeau. I know how much you don't like Justin Trudeau. Everybody knows that he's the son of Fidel Castro, freaking communist retard. Okay? And Justin Trudeau is over here saying, the earth is not flat, and you can trust your government. And at that moment, my man was like, oh, that's all it took for me. He's like, after everything you've shown me, after all of everything you've shown me, it makes perfect sense. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're wrong. And then I showed him the Justin Trudeau thing, and he was like, oh, that's all it took for me. That's all it took. And, you know, because he is, Justin Trudeau is the biggest liar in the world. Just look at what Canada's going through right now, y'all. Just look at it, okay? This earth is freaking flat with mountains, valleys, canyons, you know, but overall it's flat. 71% water. And if you know what water does on its surface, it seeks level. Level don't curve. Then you know damn well that this earth is pretty flat. Flat's just a description. Flat, not a shape. Flat is not a shape, y'all. Flat is a description, and it's a lot easier than being like, Earth is a geocentric, level, stationary, non-rotating inertial Earth plane. That's a fucking mouthful, isn't it? That's a mouthful. It's a lot easier to be like, this is flat, yo. Yep. So that's all it takes for some people. Some people, all they have to see is a politician be like, the earth is not flat and you can trust your government. Like, yeah. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox. I'm off my soapbox now.
You know what's fascinating? You know, we have our 3 questions that Mayhem and people ask, you know, with the rotation of the Earth and with the second law of thermodynamics and with 8 inch per mile squared drop over distance. And, you know, you can obviously go to the science end of it, which is Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light. And that absolutely destroys the globe. And then you think about it, the globe never existed. It's a pure invention by somebody. Yes. Some of us have our own opinions who it was invented by. I think it was invented by Hermes Trismegistus, and Newton and Copernicus took it and ran with it. But it's just really interesting is their side is nonsense, non-science, pseudoscience, and our side has all the science. I find that fascinating.
That's fascinating to me too. I actually have compiled an entire playlist in my YouTube channel. I've made it public. If you'd like to go view it, you can. It's a list called Wild Science. And it's all of the science that validates everything for flat Earth. And that's the whole thing I break down to these Baltard dissidents is I break down the fact that in flat Earth, we use every single piece of observable physics, demonstratable, repeatable, verifiable physics. And I make it very known to them that their globe model is missing some very fundamental parts of physics. And you cannot have a functioning Earth with these fundamental parts of physics that are completely missing from the heliocentric model. Some people get it, and some people don't.
Think of all those words, nomenclature, that we were taught to use: globe, planet, gravity, all those outer space, universe, all those words we were taught to use from our earliest memories. All of them should not be in our vocabulary at all.
Correct. Gravity should, and I told somebody that, I said, take gravity completely out of your vocabulary, and what are you left with? You are left with relative density, and you are left with relative buoyancy. You cannot have gravity. Take gravity completely out of your vocabulary, and what are you left with? Your only options are to use the words buoyancy and density relative to the medium that the object is in. And this goes right over some people's heads, and I'm absolutely amazed at how it does go over some people's heads. I'm like, wow, this is super simple physics, y'all. Super simple physics. If I push you off of a cliff, well, then I'm gravity. I'm the reason why you're falling. Not to be fucking crazy about it, but if I push you off a cliff and you start falling, well, then I'm gravity. I'm the reason why you're falling.
But if you push a feather off a cliff,
and it just floats down,
or if you push a helium balloon off a cliff, it's just like, okay, guys. But it's really fascinating. When you look at this whole world from 30,000 feet, and you look at it with an open mind, everything except, and I've joked about this before, everything except parallel parking in high school, we were lied to about. Parallel parking.
I heard you say that. I've actually been listening in on the YouTube live before, and I've heard you specifically say that before. And I was actually
but nobody else did because he couldn't finish his sentence.
Yeah, I was applauding to nobody. I was like, "Good God, that's fucking perfect." Heard you say it.
It's all really funny, because I remember being 16 and it was a public school system, and Tom Bruno was he was a football coach. He was also my driver's ed. And so we all kind of feared him who played football because he was really, really, really tough. But he was nice. He was nice as a driver's ed teacher. But he taught us how to parallel park, and we do it today the same way we were taught.
There you go. And I was actually going to touch on something about how you had been mentioning how these words like globe and curve and all of these gravity, these words have been used and they have been ingrained into our vocabulary. But these other phrases that are in complete relation with physical science have also been used, such as sea level, horizon, elevation angles, things like that have also been used in our vocabulary. And that is how that's what we need to look at to differentiate the pseudoscience from the observable physical science. And then I just wanted to touch on that because you had brought that up, and I'm like, yes, they have ingrained certain phrases and words into our brains that have absolutely nothing to do with the physical nature of this earth. But there are other phrases that they use that absolutely do have to do with the physical nature of our earth. So it's like, take your pick. Take your pick. And that's what a lot of people do. They want to pick sides. Well, it's not about picking sides, dude. It's not about I believe what I believe, and it's not about you believe what you believe. It's about what's real and observable as opposed to what we have been indoctrinated with. Anybody want to add to that, they can.
Sorry, I'm just listening in the background. I'm cooking up some sound clips for the soundboard right now, so don't mind me.
Awesome sauce. Are you cooking up my voice in those sound clips? Because
No. I just got some new ones that one new one that you guys might like, but just some sounds, random sounds. Don't mind me though.
Let us get some what are they called? Previews. Let us get some previews, Creation Bear.
I want to taste.
I mentioned this yesterday. I mentioned that there's an equation There's an equation you can look up for a spherical level. You can look it up. So the physics, the globe, the fake globe, the fairy tale has an equation for a spherical level. That's how bad it's gotten.
Yeah, I know. It's actually gotten so bad that when flat earthers started catching on, when just free-thinking people started catching on, they changed the definition in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. They changed the definition of level in the Merriam-Webster dictionary, which is interesting because the definition starts with level, having no point higher than another, end to end. And then it goes on, it continues to say, conforming to the liquid parts of Earth's curvature.
Yep.
I'm like, what in the ass? That is like, it's completely, it's all in one. It's a contradictory definition all by itself. It's so contradictory. But I have a lot of globetrotting dissidents that really love to give me that definition. And I always point out the fact that even that definition says having no point higher than another from end to end. So if you're on a ball and you go 100 miles, the center of that 100 miles is going to be higher than the end to end. So where's your level?
Pretty sure Merriam-Webster's designed to do that. It controls the people for the time, and then when it needs to change, it does. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we look at it like it's some sort of factual reference source or something.
Like I said, it was only when call it the elites, whatever. Only when they realized that we were catching on is when they decided to go ahead and change the definition of level in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. And so to any globie that's hearing this right now, you better understand that even the new definition of level starts out having no point higher than another end to end. If you have curvature, you have points that are higher than others end to end. So you have a contradictory definition with the 2014 update of the new Merriam-Webster's definition of level. So you're screwed either way, and you're stuck in a circuit.
It doesn't matter. Definitions don't create realities necessarily, right?
I gotta write that one down. Definitions don't create reality.
Well, I like that.
I gotta get that one. Just a second.
Well, in a certain sense, because they do create
a way, right?
They do create realities when the definition is definable in a certain way, but when it's not, for example, if you say level means adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water, does that mean that Earth has curved water? No. Right? So if you go out in the world and you take a level and you hold a level horizontal and you get the bubble in the center, let's say to be perfectly in the center, and you have established a horizontal with the level that you're holding in your hand, right? And then you go to the dictionary definition and it says that the thing you're holding in your hand is adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water. How? It's horizontal. If the curve is curved, it can't be horizontal. Duh.
Oh, and I was just listening to some glober who said that the vials in levels were curved. Is that true?
What?
Heck no.
They said kind of like water's not always trying to reach a level. Water is just trying to go down. So that's why they make, he was like, and that's why they make the vial in the level curve. And it was in a debate and the other guy didn't contest it at all. And I feel like I've used levels before and it didn't matter if I had it up or down.
Well, let's change that. They are curved. They're cylinders.
Sure. but are they, you know what I'm saying, like an arc?
No.
They're okay. See, this is where it's like they just make you question the most simple shit. Sorry, excuse the language.
Dude, if it was an arc, how would it work in both directions?
That's what I was saying. Yeah. But, someone says it confidently. You're like, well, I've never actually measured it. I've used one a few times, but I've never Like really?
I mean, they might. You could argue. Look, you could argue that maybe it's a cylinder, and the center of the cylinder is a wider diameter than the left and right extremity of the cylinder. So it's like a conical cylinder. That would work. Yes, that would work. But a curved one, I mean, look, you could have it like that, sure, but it would only really work very well in one direction. It's not very practical, and it doesn't change anything. Like, what does it change? Nothing. Because guess what's going to happen? Is it that the water or the liquid, because it's not necessarily water, that's why it's called a spirit level, because water freezes, right? And if you have that at a job site in the winter, you're going to break it, so it's not water. So anyway, is it so much that the water's going down, or is it that the gas bubble's going up? Right? So it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change nothing. Like whether it's curved or not, in my opinion, which by the way, I am in construction trade, like having a curve on it would just be stupid. Like it serves no practical purpose. It just makes it more complicated for no reason. It's going to do the same thing, right? No matter what, it's going to do the same thing.
Yeah. And that's a good point too. Like it doesn't actually matter what shape you put in there. The same thing's still going to occur. It could be upside down, a U shape.
It does matter. No, it matters.
It would still form something no matter what your shape. Well,
right, but you need it to have a clear defined center. So if you have a shape in there that doesn't have a center, then you're not going to be able to find the center very easily, right? So if it's like a star shape or something that's cocked a little bit, you're going to have the bubble like catching on one of the stars. It's not going to make no sense. So you got to have it be pretty much, like a reciprocal shape where there's a clear center point.
Yeah. This is more common sense stuff. Where they
Other than that, yeah, I can't think of any practical benefit for a curved piece in there. It's just, the idea is just pointless. Yeah, it's like you take a water bottle, right? When you take a water bottle and you turn it upside down, does the water stay at the top of or the bottom of the water bottle, or does the air, does the water go down and the air go up? I mean, come on, now. That guy that you're speaking to is acting like you could flip a water bottle upside down and the water will be, at the bottom of the bottle upside down.
Yeah, that was surprised the guy I was listening to didn't ask, like, let me see where's the source on that one? But no, never mind. That was a sidebar for sure, so thank you. And I saw someone mention in the chat housekeeping questions.
Well, we don't call them the housekeeping questions here.
Someone in the voice text
there is
another.
So there's a show run by Nathan Oakley called Flat Earth Debate live, and he has housekeeping questions there, which is what he calls them. It's just a series of questions that he wants answered, like, is there any scientific hypothesis in the fields of astronomy, geology? Then he might say, is there any proof of the rotation of the Earth? Is there any proof of a molten iron core at the center of the Earth? Is there any proof of gas pressure without a container? Is there any proof of a direct measurement of Earth curvature in the history of mankind? All these different questions.
Okay, so similar to the three questions here then.
Right, exactly.
Few extras, though.
And of course, the idea is for people to, the idea is for people to be there to answer them. So a Glober may come in, and during the opening of the questions, he will say, is there any proof of a molten iron core at the center of a presupposed spherical Earth? And the person might say, well, yeah, volcanoes. then we all have a good laugh, and we tell them that volcanoes have nothing to do with the core of the Earth, and we school them on the globe model, and then, chaos ensues, and we have a good show on our hands.
Which that is, I don't know what that's actually called. Whenever we've heard it here before, where it's talking about the Earth, and then it's like, well, what? How do you explain the moon? Like that kind of straw. I don't think it's a straw man necessarily.
No, it's called a non sequitur.
Non sequitur. Thank you very much. Those are
Loosely.
the types of things that I feel like I need to spend a little more time on my own, like completely outside of flat Earth or anything, but full on just logical thinking and logical reasoning.
Absolutely. So the classical non sequitur is the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises. So, for example, things in the sky are spheres, therefore the Earth is a sphere. That's a non sequitur. Just because something else is a sphere doesn't mean that this thing is a sphere. It could be, but it doesn't mean it is. So if you claim that it is, it's a non sequitur. The conclusion doesn't follow from the premise.
And then you have to actually get them in that argument to even realize that those two are, or that is a non sequitur. Like, that's the interesting part of whenever it's so ingrained. How do you get them to just, oh, you're right, that was BS and not a good rebuttal or anything? Let me think about it. It's extremely hard. Again. Yeah.
I mean, look, for example, let's just say the sun and the moon, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just for the heck of it, let's say this is their argument. The sun is a sphere, the moon is a sphere, therefore the Earth is a sphere. Right? Or they might say, therefore, why wouldn't the Earth be a sphere? Or something along these lines. But the moon and the sun are clearly not the Earth, so there's no necessary reason why those two things equal what the Earth is. Now, you could teach them that all you want, but the problem is they're so predisposed to that bias that they look up in the sky and they see things that are spheres in their mind. Then that means what they're standing on is a sphere. Because when they look at it, they're actually seeing their imagination. They're not seeing the world as it is. They're seeing floating space spheres in their imagination, with the Earth being among them as one of those floating space spheres. It entirely exists in their imagination.
Yeah, seeing what they've seen in books or anything.
Well, their therefore statement's corrupted in the first instance, because they'd have to prove that what they see in the second law of thermodynamics violation is also a sphere. So they're screwed right from the start. Then they're screwed right at the end. They get a baseball bat to the head. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How is any of that a second law violation?
Second law of thermodynamics violation, because the purported sun and the moon are in a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of global physics violations.
How is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't have a vacuum next to the air pressure of the Earth, number one, and nature abhors a vacuum, so where's the container for the vacuum of outer space? Vacuums don't exist. Specifically, those type of vacuums, very or extremely high vacuums. Yeah, that's why it's in a second. It's like talking about Narnia. About a lecture. I don't know. You could just make something up. Redox reactions in Narnia. First, don't you have to prove Narnia exists? Right?
Yeah.
Then the redox reactions are kind of academic if Narnia doesn't exist. Yes?
Then, so whenever they say something like that outside of the therefore part, like you're saying,
yep.
Well, I need you to prove that this is actually what's happening in space, and not just say, well, the textbook said so.
The vacuum of space. A lot of people say space is fake. They fuck it up. It's caught on. I tried to nip it in the bud, but I can't get. I'm trying to get people to be hyper specific.
The vacuum.
I'm behind the power curve on this. Yeah, space is fake.
Dude, that's right.
Space is fake. It's just fucking stupid.
That's been going on for years. It's going to be a hard habit to break. I used to always parse it with in the manner in which we've been told. Right? Even that didn't catch on. We got to come up with something new and quippy.
No, it has to be the vacuum of space. Doesn't exist. So therefore, anything purported, any claim taken from Narnia is horseshit. So every astronomical, cosmological claim is all horseshit. Everything. Because it's based in fairy tale Narnia. It's as simple as that. So a lot of people like to hear themselves talk and then talk about, redshift or dark matter, even though that's a belly laugher. We all know that. But anything related to the vacuum of space is fucking thrown out. It's void. No pun intended.
As a father, I like that one. So I appreciate that, because I think that's a good thing to hone in on. I was saying it earlier in the chat. I've kind of been seeing this woman off and on. She thinks she's a scientist because she's majoring in anthropology. But her sister is an astronomy professor.
Bring her
in. She's in town, and she's like, I'd like to meet him and talk about this flat Earth thing, because I've obviously devoted the last 15 years of my life to astronomy. And so I was kind of wanting to put the earpiece in and bring one of y'all with me, because I don't feel like I'm.
Man, why bring us with you when you could bring her here?
That's fair. I'll see if she's open to it, to be honest. We'll start with a nice dinner. I like that.
It's going to be a train wreck of an epic disaster for her.
I'm going to make sure I send out I want to make sure all the all-stars are here.
Is she well adjusted?
Certainly not.
It isn't going to matter, because we're not going to get to anything flat Earth, because I'm going to grill her on her science acumen. It's going to be over. It's going to be bad, dude.
See, that's where, I don't know, maybe let Creation Bear talk whatever you would say, because he's got a more warm voice.
And I don't.
He'll give you a hug while he reads the part. Okay.
Is it time to ask? No. Is it time to ask QE?
No, you have the broil setting.
What's going on, QE? You okay, man? You all right?
Your voice, man. Yeah.
Time for the weekly intervention.
Yes, I love those.
But no, I will see if she'll come, because that's where, like, I've been listening here for a month or so now, and I've learned a lot and taken some notes and read a little bit more.
Oh man!
But I still just don't feel ready in any way. That's why I feel like, I know there's the arena, but I want to have the sparring arena where someone has to play the role of the Glober, which is very easy because it's just Googling things on the fly. And then the person, the flat earther on that side, can be producing points and rebuttals to whatever those Google results are. And I think that would just help hone it a little bit, because we obviously, the conversation here can go one of multiple directions pretty quickly. Where and sometimes I'll just speak for myself, where it's like, I think I got that. I think I understood what they were saying, but there's a lot left to where it wouldn't be, whenever saying it in public, it's different than when someone like QE or anyone, AI, whoever you are, the way you not only say it because you know it, it's also, it has that confidence behind it that actually carries more weight in a conversation than maybe the material or whatever you're saying itself does. Just I don't know how to say that differently, but yeah, it'll be a good time. I'll see if I can get her to come through.
Sweet. Dude, Ruhif was here earlier, and he said,
oh, brother.
He said, so he was trying to disprove that a plane has to experience a constant downwards motion of its nose to maintain level flight if the Earth was a globe. Right, so I told him that if a plane is following that arc path, it would experience a constant change in attitude. And he said no.
Well, yeah.
Oh, man.
It's retarded.
Dude, I almost lost it.
Sure, he's a demonstrated retard from 2015, 2016. I don't know how many times I drug him around by his ears. I don't even fucking. Now, if I come in here and he's in here, it's curtains. But I usually don't deal with the established anti-flat earthers. I'm developing a new mission.
What is it?
Exposing pretender clown flat earthers and their followers. It's going to come on hot and heavy here shortly.
Interesting. That'll be on your YouTube channel?
5 years ago.
Well, I just met you a month ago, so.
I spoke about it 5 years ago. Someone asked me a question. I told them the greatest threat to flat earth were pretender clown flat earthers. 5 fucking years ago. It's the reckoning is coming. And woe to who it comes on to.
Are you making a video of some montage, or what are we doing
I don't know
here?
about a video. I might speak about it on my live shows and stuff, but no, this is going to be up close and personal.
With debates of some sort, or
debates? There is no debate. It's going to be over in
whatever you would call it, a conversation.
About a minute, probably a little bit longer with interruptions. There's going to be interruptions because they're fucking idiots. There's some in here right now. So I'm going to be the bad guy. You know why? Because I can be.
It suits you.
I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking done with it. I should have dealt with it in 2017. I didn't do it. A lot of people told me not to do it, and I listened to them. I shouldn't have listened to them. It was against my gut. Now it's fucking free for all. You better get your shit together out there, flat earthers. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's time to clean fucking house.
There's only like 25 people here.
So tell everyone about your feelings, about how you're hurt. QE's the bad guy. I could give a fuck less. You got me. That's all I got to say about that for right now.
Fair.
Can we get a complimentary shut the fuck up?
Shut the fuck up, Sonny.
That's not Sonny.
That's actually the coldest insult QE's ever
But
thrown.
maybe he wanted to say it to Sonny, though, so I'll give him credit. Maybe.
Get practicing. Let it begin.
Not going to begin yet. This is just a warning shot across the fucking bow.
Is that not a beginning of sorts?
No.
Was it not a beginning 5 years ago, even?
It should have been. But I don't blame those guys. That's on me. I'll take the burden for that. So let's say I'm going to right a wrong.
Do you want to talk about your feelings?
No.
Okay.
Yes, but do you want to talk about his feelings?
Also, no.
All right.
When you look in the mirror and you don't see a pretender clown, you got nothing to worry about. If you deluded yourself into thinking you're not a pretender clown when you're a pretender clown, I'm going to show you that you're a pretender clown.
I just shaved my beard off a couple nights ago, so I don't have anything to hide behind even.
That's on topic.
Yeah. Also, you sound a lot like Matthew McConaughey.
I appreciate that. If only I looked like him.
I know, huh?
Maybe could get somewhere.
But dude, I recognized your voice a while ago, but I couldn't place what I thought it was like. I was like, "Who is that?"
I know. Apparently, he's from Western North Carolina, or maybe I was transplanted out of Texas and don't remember it. Something happened. But we can get back on topic.
Yes, we can. Oh, and by the way, Flat Earthers, if you're not a pretender clown, but you're supporting pretender clowns, you're fair game. There's many nuances to this. You'll feel the wrath.
How do we know who is a pretender clown?
Pretender clown. Pretender clown is a euphemism for fraud.
Yes. And does a fraud have to be 100% fraudulent?
Oh, if you're a fraud, then you're a fraud. Period.
So I assume these are content creators.
But it could also expand to a caveat of wanton egregious error without the ability to reflect upon it. I mean, I suppose I would include that. Like, if you've been pointed out by a few people that you have an egregious error and you just refuse to face it or even think about it and then just keep repeating it ad infinitum without applying that criticism, then I would, I don't know if I'd call that a pretender clown, but I'd put it in that category somewhat.
There's delusional pretender clowns. That's the ones that don't think they're a pretender clown, but they're pretender clowns. I'll take care of that category. I'll let you know what that is and when it is. How about that? We good?
All right, I want 50% of the tickets.
Don King over here.
Hey, question for you. Did you watch, this is for QE, by the way. Did you watch Indio's latest consolidated optics video?
I watched a video of his about a week ago.
It's like 8 minutes long. It's all music and text and graphics.
I think I did.
What'd you think of that one? Got any critiques?
So much has passed since then, dude. I've been so busy. Sorry. Could you bring up a couple points?
Well, it was just using the geometric relationships of the angles of propagation to the optic, right, to explain some of the phenomena, like not being able to see the bottom of something. Why your angle of view increases the amount you could see. All these types of things.
Oh, something. Yeah, that makes sense. It's about time somebody started talking about that again.
It's very consolidated and precise. There's a few typos in there, but other than that, it's pretty good. It's like less than 8 minutes, and like 2 of the minutes are demonstrations. So it's really only 6 minutes of content, but it's very to the point.
Let me see.
All that stuff that we talk about. Like when Nathan talks about the single brick. All these long, eloquent explanations, but it's just that all shown in a graphical representation with the angles and stuff. It's very good.
Right. Somebody just posted it. I'm thumbing through it. I did not watch this. I watched the one before this. Okay. I need to watch this. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Also, if the Earth is flat, why is my AC broke?
How does underwear work on a Globetard? Stupid shit. That's why I'm done with Globetards. I've been done with them for a long time. I think ever since the Nupty clips came out or ended, I had finished up with that. I don't have the time to go. Well, I do. Sometimes I come in here I do a little slumming.
Slumming how?
Dude, you got to keep the backside of your knife wet.
Yeah, because there's really nothing going on, and my mission hasn't commenced, so I'll do that. Slumming, with the slobber nurses, the Globetard.
I tell you what, the Ruhif definitely woke me up for my long drive I'm doing. I was like, what the heck did you just say, dude?
Oh, yeah, he's a stone cold retard. Just go on my channel, hit Roofy, and look out. I dealt with him on the Evotard front.
How long was he around? If it's the Evotard, that's way back.
Yeah, I was back there in 2008, 2009, some in that vicinity with Evotards. It's so long ago. It's kind of melding together. So, but he was right there. He used to go on Steve McClown of the Clan McClown show. He was one of the original members. Steve was heavy into the Evotards. I don't know what he's doing now. He's a fucking moron too. The speed of sound in a vacuum is constant. That's all I have to say about Steve McClown of the Clan McClowns. But Roofy was around him back in the day. The most famous statement from Roofy, I'll post it.
Definitions are meaningless.
Yeah. That's all you got to know there. No sense in.
No, it's more like how many fucking times do I have to fucking tell you that fucking definitions are fucking meaningless?
Yeah.
Can you define meaningless?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. There you go.
James Richard wants to know if he can be unmuted.
Who muted James?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not? He'll have to drones right through people and ends up getting muted for that reason. No harm, no foul.
There you go, James. What's up, Creation Bear? I didn't see you up there. Sorry I interrupted your soundboard.
No worries, QE. No worries at all, brother.
It was funny, that slumming comment. I was going to say, when you're in here, I feel like I'm rubbing elbows with the upper class.
As far as you know.
Don't call me sir. I work for a living.
Could I still do that, even though I kind of flipped up to the officer ranks? I was a non-commissioned officer. I'm still good with that. I have 9 years as non-commissioned officer. So.
Well, yeah, but if you switch, you have to rely on your previous acumen, right? Which is present with you. So you are still working technically. You're not just showing up as a Greenhorn officer.
It's a slippery slope. I take both since I was both. So I'm not a puke officer, even though.
Yeah, it's like when Like when we invaded Iraq, we had a new officer come that literally came straight out of college.
Oh shit!
So we had the amount of time he had in actual field practice was like, oh man, it was maybe a couple of months, 3 months before we deployed, and then a few months in Kuwait. Because like we were staged in Kuwait just doing exercises before they finally decided to pull the trigger on the berm breach.
Yep.
So like
I
6
just had to
months.
say what up, Huey.
What's up, James?
I just had to say what up, man. I don't think I've ever talked to you.
What?
Maybe back in the day, but I think it's been a long time.
It's been a while. You show up in my chat. I know who you are.
Well, I mean, I give you super chats, but I never. It's been a while since I talked to you. Though. I just figured I'd say what up.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think we talked within the past year.
But I want you to test me if you can. I don't want to be a pretend. Yeah, I don't want to be a pretender clown. So give me
you've been out here long enough. You're not a pretender clown.
I'm serious, man. I want you to try to get me on something.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that.
Nah.
Unless you say something incredibly stupid, then I'm gonna jump on you whether you super chat me or not.
Right. Yeah. And call it out when you hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No one's above reproach. Not even me.
Right. Exactly.
That's the way it should be. That's the way it's gonna fucking be. Or
yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I mean, I've been around a while, but I don't want to be a pretender clown. That's why I want you to give me like, what would be a good question that you try to hook somebody on?
Does vitamin D come from the sun?
It's irrelevant on the topic.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to ask questions. No, I'm a counter puncher by nature.
Well, sometimes I catch myself going on non sequiturs and arguing inside of Narnia. That would be a pretender clown.
No, that wouldn't be.
Look, Fred, going off into speculative territory, parsed out with the notion that you're going off into speculative territory and you're not making definitive statements, isn't the same as saying this is the way it is because of this or this, right? Those are different.
I got you. I just had to say hi, QE. It's cool, man. I really. Where would flat Earth be without the historic QE? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for my ego. Thanks.
Well, it should do something. Some bitch.
Well, I bet to some degree, QE, it feels good.
It's true.
When other people, sorry, I might be a little bit of a lag there, but I know it feels good for me when I hear other people use certain phrases or sayings that I've come up with, and I know you've left your mark on the flat Earth, man. So I'm sure it feels good when you hear other people kind of using some stuff that you put out there. So.
Oh, bro, your alma mater Wikipedia is still my fucking favorite. Like, it still makes me laugh.
Your alma mater wiki. Yeah, you gotta say it like that, Sir Richard.
Dude, we had the perfect example, which I did mark somewhere. I did mark it somewhere, and I'll make the clip. But so the guy was asked for the citations, right, about a topic. He went to Wikipedia to get it, right? And in the article that he did, that article cited a bunch of different articles, right? So what he said is, "Oh, what do you want? You want me to start reading these citations?" And he started reading citations from books that had nothing to do with the topic. They were just cited in the overall article. And he thought he was given citations. It's like, dude, that's not, what are you doing?
Bruh.
Yeah. I was there for that AI. That was crazy, bro. He was posting, we asked for a citation, he posted a reference. And then we're like, well, what's the citation within the reference? And he's like, well, there's other references here I could read off for you. It's like, dude,
That has nothing to do with what you claimed, and it's not a citation of what you claimed either. These guys are crazy how they'll just Google stuff on the fly.
They're frauds. That's just that's one that bluffed the 2-7 offsuit, but he didn't really bluff it. He just threw it down on the table and then started betting with everyone looking at his hand.
When it comes to poker, I love winning off of bluffs, man. I win more off bluffs than I do off hands, I'll tell you that.
You know what I like doing? I like calling people's bluffs. Oh, you want to put some money down on that bluff?
Well, you probably call me out. You know, it takes a while. You get to feel your opponent, but
you know what? I'm gonna raise you. That's what I'm gonna do. Taking all the chips. Yep.
Shit, I'll go all in with the ace high.
Yeah.
Not even a pair of aces, just the ace high.
That's pretty funny that you would say that. Just brought a memory back. Years ago, I was stationed out in California, Fort Irwin, and we were heading home for vacation, and we were catching a plane out of Vegas, and we stopped at what the fuck? I don't use. It's the first time I ever.
Caesar's Palace.
No. No, it was the Pyramid. What's the fucking thing?
Oh, okay. I got you. Go on.
Yeah, I never played poker there before because I always played up at the Bellagio. And what's that? I can't even remember the other one.
The Pyramid had the 9-foot pool tables on the outside of the very bottom floor on the outside, right?
What the hell is that? I can't move on until I get that place's name. I can't believe I don't remember it. You know, the big pyramid had light going up.
MGM?
Uh-huh.
It's not the
MGM.
No.
Damn it.
Come on, somebody knows it.
I believe I've been in it, but it might not be that.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go.
Luxor.
Right, you're gonna have to fucking Google it now.
I can't go on with the story without it because
it's not the Sphinx, is it?
The Luxor.
Yes, Luxor.
Oh, the Luxor, yes.
And Sphinx is also there.
The Luxor. So we went there. I remember walking into the room too, and it was the walls were kind of sideways. It was really strange. But anyway, that was just one because I was stationed out there for 5 years, so I went to Vegas many times, mainly to play poker, but to get cheap hotels. If you go there to Vegas, and there's no conventions in town, then you can get rooms for like $20 a night. It's ridiculous. You just have to stay away from the convention. But anyway, we were there, and I popped in the Luxor. First time I ever been there, right? And they had I like Texas Hold'em. That's the only poker I play. So I went down to the Texas Hold'em table, and this one guy talking shit, man. He had a whole boatload of chips at the table, just talking smack the whole time and winning and stuff. So I sat there for an hour. I kept folding because I had bullshit hands. But then this first time this ever happened. I was looking for a flush, right? Because I had ace. I think I had ace high. Can't remember exactly. I'm looking for a flush, and there's big bets going down, right? And he's talking smack, and I'm just. I already made my hand at the river, or I'm sorry, at the turn, and it was a straight flush. Right now, inside, I was just fucking beaming, right? Because I'm trying to get this talking shit guy who was playing behind me to throw all his chips in.
He had the 4 of a kind.
No, he didn't. No.
Oh, you got him?
He threw, because it came down. I can't. It's so many years ago. I don't know whether it was at the turn.
Well, the straight flush, you're only looking at a 4 of a kind that beats it.
Yeah.
Or the
and
royal
that wasn't-
flush.
That wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
Or a higher straight flush.
Wow. Yeah, that's not happening.
With
Yeah,
an
usually
ace, it's a
one straight
royal
flush.
flush, isn't it?
It's usually one straight flush per. Even if you got 7 people playing, only one of them's hitting a straight flush.
I've never seen
But
it.
there are times where
I've played millions of hands. I'd never seen it, and I never had it. I think it was. I didn't have a royal flush.
which is a straight flush to the ace, but it's a royal.
So you started with an ace high and then got 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
10 jack queen king ace is a
Yeah,
royal
no,
flush.
I had the lower
all
one.
the same.
I didn't give a shit. It was a straight flush. I'd lose. I wasn't, pulling the bank account and dropping it down. I think I had something like $300 or $400, right? So on the turn, I pretended like I didn't have to pretend that I was sort of a newbie. I had just arrived not that long before that, and the guy was talking shit. So, and there was a pile of cash in the middle. So I just went all fucking in. And I could see him looking over at me. Like I said, he was playing behind me. He folded, which was maybe I was a little bit premature.
No, you got a straight flush, you go all in, dude.
Yeah.
You don't fucking try to milk that.
Yeah, it was on a turn. I didn't want to wait for the river because most people will be out by then. So I figured, fuck it, I'll go all in. It paid for my vacation. I didn't take a good majority. I got some of his chips, but not as much as I would have liked to. I just recalled that story.
Right.
That's all right. That's it.
I could be wrong too.
Say again?
Does a 4 of a kind beat a straight flush? I know it doesn't beat a royal flush, but does it beat a straight flush?
4 of a kind.
It might be. It does. So it goes straight flush, 4 of a kind, royal flush.
Royal flush.
I know it beats a full house, 4 of a kind.
Oh yeah, it's over.
Straight flush beats 4 of a kind.
Yeah.
Straight flush does
Yeah.
beat 4 of a kind, correct?
Yeah, it's got to go 4 of a kind, straight flush, royal flush.
That's
because
correct.
a straight flush, when it comes to odds, it bases it off odds. You got greater odds with the 4 of a kind than you do a straight flush.
Yep, that sounds correct. I haven't played poker in years, but I just recall that story. How did we get on this topic?
Someone said I would bet that with ace high or something. I don't know. They were talking about I'd go all in if I only had
Mainly
ace
it was
high.
the casino you went to. We was all wondering what one you went into. The pyramid.
It went there after the ace high comment from someone else.
Got it. Yeah, I don't play. I was never a big gambler. I don't play house games. I never, sat there and played, slot machines like a fucking.
How's your archery holding up?
Good.
You can still kill a deer if need be?
No, I don't kill Bambis, man.
If need be.
Yeah. Easily. At distance.
If you needed to, you could go out and get one, right?
Oh, no problem.
You know what's cool about the bow? It's quiet.
The question is, what isn't?
It's quiet. You don't hear where the shot come from.
I got another story. This was just from Saturday. We were shooting out there, me and a couple buddies, on a 3D tourney. Not a tournament, but just 3D course. Sorry. And we just have friendly competitions and stuff. So we got to this turkey. It's a 3D target. That means it's foam. It's a turkey. And it was 26 yards away. Pretty good size, but the scoring rings are small.
Where'd you hit it?
We were shooting at it, right? And the turkey's black. with little white dots at the bottom, but that doesn't help you because there's so many white. There's like, I don't know, 250 little white streaks at the bottom, but it doesn't help you. And it was in the shade, so you can't see the fucking scoring rings. Even binos, I could barely make out where the whole 10 ring was. And it was an ASA target. That's not important. I'll just confuse you. It's got rings inside rings. And
yeah, it confused me.
Yeah, we shot it. I think I shot a little bit high. I was going for the upper 12. Doesn't matter. And I shot a little bit high out of the ring. I couldn't see it, so it didn't fucking matter. We all couldn't see it. We were sitting there laughing. We can't see the damn thing. It's always good to try to see what you're shooting. We could see the turkey, just couldn't see the rings. Now, on ASA targets, they not only have the 10 ring, they have what's called a 14 ring. You get 14 points if you hit this sumbitch, and it's to the right, upper right of the 10 ring. I should post a picture of it. It'll probably show you a little bit better.
Do they hold tournaments?
No, it wasn't.
Go ahead.
It was just cruising. I was up at the fort, and they have a 3D course, and you just pay like, I don't know. I think I bought a card for like $25 like 8 months ago, and they just tick off. It's really inexpensive, but it's a lot of fun. You walk through the woods. The only problem is the fucking ticks. So, especially a Lone Star ticks, you got to be really careful. In fact, my buddy was shooting on the second to last target, and I'm standing behind him, and I looked on his bino harness up on his shoulder. I said, "There's a fucking tick." I said, "Dude, stop." He drew down, and I said, "You got a Lone Star tick right on your shoulder harness." So my other buddy came over and snatched it up with his release, right in between his release, and just crushed it. We don't want to get into Lone Star ticks. You just got to be careful of that stuff. That and copperheads.
But his shot wasn't messed up because of it.
No, I stopped him before he could shoot. Anyway, we're on this turkey. During all that bullshit, I could have probably posted the fucking turkey. ASA turkey.
Yeah, you should have.
So you guys can get a visual of what I'm trying to say. ASA 3D turkey. That should do it. 3D turkey. Let's see.
I was just wondering where you hit it, because sometimes, like, you don't want to hit it in the gut. You'll open up all its guts to the meat.
All right.
So I just wonder where you hit it.
This is close to what I wanted. This will do it. It's close, but it's not exactly the same. No, that's not gonna work. No. How about copy image? That would do it. Sorry for the length. Looks something like that. So, like I said, a whole bunch of white dots below it. That's not helping you. So you got the 10 ring. It's the inside big, not the inside big circle, the whole circle. It's the inside circle that's holding the 3 circles. Yeah. You guys get that?
I think I see you.
All right.
See.
Yeah. So that outside the circle, there's another circle. That's the 14 ring. However, on this turkey, on the one we were shooting, it was way over to the right, in between the body and the behind and the tail feathers. So it's real close to where the target connects itself, because it's a 2-piece. So it's up high and to the right. Now, after everyone shot the rings, I said, well, listen, we're getting down to the last targets. I said, I don't really want to go home too soon. I said, let's all shoot for the 14. So there was me and 2 other my friends. So now you walk down to this thing, even though it's 26 yards away. You have to be right up on this sumbitch to see that 14 ring, and Now, if the sun was shining directly on it without any impedance, you might be able to, with your binos, you might be able to see it. But with it shaded, you ain't fucking seeing it with anything because it's black. You just ain't, and it was in the shade, right? Because we're in the wood line. There's trees all around, and I think there's some clouds started rolling in, and it was that fucking black, right? And I said, we are not leaving this target. And I could see when we walked down and checked our other shots that there was no one that ever hit that 14 ring. And I said, we can't be doing this. We cannot leave this target without de-virginizing that 14 ring. Right? So then my two buddies said, okay, we're going to do it. And with a couple of them, one of my friends, as we were walking back, as we pulled the arrows from our first round of shots, he was trying to picture where this fucking thing, I said, turn your ass around and get back to the line. Right? And even though I got 5 times magnification in my scope, you can't, and it's a high speed fucking magnification lens. There's not a better one on the market right now. It's called an Acromat doublet. We won't get into that. But anyway, I pulled up on this thing. You couldn't see it. You couldn't even see the Big 10 ring. The Big 10 ring. You couldn't see that either. So I'm trying to geographically place this son of a bitch in my mind. Right? So we all shoot at it. First 3 rounds, no one hits it. We're kind of sort of getting close. Elevation's good. My elevation was spot on. I was just over to the left a bit. But then we go down, pick out our arrows. We all start laughing, right? Because we're not hitting it. And it's really small. I would say it's a dime. So we all shoot at it again. We all miss it. And then we go back, shoot it again. We're kind of having a good time with this because it's really fucking hard. And I'm shooting last on this round, but my other buddy shoots, and it appears to be really close, but I know it's not it. His elevation's good, but he's just a bit to the left, right? And so my other friend gets up, and we're all talking. We all know because we're trying to help each other hit the fucking thing. And I remember looking at him, right? Because I was on the right side of him and looking at him and see a shit-eating grin on his face. Like he knew where this thing was. And it's just a matter of good shot execution, right? And it is. So he shoots. And my other friend said, oh, he's got it. I said, no, he didn't, Matt. He did not get it because it's too low. And it was like maybe, I would say, a half-inch low. It was right on with the windage, but just a half an inch low, right? And I dogged him out for the look he had on his face because he had this shit-eating grin on his face as he drew back. And I seen it. My other friend couldn't because he was on the left-hand side. And I was dogging him out for that. But anyway, I said, okay, at least I got somewhere, in the vicinity to aim at. So I pulled back, and I'm standing there, and I don't know. I can't see the ring. However, I know exactly where that fucker is. And before I shot, I said, this is your ass. And I fucking center punched that motherfucker.
Beautiful.
So when you took the shot, did you take into?
No, of course not. No, it was funny. I think I got a picture. I did take a picture of that target. And 3 of us shooting at it. Hold on a second, man. Why didn't I just post this fucking photo? I should have done that. All right, where'd I put it? I know I put it somewhere. 1 second. I know you're all enthralled with the story.
I was just curious if y'all missed because you forgot to factor in Coriolis.
Yeah, I heard you, and I said no. All right, I got it. Here it is.
You didn't have to take in the Coriolis?
No. So this was the final round, right?
Wow, that's crazy, dude. How does the arrow not go through him, dude?
Oh,
Never seen an arrow stick in him like that.
No,
It goes right through him.
No. He's thick and they're built really well to take. We're not shooting broadheads. We're shooting field points. So.
Oh, I got you. That's crazy because I've never seen an arrow stick in an animal.
Yeah, it's not an animal.
They just go right through them, right fucking through them.
It's not a fucking animal. It's a 3D target, for fuck's sake.
Oh, I got you. But even then, dude, if even a bucket of sand, the arrow will go through, but a bullet
No,
won't.
it's not going through this, man. The 3D targets, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't, obviously. I agree. Because I've never seen that.
What material is that? It's foam.
Yeah, it's foam.
Well, an arrow's not going to stick in foam. It's got to be something different than foam.
Oh, God.
No?
What? Dude, you do realize there's like 72 kinds of foam?
Yeah, R rating. You talking R rating?
All right, let's get James fucking focus. So, as you can see, my buddies, see that one that's just below it? That's the one that had the Cheshire Cat grin on his face when he shot.
Right. That's a good hit, though.
Yeah, and my other buddy said, "Yeah, I said, "No, it's too low." But the kicker was, usually people don't talk at full draw because you can't do it. But the kicker was, not that I hit it, but I said right before I let the shot go, I said, "This is your ass."
He spoke it.
It looks like from the angle it's hitting, now the butt of the arrow could have moved over to the left. But it looks like you barely had to miss that tree. Like you was aiming to the right of that tree.
Yeah,
you get a little bit of an angle, yeah. About 10 degrees.
Just barely missed that motherfucker, dude. Bam!
One of my buddies shot the tail. The round before this, he shot the tail because
Well, the buck could have moved over after you hit it, but it looks like you barely had to miss the tree to hit it.
he tried because he dropped out and he tried the English it in. It once you shoot a bow for a while, you can sort of try and English. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. But he tried to and hit the fucking high up on the tail at the back end.
Oh, man. You trying to do that Lars Anderson, bro.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun, man. I loved it. Especially, like I said, the kicker was, not that I hit it, but right before the shot, I said, "Oh, this is your asses."
So that decoy is also pinned into the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's not a decoy. It's a 3D target. However, it looks like a decoy. Yeah, that was it. That's the end of my story, man. So, yeah, shooting really good. I love the bow that I got. It just fits me.
Could have put a little fluorescent orange dot.
Man, what's up with your mic, homie?
You know what? I told them that I was talking to my buddy after, and I said, those little fucking fluorescent orange price tags, I should be able to put those on all the stories so we could see them. Because that's
crazy to me.
It's 90% of the game in like competitive, like pro archery. You can't see these fucking things. Right? So you gotta know. It not only takes like a perfect fucking shot, which is hard enough as it is, but you can't see what you're shooting at. You got a general idea?
Yeah.
So that sort of pisses me off. I understand it. And yes, I would like to put orange little price tags on all the circles.
So when you say it's a 3D target, are you meaning like When they play golf on those 3D screens?
No, it's not
No.
flat.
It's a real arrow. It's a real arrow that you shot from a bow.
No, it's not. Has nothing to do with the arrow. It's
Oh my
the
goodness.
target's 3D. It has length, width, and breadth.
Yeah,
Yes,
turkey.
as opposed to a paper sheet.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. But why the hell would the arrow stop it? Man, that's just crazy. I've seen arrows go right through
Dude, it ain't that crazy, bro. It ain't that
all the
crazy.
way through a buck.
So, dude, at the range, we be shooting targets on basically a 2x2 post, right? And you're shooting 7.62 out of 240 Bravo, and you go out there and you'll find in that post.
Okay, I got
Right?
you. I got you.
The round or the bullet or the tip or whatever the heck
I got you.
inside the wood, and it didn't pass through.
No,
Randomly, you know?
I'm sorry, guys. The reason I bring it up is because I have beef with Hollywood movies. When people are shot by arrow, the arrow sticks in them. It's like bullshit. That motherfucker's going all the way through you.
That's not my bow.
The only way it'll stick in you is if it happens to hit directly on a bone.
Let me get back in here. I'll show you the bow.
That's going right through you.
Archery picks. Second point. There it is. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. That's my bow.
What are you drawing back pound wise?
61.
Oh, 61.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's pretty stiff 61 though.
Right. 75, man. 75.
Don't need it with target.
You really don't need it with a bow, period, because you're not going to take a long distance shot, even though you got the long distance. You're not going to do it.
I'm shooting like 308 feet per second with
Right.
my setup right here, so it's academic.
If that was a real turkey, that fucking arrow would have went right through it, right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No
Right through it.
Yep. I could take down a fucking rhino.
Oh, fucking arrows are nasty, dude. They're so fucking nasty.
I love it though. I'm really into it, man.
And they leave a nasty hole.
I love it. It's righteous, man.
It's almost fitting. Like if you go back to the old days, of course it was swords and arrows. But even up, like if you was to be,
The staff.
I probably shouldn't say this, but
Or the spear.
if you was to be an assassin right now, you want a bow and arrow. Because it's quiet. Nobody knows where it came from. And it hits the target.
You could have a wrist crossbow. That'd be freaking dope.
Yeah, crossbows. Those are just fucking grenades waiting to explode.
Yeah, no. 75-pound compound bow, dude. I'd prefer that over a crossbow.
Oh, you said assassin.
Because even a compound bow, you can release with a trigger.
Yep.
I know how to make longbows like by hand. I love having that skill.
They're so badass nowadays.
Can you thread one?
Now, all that aside, though, back to Flat Earth, we got somebody in our YouTube live chat by the name of Ken. he is a flat earther, but not only that, he is an upward motion flat earther.
Ooh.
And he is afraid of you, QE. He's like, I don't wanna run into Indio or QE. And I'm like, well, I'm here and we can have a discussion. Right? Like, I'm real good at this. I've been doing this for a good long while. If Ken wants to join the server and get on the BC, then maybe me and Ken can have a chit chat about this whole upward Earth fiasco.
Now they call them. They coined the term Yumis.
What's that for?
Upward moving Earth.
Oh my gosh, Yumis! I like that. Yeah. No. I actually. Just teasing and joking around. I've been like, oh, so you're like an elevator earther. Because he's like, oh, well, if that elevator went down at a fast enough speed, you could be sitting on the ceiling of that elevator. I'm like, yeah, but like, that's not what's going on Earth. Like, you're not feeling any kind of force like that. Like, I'd like him to come in and talk about it. Because he's saying that basically I've already made up my mind. And I'm like, it's not a matter of a made-up mind. It's a matter of I have the ability to change my mind when presented with new evidence. And thus far, I have not gotten any evidence that indicates an upward moving Earth.
Fair.
So if Ken would like to come in, that'd be cool.
Yes, Ken, your challenge is present the most convincing evidence for you of why the Earth is moving upwards and the most convincing defeater of the Earth moving upwards that you've dealt with and overcome.
Ken Langlois, I don't know how to say his name, but Ken, if you're afraid of QE or anybody else in here, then you and me can go 1v1 and talk about it. But I'm going to need to see some serious evidence of this upward moving flat Earth.
Dude, I got all the evidence you need, bro. All the evidence you need. Drop something.
Yeah, I know, yeah. No, actually, it was really funny. Earlier in the YouTube chat, he had actually assumed, because I just asked him, I said, Ken, are you a man of God? And then he goes on to say that something about God is not the reason why things fall. And I was like, well, you just made a fucking blanket assumption. We do not believe that God is the reason why things fall. That is ridiculous. That is like a red herring fallacy all the way. Clearly, things fall if they're heavier than the air than they're falling through. Like, ta-ta-ta. So, yeah. If he wants to get in here and have a conversation, we can have a conversation. If not, then he's going to get hidden from the channel. This is your warning, Ken.
Oh, my goodness.
He says, good night, everyone. Good night,
Wise
Ken.
decision, Ken.
Yeah, good night, Ken. You're probably going to wake up hidden from the channel in the morning.
Yep.
Goodbye, Ken.
This is like day 3 of talking to Ken, and he's got no evidence. He just has these theories, these claims that he's like, well, if this is this, and I'm like, well, you're not showing me any proof. You're not showing me any evidence. You haven't gotten into the server. You haven't laid down anything. You're just making claims that you can't prove. So, good night, Ken. That's a wise decision. Good night. He said upward FE out. Yeah, definitely out. Hidden from the channel out. I'm sorry, I'm not going to deal with that kind of intellectual honesty. And I told him, I said, you have fallen in between 2 lies, and one of those lies you think is the truth. You are stuck between the heliocentric crap of gravity and the Flat Earth Society upward motion narrative. And both of them are lies.
What's wrong with gravity?
There's everything wrong with gravity. Gravity isn't anything. There's a
why not?
It's non-observable, nor can you isolate or control it.
Exactly.
So if you drop something, it doesn't do anything.
Exactly. If I drop something, it's going to fall. Technically,
Just depends on what you're dropping and the medium it's in what you're dropping it in.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if I drop something and it falls, does that make me gravity? I am the reason why this object is falling through the air.
Maybe.
Well, you can literally drop a beach ball in the medium of air, and it'll fall down.
But there's a thing called sufficient causes and efficient causes and necessary causes. So you have to know which category you releasing it falls into in relation to its motion. Because if you release it and that's it, and there's nothing else going on, why would it move at all? It would just sit there and do nothing. Right? Or am I wrong?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I mean, like, supposedly observable phenomenon, which is actually interesting. When the Globies claim that mass attracts mass because of gravity, my favorite thing to tell them is, but wait a minute. If the moon is a massive sky rock and the Earth is a mass of rock and water, then why gravity or mass attract mass no make moon crash into Earth? Well, mass attracts mass. If the moon is a mass and the Earth is a mass, and water is keeping or gravity is keeping all of this water on the Earth, then what's stopping the moon from crashing?
No, they have an answer. They have an answer for that.
What is their answer? No, they don't. They really don't. Actually, most of them run away when I ask that question.
Yeah, the moon is zinging across, so it's falling while zinging, and therefore it's not crashing. That's a very technical term, by the way.
It's like so gravity is keeping all of this water on this Earth, yet it's also holding the moon up. So you've got gravity doing two different things. I don't know. To me, gravity seems like one picky bitch. Pardon my language.
So, like, if you had a beach ball, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
If you had a beach ball and you drop it within the medium of air, the beach ball will fall through the air.
Yeah.
But if you got a beach ball, you got to push it underwater, which is so you got the same variable in a different medium. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all you done in the experiment. Yep. You actually got to push it underwater, and the deeper you go, the faster it'll come up. And the two experiments are the same. The only thing you changed was the medium. The only thing you changed was the medium. Therefore, the medium with that specific variable is the cause of the effect.
Correct. And this whole thing with gravity isn't anything.
There's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason to conjure up something that's not a part of that experiment. There's no need to conjure up something that's not a part of it, that you can't isolate, control, vary, manipulate. All the things within those two experiments you can isolate, control, vary, manipulate. Why conjure something up that you can't do that with?
That's what the heliocentric model likes to do, and has everybody believing that they can just use the word gravity to invoke. They invoke the word gravity for everything. And they invoke the word gravity for the reason why Earth has curvature. They say, "Oh, gravity is what makes the Earth have curvature." That's BS, because the sea is level. They use gravity to invoke. They invoke gravity as the containment for gas pressure. That's also retarded. I mean, like,
yeah, you could stack liquids on top of liquids. You could stack liquids on top of liquids because of their density in the medium, and then you can drop different variables within it, and they'll go down or they'll stay at the top, depending on.
That's all well and good. That's all well and good, but let's just say, for sake of argument, that mass attracts mass to the center of mass gravity is true. Does that change the shape of the Earth?
What's
irrelevant?
I mean, let's get to it. Flat is not a shape. Flat is a description, and it's a lot easier than a mouthful of geocentric level stationary, non-rotating inertial Earth plane. Am I right?
Well, when you say mass attracts mass, what's mass?
It doesn't matter.
Like two magnets will attract each other or detract each other.
Let's just say, for lack of a better term, let's just say that all physical objects are made of mass, and mass attracts mass to the center of mass. Would that change the shape of the Earth?
No.
It's a non sequitur.
Okay.
Non sequitur.
Right, so it's a moot point. Exactly. So why are they so in love with the idea then?
That's what they
Because
have
they
been
gotta conjure it up.
indoctrinated to believe.
No. There's a specific reason. The reason is it's part of their creative forces. No. In their mythos, it's part of their creation story. That the forces of gravity is what formed the Earth into a ball. It's creation mythos.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because, for example, if the Earth is just created in place, right, there's plenty of permutations of shape of the Earth that can have mass attracts mass to the center of mass and still be the Earth. You don't need the Earth to be a globe for mass attracts mass to the center of mass. It's not like mass attracts mass to the center of mass, therefore globe. That doesn't follow.
Nope. I'm still baffled about this whole flat earther that's an upward earther. Elevator earther. I'm kind of in shock over here.
Well, pressure will give you liquid water, or it'll condense the water so much with pressure that it's air. It'll be cold air. It'll be cold. But they attribute that to gravity because they'll say that, yes, gas goes up, but it comes back down as liquid because of gravity, right? Like it'll only go so high up, and then because of the pressure differential, it'll change into liquid and come back down. But their argument is when it
That's
comes
your
back
tautology,
down,
brother.
You know, you can actually observe that phenomena if you build a jar. You just need a terrarium. You can actually physically observe that in a terrarium.
They don't realize the reason it comes back down is a pressure differential. So it comes back down in a liquid form and is no longer gas. It's just reaching a different pressure within the container.
Look, I think they were all sleeping in their physics classes when they don't understand that certain gases at their bases, at their densest form, can be liquids. They were sleeping. They were dead asleep in their physics classes.
No, they'll literally argue that it comes back down. Gases all come back down.
Like Oakley says, "Oh, what? The gases go down? They go gases fall down, go boom boom." No, that's not what happens. If you know,
as a flat earther, gases don't come back down. They come back down as liquids, therefore no longer gases.
Well, they come back down as liquid in their densest form, and this is due to the temperature. With the rise and fall of temperature is what creates these what causes these gases to form into liquids. This is all through the evaporation cycle and all of that. This is well understood in like 5th grade physics. At least I thought.
To me, it's a pressure change.
It is, yeah. It has to be pressure change.
Gas will go up, but it'll only come back down as liquid because of a pressure change.
But what causes the pressure change? What causes the pressure change?
In the container. The higher you go up in the container, the different pressure change.
Temperature. Okay, temperature is a big factor
Temperature
in
will
the
increase
difference in
pressure.
pressure. Okay,
It'll increase pressure. If you take an air compressor, and don't do this at home. Don't do this at home. And you put heat towards it at the bottom, you'll get a pressure. You'll get a, what do they like to say? I forget the terminology they use. Differential. It's a pressure differential. Damn it! What is the word they use, guys? Help me out.
I'm drawing a blank.
No,
that is the word.
It's the delta of gas pressure. It's the delta of gas pressure. You first have pressure gradient. Pressure gradient. So if you put a heat source to an air compressor, you're gonna inside the tank there'll be a pressure gradient, right? And if you keep holding that heat source to the air compressor, it's gonna blow up because there's gonna become so much pressure. It's gonna pop out at the weakest point, right? So that's what I'm saying. Don't do it at home. But but the whole point is it must be contained.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I'm like, you can't have a helium balloon without the balloon. You can't have inflated tires without the tires. You cannot have a pressure system. You can't have a propane tank with propane in it. If it's open, you're going to have no propane. You cannot have any kind of gas pressure whatsoever. Earth gas, propane, air in your tires, helium in a balloon. You cannot have any of these things without them being contained. This is a natural law of physics that these little globy silly geese don't seem to understand. And like, it's super simple if you weren't sleeping in your physics class.
Even if it was something we didn't understand at the 100%, like you said, it's a natural law. It's just the way it is, whether you understand it or not.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's actually kind of silly is when they come back with, but why? And I'm like, dude, like, what do you mean, but why? It's just how it is. That's how it is. You can't, I mean, go ahead and try to have a helium balloon without the balloon. Go ahead and try to have full tires without the tires.
They're trying to tell us that space is a vacuum, but you can't have a vacuum without a container. Can't have gas pressure without a container. And you damn sure can't have both of them side by side without a container.
Yeah, like I tell them all the time, I said that y'all's ball model runs on hypothetical ideas, things that quite literally defy fundamental laws of physics. Some people get it and some people don't when I tell them that. You know, I guess it just depends on the person and how deeply indoctrinated they are.
It's so crazy to me because when you look at putting gas pressure, all you have is a valve separating a vacuum from gas pressure. And it's just a valve. So when you pull the trigger, it opens the valve. What's crazy to me is how fast it just instantly
escapes.
But yeah, like if it would be, if the Earth was in a vacuum with gas pressure, it would instantly and violently just fill the space. It would suck the air right out of your
gases do. Gases, even Earth gases. The Earth produces all of the gases. And those gases will go to fill every available space in the container. And people aren't understanding the gas pressure or the gas density gradient in these different densities of gases. I'm like, dang, man, I really paid attention to that periodic table. I don't know about you, but I did.
Even if they went to space and they was able to go through this membrane or whatever container, as soon as they punctured a hole in it, it would instantly and violently make the hole bigger because it's all trying to come out instantly and violently. Mm-hmm. Like just like a tire when a tire blows. I was in a semi in the passenger seat when a front tire blew It fucking blew. Sorry about my language. It didn't slowly go down. It blew. It blew up. And the truck instantly went to my side because it was on the passenger side. And instantly wanted to go off-road because there was nothing there on the rim. It just instantly went to the rim. So it's forcing you that way.
Yep.
And it did it instantly and violently. How the driver kept it, like, we should have rolled. We was in a boom truck with a crane attached. We should have rolled, but we didn't. But I digress. My point is, when gas pressure escapes to a space available, it doesn't do it slowly. It does it instantly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a good example of that is to shake up a fresh, unopened soda and then open it. And your high pressure instantly goes to low pressure. And that's just one example of how you cannot have, and then you lose your pressure. You know, it's just a perfect example.
That's a great way to put it, yeah.
And I do explain that a lot to these globies that don't get it. And I said, take a soda can, okay, shake it up. Now squeeze the can. You can feel there's more pressure in it. When you open that can, it's going to... So please tell me what keeps our earth gases and all of our water from going into space, you know, like,
I don't.
It was a great experiment.
Anytime it's a negative pressure with a positive pressure, it's going to happen instantly.
Yep.
And even if it's a small hole, that hole will become bigger instantly. It'll just be big. Boom.
You know, I like to compare it to like an engine of your car. Your engine is a closed pressure system. Everything about your car, the gasoline, the oil, your transmission, it's all a closed pressure system. And I tell people, I'm like, do you know what would happen if you took your engine oil cap, turned your car on, ran it, and put a vacuum over it? Yeah, put your vacuum over your freaking your engine, where your engine cap goes. Turn the engine on. Turn your vacuum on.
Yeah, not just all the air, but all the liquids.
Yeah,
even the liquid would succumb to the vacuum.
Exactly, and that's my whole point. You know, is you can't, when it comes to this, I'm like, it's a perfect example when you use an engine, like, you know, open your engine cap while your engine's running and then put a shop vac on that thing. You're going to lose all of your air pressure, all of your gas pressure, all of your freaking oil. It's going to go into the vacuum. Yeah. And this vacuum represents the vacuum of space. You're going to lose everything. This is physics. This is observable physics. It doesn't have anything to do with gravity. Gravity is not helping anything in this situation because gravity doesn't actually exist. It's just a fancy word. If you take it out of your vocabulary, you're left with nothing but buoyancy and density through various mediums. That's all you're left with. And gas pressure that requires containment.
Yeah, there's very few ways mankind can allow pressure to come out at a certain pressure. It takes real good engineering to pressure release. Without the pressure,
we're talking about this right now, and I'm looking at a propane can right now, and it says extremely flammable, fire, explosion hazard, contents under pressure. Ha! This propane can, you know, contents under pressure. Well, there's a gas contained in this propane can. Like,
well, even a propane, like, if it's designed to come out the nozzle, it's engineered to come out the nozzle, and it won't make the hole bigger. But if you shoot a gunshot in the propane tank, it's not going to blow up like it does in Hollywood. You got to have a tracer around for it to do that.
Something flammable.
Yeah, but if it's just a hole, it instantly just fucking boom comes out.
Yep.
Instantly
gone.
The hole gets bigger, but we can engineer things to make high pressure come out slowly. I will admit that.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of engineering. When we can make small scale things that hold pressure, and also when they need to release pressure. It's some pretty cool engineering.
Yeah, we can make air pressure come out where it'll cut your finger off.
Oh yeah, I've seen some cool stuff like that. Well, I mean, it's not cool. It's not cool if you get your finger freaking.
It's not cool. It's not cool. But I will admit that now that I think about it, there are things we can engineer where high pressure can come out without creating a bigger hole. But it does take some precise engineering.
Exactly. But with Earth, I mean, Earth is very, I would say, intelligently designed. And I mean, if I had to describe it in the simplest terms, we live in a big old terrarium. Earth is like a rocky bowl filled with water. Fuck if we know what's on the outside of our container. Nobody knows. I don't even think friggin' NASA knows. NASA has recently admitted, though, that space is actually probably water. I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. I don't know if they're saying that to validate the bubbles in space or what. But I'm like, yeah.
It has to be water.
Yep.
It has to be water because that's what they practice it.
The water's above. And I mean, granted, the stars really do look. If you've ever put a light in water, like those little pool lights or whatever in your swimming pool, the stars look like lights in water. Now, like, I have some speculations on potentially what that is.
I totally agree. They look like they're in water.
But I can't make a 100% affirmative claim. I can't go there. I can't test this stuff. I can't, but I can say that I know some things like sonoluminescence, which is, interesting that NASA and all these, they teach us that the stars are these gas pockets, these gas balls burning billions of miles away. Well, they're not billions of miles away. If I know a lot of us flat earthers know a lot about like the inverse square law of light and how that works and how our eyes receive light and the distance at which, all that works. So I'm sitting there going, there's no way.
All flux in a pattern from what I've seen. All stars fluctuate in a pattern.
Yes. Oh, yes. They're very beautiful and distinct geometric patterns. And
they do look like they're in water. They do.
Right. Like cymatics. Yep, like a cymatic kind of. It's to me, like I said, this is just a speculation because I can't go there. I can't actually test these things. I can't get up close and personal and find out. But it's some sort of combination of this sonoluminescence and this cymatics, which tells me that they are little pockets of gas that are lighting up because of a frequency. And that's interesting because Nikola Tesla was quoted saying, if you want to understand this world, then you need to think in terms of like light, vibration, resonance, frequency, things like that. And I'm like, it's a very deep perspective when you think about that. You're like, oh, so this frequency, this like ohms, and there are dozens. I mean, there are so many different frequencies that make this world what it is. And
he was able to make Nikola Tesla was able to make a small scale earthquake on frequency.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I've seen like what was it in the 90s? I could be wrong. In California, the Great Earthquake. Was that the 80s?
Was
89. It was 89.
89. I was going to say 88, 89.
Right there in between them both. So my point is that very well could have been a large bomb, a nuclear bomb, drilled into the ground at great depths and then exploded.
Well, that's kind of off topic from
they've done it. They've done it.
Sky to the ground, but I kind of think this is important to talk about because a lot of globe believers like to divert to the sky as some sort of proof of the ground. And I really think that we should probably focus on differentiating the two, about how there's two completely separate functions going on between the sky and the ground. It's okay to not know what's going on outside of this place, that's something I've accepted. I cannot tell you for certain that, that there is some sort of harmony of angels or something crazy. I'm not going to tell you that there's this frequency that causes the stars, but I will tell you that it does seem like the most logical thing that
I guess my point was they could cause.
Oh, I got booted. What happened? Did you get booted? It went quiet. Aim, you can talk about out of focus, warping stars, or whatever, but I mean, when you're really looking at it, these stars do appear out of focus or not, they appear to have a geometric pattern to them, and each one is very distinct. And I can't even deny that. I can't deny that. Now, like I said, it's just a speculation. I cannot tell anybody affirmatively that there is this or that, or this is what causes this. I only know what the heck is going on Earth. That's it. I can only tell you what I have observed on Earth. I have observed level waters. I understand the geometry, I understand the physics, and I understand how the globe model, like I said, is missing fundamental aspects of physics. You cannot have this model of Earth and expect it to be all hunky-dory when it's missing these fundamental aspects of physics. So it's missing that whole gas pressure needs containment. You cannot have gas pressure directly adjacent to a vacuum. You also cannot have a core, a solid iron magnetic core at 9,000 degrees. That doesn't even work with physics, because in the physics of it, iron stops being magnetic at 1,400 degrees, 1,418 degrees, and iron melts at just over 5,000 degrees. So to have a solid iron magnetic core, but that's gravity, right? Gravity's pulling everything towards the core. But they're trying to say it's iron. Nobody knows. How do you even have all of this with the depth of the oceans, given all of the mathematics? When you actually start putting it all together, it really doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. You can't have the depths of the ocean like we have on a ball. That only works if Earth is a giant rocky freaking bowl filled with water. Fill a bowl with water. Flat Earth is a description. Earth is actually just a big rocky bowl filled with water, with mountains and canyons and valleys. It's just easier to say that it's flat because 71% of the Earth is water. And water is level on its surface when it's calm, and level doesn't curve. So, yeah. Most logical thing to it, I think.
Yeah, they said there's no evidence for a flat Earth, but all the natural laws are evidence for a flat Earth. All the natural laws.
I have over 430 videos. I have over 430 videos that absolutely obliterate the heliocentric ideology.
There's so much evidence that at one point on Earth, nations that couldn't communicate with other nations, they didn't agree the Earth is flat, but they did because they all said it was, even though without talking to one another. You see what I'm trying to say there?
Yep.
So they agreed it was flat, but they didn't agree by talking to one another, just by what they wrote down. They all agreed it was flat. Every nation on Earth thought the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and everybody knew it was flat up until like 1920 when the Rockefellers decided
being able to communicate with each other.
Yep.
They all thought it was flat.
Yep. As a matter of fact, in the very early 1900s, everybody
That's how much evidence
everybody on
there
this
is for
earth
it.
was of that notion. Everybody on this earth was of that notion that this earth is geocentric, it is flat, it's stationary. Everybody knew that. And then, I don't know, it's probably like the 1920s or thereabouts when the Rockefellers came into power. They'd taken over everything from
it was
the oil
before
industry to the medical industry to the school systems. And I think it was John D. Rockefeller himself that said, I don't want thinkers, I want workers. And that's when the whole curriculum changed.
I think it was 1902. The New York Times Archive. If you go into the New York Times Archive, I think it was 1902. They were still teaching kids that the Earth was flat.
Yep.
One teacher had to go to jail because he was teaching kids that the Earth was a sphere. So when they say, "Oh, we've known it was flat 2,000 years ago,"
that's some BS.
if you start looking in the archives, like I said, I think it was 1902. The New York Times put a teacher for heretic, pretty much, for teaching it was a sphere.
I'll have to go back down that path of information. I think you're right. I got to go back down. Yeah, I got to go back down that.
Yeah, there's 75, 80, 95-year-olds that'll tell you they used to have been when they was in school, the Earth was taught as flat. But that's not what everybody believes. They think that 2,000 years ago, we've known it was a sphere.
Both my grandparents, one's 98, the other's 101. They both were taught the Earth was flat in school.
Booyah! That's awesome. That's what's up.
It's like they're trying to not just rewrite history, but burn books. When you hear somebody say, "We've known it for 2,000 years," you better check yourself there, bud. In America, in the 1900s, not the 1800s, the 1900s, they was teaching it was flat.
Yeah, but at a certain point, when the powers that be came into full swing, when they came into power full swing, it was at that point that they realized if they could convince people of something different, if they could lie to you about the very place that you live, well, they could convince you of anything. They could do anything at all, and that's exactly what's happened over all of these years. We've all been convinced, or we've all been lied to about the place we live. And when you're like I say, it's easy to, if I wanted to take control, well, yeah, I'd lie to you about the places you lived, and then I'd lie to you about everything else, and then I'd have full control of your mind. And it's the ultimate like narcissistic kind of thing. Like, it's really screwed up. It's super screwed up. And I think that when everybody realizes that they live, I think when everybody realizes exactly where they live and that we all live here together, and that this earth is for us, that these laws that we have in place aren't real, when people finally realize that the only laws that are actually real are the physical laws of nature, or the physical science laws, and the natural order of man, all of the crap goes away. All of the globalism goes away. All of the global climate change goes away. All of the scarcity goes away. All of this taxation without representation goes away. It's very deep. People, I guess, I mean, I know most of you understand that, but the Globies don't understand that. When they ask the question, why would they lie?
Well, if you quit opening up the book, the physical book, and you're only looking it up online, now they can start book burning because they can control what's online.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody in the digital age looking stuff up, trying to research, if you're looking it up online, that shit's probably burned, changed. Yep. Like one good example in the United States of America, one good example is it's the only nation on earth that's destroyed the sanctity of marriage. It's no longer between a woman and a man, and it's the only place on the face of the earth that's done it. No other nation, dictator, whatever you want to call him, no other nation has destroyed the sanctity of marriage. Only America.
And that's something. And it's true. And you're dead on the money with that. It's true.
They only did it with digital information. Because if you open up the book, the physical book, people would realize that it's always been man and woman. It's always been between a man and a woman.
We shouldn't talk about that because
So they're book burning with digital warfare.
Shouldn't talk about that to avoid some strike from Discord or even YouTube.
Well, anyway, I'm about to go to bed, y'all. I'm pretty sleepy. You guys have a great night. Keep up the flat pilling. Keep up the flat smacking. It's gaining a lot of traction right now, y'all, and I'm seeing it all over the media. They're trying to really keep the brainwash on people, so that just tells me that Flat Earth is making some serious traction. So don't give up, don't get discouraged, stay on it. We're reaching truth one person at a time.
Amen.
Have a good night, y'all.
Book burning without the flame. Impressive.
It's literal 1984.
That's a good way to put it. There's no way I could argue that. 1984. What? Orville? Or help me out. I want to say Orville.
Orwell.
Orwell, thank you.
Yeah.
Who's Orville? The Bredenbacher?
Yep.
That's funny. Yeah, I was way off. Yeah, 1984, man. Even Terminator. You ever watch a movie Terminator? That's what they're doing. Like, they have military technology that we know about, and they have military technology we don't know about.
Oh, that's a given.
Yeah.
Having been in the military, I can tell you without a doubt, absolutely.
But what's crazy here's the crazy part. The people that don't know about the military technology they have are the people that paid for it. That's just crazy. Like, they give these AI robots every year. There's like this, like a party, you know, who's got the best robot? Those are just the ones they want us to see. Those aren't the ones they don't want us to see. It's like the nuclear bomb, man. How come people didn't go off like, nah, you ain't doing that shit? Fuck you, you ain't doing that. Instead, they just let it go. Now you got people arguing over the Second Amendment when the government has missiles that are more accurate than your bullet. But hey, keep arguing on that Second Amendment. Fucking clowns. The whole idea of the Second Amendment was to keep the government from becoming tyrannical. But once we allowed the government to have a better weapon than the gun, what use is the Second Amendment? Now you can have a tyrannical government. There's nothing you can do about it.
Vietnam would beg to differ.
The whole idea of the Second Amendment was to prevent a tyrannical government. That was the whole idea.
Just remember, they stopped fathers from seeing their children be born. They stopped families from seeing their dying grandmothers, but they kept the liquor stores and strip clubs open.
Yeah, but it wasn't them. They didn't do that. It's people that complied. You had compliant people, and you got non-compliant people. And that's what created the division. That's why America is divided nowadays at a scale that it's never been divided. Because you got compliant and you got non-compliant. But they have us believe it's over shit like the Second Amendment, transgenderism. They have us arguing over these things that don't even matter when it compares to what they have. It's fucking ridiculous. They want us arguing over these things. Racism? Are you kidding me? There's no such thing as racism. It's either good or evil. That's all there is to it. The government literally has people believing a man can be a woman, but only in America. Every other place on earth knows what a woman and a man is.
That's got to be the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. A man can be a woman.
Dude, you can cut yourself up. You can dress yourself up. You can drug yourself up, but you'll never change what God made you.
I mean, that's fucking just bizarre, ridiculous, unheard of. I mean, fuck. Come on.
Only in America. Only in America.
Fuck. Only in hell.
That shit don't take place in Germany. That shit don't take place in Russia. That shit don't take place in China. Only in America.
Takes place in
Like a lot of people would say, without government, it's nothing but anarchy. I would argue that in all of mankind's history, nobody's created more genocide than government. And what could be more anarchy than that? government's the one that has a people on one side of the earth and a people on the other side of the earth opposed to one another. It's only the government that brings that opposition. Other than that, we're just people. There's only one race. That's the human race. Am I speaking to the wind? Hey, we found living cells on Mars. Now we got life on planet. But if you got living cells in a womb, that's not life.
Careful there, buddy. You're making too much sense.
That's what they tell us, man. If they find living organisms on another planet, they're going to declare life on that planet. And in all 50 states in America to this day, if a pregnant woman gets murdered, that's a double homicide. You killed two people. But if it's an abortion, you don't kill anybody.
I'm gonna send you a private video so you can look at something. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
It's like they pick and choose when life is. Life is a process. If at one point you destroy that process, you destroy life.
You check your messages. I sent you a video. You should watch it. It's actually really funny. It's really good. It has to do with what you're talking about.
I wouldn't be surprised if I seen it, but let's see.
Mm-hmm. It's a pro-life comedian.
Oh yeah, who is it?
His name's Nicholas DeSanto.
Oh, I like that guy. He's all right. In truth. Usually what makes a great stand-up comedian is he tells jokes that are true. That's what makes people laugh, is because they're true.
Yeah, that's why his stand-up's funny.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, just chilling.
Just chilling. About to take a walk, wind down. Thought I'd check back in with y'all. Yeah, let's go. Sounds like someone else is out for a walk right now. James Richard, it's you.
No, not walking. Just next to a fan.
That'll do it, they say.
Is it distorting?
No, it literally just sounds like a little bit of wind in the background is all. A little.
Right.
I'm not a stickler for audio and the live stream, so it's okay. But
well, I could have lied on that. Yeah, I'm taking a walk. I'm sitting down with a pan.
Yeah. And being that I am going to be taking a walk, sometimes I use crutches to ambulate. So it's kind of a pain in the ass to pull my phone in and out of my pocket because I essentially have to stop everything. So I'm going to leave it unmuted. But if you all find it to be a pain, please let me know and I will actually mute. I don't really know what the conversation's doing right about now. Is everybody tired from celebrating the 4th? Waiting on the Australians to get up?
I ain't celebrating the 4th, man. If somebody's celebrating the 4th of July, they're celebrating in America that's not America.
Yes. Sometimes you gotta just live the dream. That
sometimes you can't celebrate that, which is false.
You should come hang out with my people. It's a good time. The cutest part of it was my I would say proxy mother. She's about 75.
Burgers and broth?
Pardon?
Burgers and broth?
No brats. We did barbecue and deviled eggs. No.
Oh, I love me some deviled eggs.
Yeah, we had a lot of good stuff. Potato salad, the usual. But
you ever ate a deviled egg and then took a tiny drink of pickle juice?
I've not.
Try that out.
I'll do that. There's usually deviled egg. I'll do that this Sunday after church.
Either while the deviled egg is still in your mouth or directly afterwards. Just take a small drink of pickle juice.
Interesting. Yeah. What is interacting with what? Why is it a thing?
Well, your farts ain't going to be too good, but the taste is insane. The taste is delicious.
They act well with one another. Huh.
Yeah.
Well, the cool part, this woman, who again is 75 now, she was essentially raised on a plantation in Mississippi. You know, she says things like, well, fiddly dee, how are you? Stuff like that. And she had printed off a bunch of these old patriotic songs, and we sang all those. It felt very much like something that people would have done 200 years ago. All these songs were. It was kind of I appreciated it. Usually at our family gathering, she has something like that that's a little more, or so traditional that I wouldn't even consider it traditional because I've never heard of people even doing it right. It's just essentially something from a Norman Rockwell painting.
How old is she?
75.
I steered your own, man. It's pickled eggs and beer.
Pickled eggs and beer.
You hard boil eggs. You hard boil eggs.
I know a pickled egg.
And then for like 2 days, you put the hard boiled egg in pickle juice.
Mm-hmm.
Then you eat the egg. Then you take a drink of beer. So I steered your own.
Okay. And I have heard of a pickleback, which is, I think, whiskey that you chase with a shot of pickle juice.
Pickled eggs and beer.
Yeah, I heard you. I was.
Do you talk about flat Earth when you're with your friends and family?
Yes and no.
I asked Sir Edward.
What was the question? Sorry.
Oh no! Do you guys talk about flat Earth and all that stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I was wanting to ask someone here earlier, but it was kind of conversation was on something else, and I was wondering if anyone has actually just done or seen like a laser test of, say, something that's 6 feet off the ground, shoots miles and miles, and it doesn't raise at all. Has that been done?
No, it raises or lowers, depending on the atmosphere. But yes, it's been done.
It does. So, never seen one that actually just maintains an even level course, you're saying? It always ends up being...
You can get one at a relatively short distance. And by short distance, I'm meaning like a quarter mile. Pretty long. But a laser through the medium of air, you're going to get an effect on the laser light.
Okay, so it sounds like that's not actually not a good experiment to do with it then. Really?
Well, they've done it over long distances at different temperatures. So they've done it at winter time over a frozen lake. Mm-hmm. They've done it at summertime.
Is that when refraction would be the least? Is when it's cold, I guess?
I would say wintertime, according to the laser, the direction of the laser would be the.
Yeah, I would like to do my own experiment in that way.
Through a medium.
It is funny. I could take a drone that I have and fly it about 4 miles away, and I could just go straight, and it never says that it's higher or lower and that without me, and I don't change the altitude of it at all. Funnily enough.
Yeah.
I don't really know of other backyard experiments.
I guess what I'm saying is...
Doesn't that kind of prove to you that you're possibly not on a globe?
Oh, I know where I live. Yeah, we're good. That's what I expected to do. I just... those are the type of things I would like to be able to do myself. Whether just to try it. I have plenty of the common sense stuff, but I don't live near any oil rigs, and I don't have a P1000 or whatever, P900, so that's not a test that I can do. So just kind of always looking for something I can do on my own.
What I'm trying to get at is using a laser light. It all depends on the temperature, the pressure, the air, everything, right? So when you use a laser light, you can't control the control variables. You see what I'm trying to say there? You can't control them.
Okay.
That's all.
I didn't realize the laser would be so affected by.
It could actually
by
bend.
that.
Well, if you put a laser light in water, it's different than in the medium of air.
Yeah, if the air is really thick, the laser can bend for sure.
It's also different in a medium of a vacuum, which requires a container.
So, quick question then.
My point
I've
is,
thought about this.
You can't control a scientific experiment. You can control the variables.
Yeah,
that's
what I was saying. So that's not really an experiment worth doing or valid in any way.
If it's an experiment, you can't control the variables. Don't act like it's 100%. You might get an average.
Not valid.
You might get an average, but even when you get an average, don't act like the average is true. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you can't control the variables.
That test with the drone is really intriguing to me, because if there was a way to do it, I don't know how you would do it, where you could shoot the drone out at the same elevation, and then 4 miles away, it's like you said, you're at the same elevation height.
It really is, and I mean, it tells you, you're at 300.1 feet. I'm not saying it's anything like scientific instrument, but if you tap up, it'll go to 300.2, 300.3. Like it doesn't shift at all. It keeps itself good. I don't know what it. I'm sure some Globers would come up with something about how it actually even recognizes its own altitude. Like, I have no idea how was that altimeter? I haven't looked into it that much. I just recently have thought about it and been doing it and stuff.
Well, when your question was, have people used lasers? Have they, a long time ago, pirate days, medieval days.
Well, those are two different things.
They used mirrors. They used mirrors.
Like the 1700s or the 1400s?
So on the ocean, they used mirrors, so you wouldn't be able to see the ship. But when they got the sunlight with the mirror, you would see the reflection of that light, and you would know where the ship is.
And that's also been
where there was your because sometimes you can catch your enemy signaling they're friends with the mirror. The problem was back then, using mirrors, you could see each other at like 70 miles, 80 miles, which is far past the globe.
And they would just have the mirror up in the crow's nest, or
it all depend on where you thought your friend or foe was. Think of that. It all depended on where you thought your friend or foe was, because you could catch your foe signaling a mirror reflection to their friend. It was so chaotic back then, but they used mirrors to reflect light, because you wouldn't see the ship. But you would see the reflection of the light. That's
Do
what's
we even
crazy.
know? And do we even know if the mirrors were level and flat back then? I don't know what. I don't
It
know if
had to
making a
be.
mirror was
Yeah,
like.
it had
Was
to
it
be.
polished metal?
You can't have
It
a
had to
curved,
be.
you can't have a curved mirror.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can't have it. Thank you.
You can, but it's not. Then it's not a mirror.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a
not
good
going to
point.
give you
Then
a
it kind
true
of
reflection.
magnifies or what would the other word be for
It's not. It's
the
not going to give you
opposite of
an accurate
magnification?
coordinates.
And what would the opposite of magnification be? Anyone? Trying to think about that, like kind of the way a wide angle lens works. as
65 to
opposed to
70 miles, dude. The recorded. It's been recorded. They could see reflections of mirrors. If the Earth was curved between 70 miles, you wouldn't see the reflection. There's a curve in the way.
Well, you're saying though the atmosphere can bend the light, though, right?
No.
So that's not a valid
Atmosphere don't
experiment
bend
to
light.
use.
No medium. When it comes to light, the medium of air is the least resistant. Water will bend light more than air.
But didn't you just say that the laser would raise or lower depending on the atmosphere?
No, what I'm saying
Like
is,
what it's passing
if there
through?
was a hill,
Yeah.
between the reflected mirror and you to see the reflected mirror, you wouldn't see it because there's a hill in the way.
Definitely.
It's not going to go through it. It's not going to go over it and be like, hey, I'm over here. It just went over
it
the
and
hill.
then-
Yeah,
and
it's
then
not going
back
to do
down.
that, dude. You literally have to get a direct line to line sight with light reflecting from the mirror. You literally
Well, and
have to get a line,
haven't-
straight line.
Haven't Globers come up with something called, what is it? Atmospheric ducting? You heard this?
Dude, I think it was 70 miles, dude. I could be
You said that.
wrong.
Yeah.
70 miles, dude. The
Yeah,
curve is
so-
already in the way, dude. You wouldn't
Well, and
see
so
that.
So in that case, it becomes less impressive.
It would
So
have
it's
to be
like,
going
well, this
through
isn't
water.
this isn't an experiment that we even need to do because at the end there can be all sorts of stuff where you. So at that point, you end up doing the radio wave testing that.
And then they
or
started bringing
the
the
more
big
recent
men's
one
in.
I heard from Witsit was about how whales can be heard and communicate 10,000 miles away. 10,000 miles away, they can pass a sound wave through the water.
Are you the
And
same
that-
guy
Have
that
you
was
ever
talking
had
to
a-
Winston today?
Have you ever had something
I haven't
shiny
talked
and
to
you
him.
just
I haven't
tried
talked to him
to...
in like a month or so.
Oh, okay.
I did
Have you
just
ever had
watch his
something shiny
Golden
in your
Glovers
hand?
about sonar, though.
Have you ever had something shiny in your hand and just to fuck with just to mess around with your friend, you tried to blind him with it by reflecting the sun's light? You're trying
Sure.
to bounce it right off into his eyes.
Yeah. Little
That's what they
even your
did
cell
with me.
phone screen or
When it come
anything.
to naval warfare.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah. So
they had mirrors
you can only,
in the crow's nest.
get it. You can only hit your friend's eyes if the light was perfect, right?
Yeah, and I feel, in my
You had to
opinion,
get
it
it just
passes
perfect.
and shoots straight. But you're saying that the atmosphere will bend and curve the light, right?
Yeah.
So it's
instead
not
of trying to
it's not
blind
really
your-
a. It's not really a valid
Usually it will
experiment.
bend it up.
Instead of trying to blind your friend, now you're just trying to get his attention at like 70 miles away.
The problem is that the laser bends up, right? And so if we're on a...
Or down, depending on the environment.
I've never seen it bend down. But you could be
Yeah,
right.
it'll bend down in fog. Heavy fog. Like if you're in heavy fog, the light will
It
bend
just
down.
depends on the medium, right?
Because the problem
it's
is
either more
that-
or less dense.
Because the problem is it gets lighter and lighter as you go up, right? And so it's going to have less resistance going up instead of going down. So usually it'll bend up.
So it just
But the only way it'll
that
catch,
path.
the only way it'll catch another eye's attention is if it's directly to the eyeball, their eyeball.
Which
it
could
has to be.
That's
directly
what I'm
to
saying.
their
It just seems.
Yeah, but the
seems
issue
like
is
an
the
invalid-
reflection. A reflection of a light from a mirror is not the same as a laser, though. That's the thing.
Well, if your ship is to my left, and I'm watching the sun hit the mirror, and I'm shining it to my right, you'll never see that shine. You'll never see it. I got to make it go to your left. I literally got to make it reflect right to your line of sight.
So I wonder how this experiment works going two ways. Because the way I see what you're saying now, though, as it's getting less dense normally, the higher you get. So it would want to just continue in that upward trajectory. But I was wondering if you had two lasers. Hang on. If you had two lasers, one from point A and one from point B, and they're pointing at one another, how would that change it? Because it would seem like it's one's going to want to send it up, but then I'm trying to think, because in my eyes it's more dense at point. Hang on, man. Just chill. So if you have more, it's more dense in my eyes. I was thinking about it. It's like more dense at point B or less dense as A shooting to it. But if B shooting to A, then it is it's getting less dense, right? Instead of thinking about the altitude or the elevation of it so much.
Well, the only way the other ship can see it is if even if the light's bending to the right because of fog or whatever way it's bending, the only way the other ship that I'm trying to signal can see it is once it hits them in a direct line of sight. Once they see
But you just said that light bend. You said a laser would bend, let alone sunlight.
No, it'll show it right where I'm at. Once
So
it's a direct.
if you use you're saying if you use a mirror, it will shoot straight no matter the distance?
Yes, no matter what.
But a laser will not do that.
No. Like it might have a slight bend left or right, up or down. But when it comes to signaling another ship back in warfare days, and all they used was mirrors to signal ship, that's what they used with fucking mirrors, dude. No matter
But
what,
like you said,
once the other ship sees
No, wait. You're thinking about
no
like
matter
the
what,
actual light.
no matter what, once the other ship sees it, they'll know where I'm at. They'll know where I'm at.
You'll shoot a laser, right?
No matter what.
The point of the laser where you're shooting it from, you can see it, but then if you point the laser away, it'll look like it curves. I don't know. I've seen it before a few times on some videos. I've never done the test myself. But if you have a mirror,
direct line of sight, man.
If you have a mirror and you're aiming at somebody, you'll see it. I don't know. The mirror's a little different. I don't know how.
It's one of the greatest survival tools you can use.
Like they've been doing that forever. So
is a reflection. It's something you could reflect an airplane, a helicopter. You could be like, hey, I need help. But you got to get that reflection just right where they can see it. Over vast distances. The helicopter might look like it's only a foot off the water when you see it, right? But it's really like the same height that it is when it gets to you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just When it
But if we
comes to
can't control the
reflecting light,
variables, then it's invalid because a glober can just say, well, refraction is making it bend across the surface of the globe.
yeah,
Right.
I kind of contradicted myself because I said
we do it.
in the fog it might go left or right. No, it won't. It won't go left or right. It's just a more precise. It's more precise that you got to be with it.
So we got to think of things with variables that we can control, though.
Well, the fog would obstruct how far you can see it, I think.
No, no,
No?
no.
Sure, it would.
No.
It absolutely would.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
It absolutely does. Have you never driven
No, it
through
doesn't.
fog and you've not seen someone's headlights until you're like 10 feet away from them? It absolutely
What
would.
are you talking about? I don't care how far you are, depending on how thick the fog is.
No.
Exactly.
Once you
So
see the
fog
light.
definitely
Hold
obstructs the distance light can travel. What?
The Atmos does abstract.
You see the light. That's exactly where it's at.
But I'm saying if you drive through some fog, you're talking, you could get almost 10, 20 feet away from someone's headlights without seeing a single thing if it's thick enough.
If that was true, that we could see like other countries.
But once you see the light, my point is, once you see the light, even if the fog is thick enough to, you got 1,000 feet. You got to be 1,000 feet before you can see the light. And now I'm pushing it on distance. 1,000 feet ain't that much if you think about it. But when it comes to
less than a quarter of a mile.
Yeah. But it don't matter. Once you see the light, you know where the source is at.
Yeah.
It's not 30 feet to the right, even though it looks like it's 30 feet directly in front of you. See it, if you see what I'm trying to say. When you see a headlight in the fog, you know exactly where that headlight is.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there's no diversion. It's right there.
Yeah, but these are distances that we're trying to talk about measuring the drop over distance of a curved Earth. So these are
you could measure drop over distance if there was one. But because there is none, you can't.
If you ever catch a plane flying over your head, right, away from you, just observe it one day and just keep watching it until you can't see it anymore. And you'll notice
in the day or at night.
Well, during the day, obviously.
Okay. Well, they've got lights and stuff. I was just making sure.
You never see the bottom of it as it goes away, so it never really curves. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Like you don't see it dipping down and going.
No, you don't see any dip.
Something.
You just see it go past the horizon eventually, or the town or wherever it is that you are. But you never actually see the bottom of it, and yet it's like super far away. I mean, it's probably like 10 miles away. Who knows? Further, if that. And all you see is the back of the plane just disappear. It never actually curves. So that's one thing. And I mean, you can't really blame refraction for that because you don't really get refraction in the sky since the atmosphere is so thin.
I was wondering about that too, because they always, they talk about seeing the Chicago skyline, or we should be able to see this lighthouse or whatever. And I always wonder why the buildings are never like tilted away from you, right? In any way, shape, or form. No matter how far away, they're always just perpendicular to the horizon.
I'll just ask a Glober if they've ever seen a geometric horizon. I mean, they never have, because it's apparent, right? It's wherever you are, the horizon will meet the center of your vision wherever you are. That's just how it works. I mean, they'll say it's refraction. That refraction always does that, but it's like, okay. I mean,
yeah, if it was curved, you, like the gentleman said, you would see mountains angled. They wouldn't be perpendicular from the horizontal.
Yeah, there's some really good pictures
They
of
would be angled down away from you. But we don't see that.
I would like to see more experiments with that type of really high-tech infrared cameras that are.
The only time you see the ball,
6 feet server height.
I mean, look at the picture at 12:41 in the live stream voice chat. I don't know if you can see it.
Come here, Beatty.
It's a really good picture, and it's a.
Come here.
You know what's crazy? But true.
Is that AI that's talking, or that sounds? For some reason, is that you?
No, AI's not here. I don't think.
Oh, sorry. I looked at my phone and his stuff was green. I was like, I didn't think that was your voice.
He just lit up. I think he is talking.
So who are you talking? Sorry,
this is
hard
just,
on the phone.
This is Cal.
Cal. Okay.
Oh, I was just telling you to look at the live stream voice chat, right? I mean, I have a phone, so I know you can do it.
Yeah, I'm here. 12:41.
Yeah, that picture right there kind of shows, like, I mean, yeah, it's
vertical labeled, vertical horizontal.
Oh, right underneath that.
Yeah. They just seem to be connected or something. Plumbing,
you guys ever been to
verticalization, and level made this city. Okay. And that looks like it's taken from far away, but where's that taken from or anything?
It's probably like a plane, maybe, or maybe a balloon. Who knows? I don't know. Could be anything.
Definitely looks like it's way up somewhere.
But the whole point is that it's like everything is flat. Like there's no curving. Like this is miles and miles. I mean, I'm guessing like over 200 miles, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's flat. It's completely flat.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell without actually knowing.
No, you just got to look at it. I mean,
it's just if you compare the city and the city blocks, if it were 20 miles, it's like, oh, that's valid.
No, it's way more than 20 miles, dude. That's like that's like over 100 miles, 200 miles.
All this is conjecture, right? you could be right or I could be right.
We can find out. It looks huge. I mean, it's an entire city. It's an entire city in the view. I mean, what city is this? Is this New York? I don't know.
No, it's not. But even if it were New York, how many miles is New York from north to south? Right? Or east to west? It's not that big.
And now I want to know what city this is.
Same. I don't know if it kind of has a West Coast, San Francisco or Boston. I don't really know what those cityscapes look like or anything though. Especially with the bigger buildings being right at the coastline.
You got two people, right? They're standing at the beach. One of them says to the other, "Damn, look how flat it is." And the other one says, "Man, it's so flat, it's actually spherical." Which one has the burden of proof?
The guy with the spherical, obviously.
I mean, yeah, New York City is about 300 miles.
Because even he agrees it appears flat, but it's actually spherical. Even the Glober will admit.
What was the last part there? Sorry.
It appears
even the Glober, even the Glober at the beach will admit it looks flat, but it's actually spherical.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy when you think about it? Isn't that crazy?
trying to think who was it that said it. I can't remember what the conversation was.
It's kind of like it's
Have you
kind of like
ever
when
seen-
you huh?
Just someone had brought up one point, like, have you ever seen water curve? Okay, well then, therefore, then if the Earth is covered in these oceans that span on one side half of it, right? It's like, well then, there is no curved water anywhere. So how could it possibly ever happen?
I think it's kind of like a mind thing because people who believe in ghosts, they'll go out at night in the dark and they'll get scared by anything, right? And they'll look at shadows and they'll think they'll think it's ghosts or I don't know. It's like kind of like a mind thing, right? Like they look out the window of a plane and they're like, "Oh look, the Earth is curved," but it's actually not.
Well, I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in demons, and they can infiltrate somebody's body and demonically take control of them, such as a spirit. Those are demons.
Well, I think we live in a world full of demons, for sure.
But that's what I mean. Like, I don't believe in ghosts, but there's absolutely
one or two here now.
It was just like a
absolute demon.
That was a complete left turn from Kel's point.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it's just a mind thing where it's like they think they see something, but they're actually not seeing it, and so because they're so accustomed to it, they're someone who's afraid of ghosts at night, and it's gonna see shadows, and they're gonna be afraid, and they're gonna think that's something, and somebody that's not is just gonna be like, oh, it's just a shadow. Like I'm not gonna, and so a Glober is looking out the window, and he's actually not seeing a curve, but he's like, wow, look, it's curving. So it's just the same thing.
Didn't see what they've been told to see.
Exactly, that's all it
Or
is.
imagine they're seeing, I guess I should say.
It's all perspective. That's what why can't Globers get that? It's all perspective of why things appear to disappear bottom up. They just appear that way. They're not actually doing that.
Yeah, it's just
they've been told things. Yeah, that's just they've been told what they're seeing, and we're going to explain the phenomena that you're. I mean, it goes back to it. To me, it's the 101 indoctrination stuff of just how well it really, really works. Right? Like at one point, we all believed that it was a globe spinning through space.
You guys ever watch that movie?
Remember that?
You ever watch that movie, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're standing on a chessboard, and then Honey, I Shrunk the Kids happens. Now you're tiny as hell on that chessboard, so small. Well, you're gonna look out over the chessboard, and you're only gonna see like 3 different, checkerboards in front of you. Then they're all gonna, like a set of railroad tracks, they're gonna appear to come together, all those vertical lines, and you're gonna get to a point where you can't see the rest of the chessboard, even though it's flat. It's just your angle of sight and the aperture of your eyeballs, like a camera. Your angle of sight, aperture, all that comes into play. Our eyeballs are optics, and they do everything they can with cameras to simulate the eyeballs. So it's like, you're going to see, if you were standing under a clothesline and one of your friends just walk the light bulb down the clothesline, it's going to appear like that light's going down. But where it started above your head, it's going to be above your head the whole way. But it's going to appear as though it's below your head. Just perspective. Why can't people get that? I don't understand it.
Yeah, I mean, you're flying. If you're ever on a plane, if anyone ever goes on a plane, and you're flying over the ocean, just go out one window and look at it, and you'll see like everything is flat, and then the edges are curved, because obviously you're looking through a fisheye lens window. And then go to the other side, and it's the same thing. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like even if you pretended the Earth was a sphere, even if you pretended that, or it was a sphere, and you cut into the Earth to where it's flat for a mile, perfectly level for a mile. My theory with the clothesline is applicable. As the light on the clothesline goes away from you, it's going to start to appear that it's below your head. It started above your head, but it's going to appear like it's below. Even if you made sure it was totally flat, even if you was on a sphere, you did your due diligence, you cut into the Earth to make sure it was flat. It's going to appear like it's going down, like the light is setting. Why is that? I don't understand why Globers can't get that.
It just goes to show that it's not really refraction, right? Like you can do that at a small scale, where obviously you're not where you're doing it on the experiment on. It's not curved and it's flat. Like I've seen plenty of these videos on YouTube where they do that with flat tables, completely leveled flat tables, and like you said, they put the camera very, very low, and as you push something away, it just disappears eventually.
Yeah, but they do put it low, but they put it above it so you could see it.
No, yeah, they push it away and then they zoom out. They zoom in. I'm sorry, they zoom out, right? And you can't see it. And then when
I've seen those videos.
Yeah, and then when you zoom back in, you can see it. So it's like that's obviously not refraction, right? That's just the way. That's just the way it works.
But the Glover's arguments on those videos is, oh, you put the camera lower than the table. And it's like, no, if I put it lower than the table, you wouldn't see the fucking object I'm pointing at.
Yeah, you wouldn't even see it. Yeah, you wouldn't even see it. Yeah.
It just can't even.
You wouldn't be able to see it if you zoomed out. You wouldn't see. If you zoomed in or zoomed out, you wouldn't be able to see it. So it's fucking stupid. I don't know.
They don't even understand the idea of perspective. And I know it can't be true because there's a lot of great artists that thought the Earth was spherical. But in every painting they ever drew, there's a center line called the horizon, which is flat. And they drew in perspective to make things look real.
Yeah, because it's not something we see, right? So it's not something we observe. We don't observe. We only observe a flat Earth. Like we have to imagine. We have to imagine a globe. At least that's how I see it.
That's well said. The only way there's a globe is in your imagination. And you know what? I'll add to that. Even back when I used to believe in space, I realized when I imagined space, even if another person believed in space, I would imagine it different than them. Nobody imagines space the same way. And the reason is like you said, it's because it's in your imagination.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting scientists who believe different things about space.
Because it's in your imagination.
I just don't know.
Somebody tries to imagine a black hole. They imagine it different than somebody else because it's not tangible. It's not something that's been proven. It's only in the imagination. If it's something that's been proven, we don't look at it differently in our imagination. Like if everybody was to imagine a fire hydrant, we all picture the same thing. But when you say imagine space, everybody pictures a different thing because it's all imagination.
Well, you know what's funny? They back in the day, at least when they first started making the space movies and stuff like that, they used to never talk about the multiverse, right? Like, as far as I know, the multiverse is kind of like a new thing because they started putting it now in cartoons, like Marvel cartoons. So they started putting the whole multiverse thing, and so they're kind of getting kids accustomed to like a multiverse idea.
Yeah, and what is modern physics? I feel like there's this Swiss cheese or infinite universe theory, those types of things. Really, I feel like that wasn't really talked about when I was in high school, but in the last 10 years, I've heard more about something like that.
I mean, how do you get something from nothing? I mean,
oh, bro,
I was talking to a buddy
about evolution earlier, and it literally only works if you just start drilling it into a kid from an early age, and you just over and over and over. But if you find a kid who's not indoctrinated, and you try and tell them, like, yeah, so if you leave dirt and water, well, not even that at that point, I guess. You just leave, but you could break it down that simply because that's all it really is. Yeah, if you leave dirt and water and you give it enough time, it'll turn into a human being. And like any child who's not been taught the evolutionary shit would just laugh at you because it's so fantastical to ever believe that.
You know what's funny? You bring up evolution, and India actually stopped teaching evolution to the public schools. Yeah,
good on them. I can just appreciate any education system that just doesn't teach theory. In all honesty, like let's deal with cold hard facts and logic. Anything else is just whatever. But yeah, the fact that they fill our heads, all those years are so valuable for humans as well. And then the next thing you know, it's just been filled with nothing but theory.
Well, if you look at like Globers, like me, I believe in the Bible, so they'll call me one of the biggest problems on earth. I'm a religious problem, right? But when you look at the Big Bang, like the Bible, it's just a creation story. It's just a creation story.
Yeah, it's their God, for sure.
Yeah, so if you believe that the Big Bang created everything, how's that any different, or how is that not a religion, even though, they taught us that it wasn't, but how is it not? Because it's just a creation story.
Well, and I can speak from someone who was kind of a quasi-atheist in, I don't know, around the time I was sophomore, junior, that kind of timing. And I can distinctly remember the feeling of, oh, you believe in creationism? Like that is, you're one of those backwards evangelical people, huh? Like, so that it's less about what I knew personally. It was more about what I knew about, or I thought I knew about others, and the way that thought I was able to judge them and perceive. And it's kind of disgusting looking back, because again, I was just listening to my 9th grade, 10th grade teacher, right? Who doesn't know a fucking thing about anything. And the way that they get that, it's not holier than thou at that point, right? It's just this not higher. What's the word I'm looking for?
They'll say things like, I believe in the Big Bang because I believe in science, not religion. And they won't understand.
Reedy, come.
You won't understand that the Big Bang is a religion. It's a creation story.
Mm-hmm.
It's where everything was created from.
Everything came from the most infinitesimal nothing spot. Everything
if you look at
they claim is in this universe.
Yeah, if you truly look at it, the heliocentric model is a religion.
Oh, sure.
And if you disagree with that, you're a heretic.
I wish I had the little oh my god, the little thing that they do, the Discord bot. There's a Discord bot one that's really funny, where it's this chick and she's talking about rocks and she's calling the rocks your cousins. It's funny.
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah, she kind of got like blonde hair, chubby cheek. Not like real chubby, but
Michelle.
I know that girl. Yeah. Yeah, our cousins are rocks. Our ancestors are rocks, dude.
Yeah, Timbo, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
I'll try and find it.
I remember that shit, dude.
Try and find it.
That's a perfect time to say that.
It was comedy to me. It made me laugh. It was literally comedy to me. It made my ass laugh. I couldn't stop laughing. That shit was so funny. Our ancestors are rocks. That's fucking hilarious. I mean, if you think about it, our ancestors are rocks. That's hilarious.
It's just not it's not freaking possible. Like,
you're complicated, Rock.
Yeah, rocks don't get pregnant. Sorry.
How many genders do rocks have?
It's like, what the fuck?
There you go. I was just getting there.
They might split in half and create 5 rocks from 1 rock.
They're asexual.
But they don't fucking... That's just hilarious. That's hilarious. I know what video you're talking about, man. That shit's funny.
Yeah, the bot has it. Yeah, I've heard it before. It's really funny.
There's a picture in the...
I think Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley put that on both of their channels.
Yeah. Donato put a picture in the chat.
That shit was hilarious.
That shit's hilarious.
We come from rocks. That's fucking...
Well, like our cousins
That's fucking great.
Are complicated. Yeah. Think of myself.
Tell me how that's not a religion, man, if people believe that.
Weirdos. Fucking weirdos.
And I like how they don't really take it back that far, because it's so unbelievable. They kind of, they start with the monkeys. We came from monkeys, which is kind of like, well, yeah, we have faces and thumbs and shit. That makes sense, kind of. And then you push it back a little further, like all the same mammals.
Into the sun, never to be seen again. But the leftovers clump together to form comets, asteroids, planets, and eventually life.
What?
actually think of
That's
myself as a very
fine,
complicated
immediate.
rock. I
And
am made of
eventually,
things like iron
life.
and copper and manganese.
It's a creation
Down
story,
a
dude.
mountainside, and you're there with the rock.
Dude, it's a good thing we waited for the clip so you could talk right through it.
You ruined it, James.
I did. He called me out. I can't lie.
Is it me or is it the bot kind of low, man? 'Cause I could barely hear
It was low. It was really low.
Okay.
I could hear it, but I still.
Alcohol's a hell of a drug.
Can we turn the bot up? Is that
Yeah, I don't think that was the one.
I'll turn it
that
up.
everyone- oh, sorry. I don't think that was the one that everyone was thinking of, but it was close to it.
Pretty good one, though.
It sounded right. Like, I'm copper. And I'm manganese.
Dirty Jobs. I like that show.
All right, let's see if we can actually listen to it this time.
Nice.
All right, copy, paste, play.
Much of the ancient stardust is sucked into the sun, never to be seen again. But the leftovers clump together to form comets, asteroids, planets, and eventually life.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron, copper, and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Stop.
That's fucking good, dude. Let it keep going, man. Come on.
That's it.
No,
That's
that's only a short one.
That's all you need, man. You need more than that? Shit. What's wrong
It's like
with you?
17 seconds or something.
When I
Day.
sit down next to a rock, I think of it as my cross.
It's totally religion.
What the hell is
Listen
wrong
to
with you?
Is that like the next level of environmentalists?
It's totally a religion. Listen to it.
They're gonna start like protecting rocks.
We gotta protect the rocks, man.
That's hilarious. But if you think about it, it really is somehow that appeal to authority. It works on people because they're like, especially you take people out of any type of religious upbringing. You let the public schools get them from the time they're 4 years old, 5 years old.
Yep.
They spend the majority of their life in these institutions.
That's right.
So it's so easy. And then to make anyone else with a differing opinion, like, no, there's a creator. And
Well,
he
they don't
spoke
go
you
that
into
far back.
being.
You know, they won't go that far back though. They'll only go back to the monkeys, but they won't go back to
That's
the
what I
rock.
was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start with a monkey, a mammal, and mammal ancestor, something like that. They don't just say, it's kind of the clear, simple things that are ridiculous. Like, no, you have a whale and you wait and it'll turn into a cow. Any reasonable person would just be like, no, but if you have a differing opinion, you're going to be punished. Like, how does the grade system work? Where it's like, how does what is our ancestor? How does this work? You know, if you have a differing opinion at all, you're gonna get the question wrong on the test. You're gonna get a B or a C, which is way worse than an A. It's like the worst thing you can imagine as a kid, kind of deal. It's insanely sad.
As small as this sounds, instead of calling them public schools, we should start calling them state schools. Because they are owned by the state.
That's what we call them here.
Because public schools make it sound less harming. Whereas if you called it a state school, you're being taught by the state.
Yeah, it worked really well, man. 3 years ago today, people were driving up in their cars, man, to get some stuff that they were giving away for free, man. They were lines and lines of cars going around the block to get some free shit from the government. So
yeah, it's not.
And they were by themselves with their faces covered in their own vehicles.
Yeah, most likely. And when you scare people, through their entire fucking childhood, through school, with grades and keeping up, and yeah, by the time you're a fucking full grown adult, man, you're a complete fucking retard, and you'll line up for free shit.
No different than waiting for the little ice cream or the milk they give us.
In Sweden, all the kids have to go through public.
Man.
Anyway,
what were you saying, Kel?
No, in Sweden, all the kids have to go through public school, mandatory. Like, there's no homeschooling or anything. It's crazy.
That sucks.
Wow.
Homeschooling is the way to go.
And if you don't go to the public school, they'll fine you, and then they can take your kid away.
That's the wild thing. Yeah, we'll just arrest you, take your child. And there's how many people live there and think that is the best course of action to do, though. How you could imagine there's swaths of them that are just absolutely she deserved to have her child taken from her.
But even if you're homeschooled, you still have to stick to the teaching curriculum, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Which
you do have to take there are a few standardized tests that you do have to take, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the specifics of it, though. Like,
well,
obviously
no matter what,
spelling and shit.
No matter what state it is, the curriculum is the earth is a ball.
Yeah.
I know, you're wrong, actually. You can't homeschool in Sweden.
You can?
You can't.
Cannot, right? Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
The only way the earth is flat is if you homeschool. If you send your children to the state, the earth is a ball, dude. That's all there is.
Yeah.
Dude,
well, and the odd thing of homeschooling is you have to teach them both realities.
Doesn't matter where you go. It's a ball, man.
Well, now you're just confusing them. Why confuse them?
I don't think so. I think if that's where it takes time to
homeschool them and send them to the state.
Well, you have. I mean, you're literally required to do it. They can't even get a GED. But that's I don't know how far you can escape that system where it's don't even worry about it. You can start your own business. You don't have to have a high school diploma or anything or a GED or anything like that to have your own business. I don't know what the stipulations are as a parent. Like if you don't take them to do the standardized proctored test.
100 years ago, you could do that. Everybody did it. That's what built America, and it was like fucking awesome. And then all the regulators come in and start taxing you to fart, and you don't have the right toilet, and you gotta have OSHA and all this shit.
Yeah, we slowly allowed the experts.
And you're like, oh, I gotta pay this fine and that fine, and I don't have the right lighting, and my employees have to, take a shit every 10 minutes, and you're like,
you need a permit.
You got to have 400 permits and licenses, and by the time you spend all that money, and then you open the doors, man, you're fucking broke ass, and it's really difficult, man.
Well, if they wasn't taught by the state, they would know that you could travel by any means necessary, horse, carriage, or anything else.
Yep.
You can't be regulated. You can't be fined on your liberties. If you want to go fishing, the government cannot. The government cannot force you.
I have a license. I got to pay.
They cannot force you to pay a fee in order for you to do your liberties.
Stick something up my nose.
Yeah, a fishing license is the government imposing a fee on your liberty.
Not allowed to.
The only thing you should have to do is prove that you're an American. Once you prove you're an American, you don't need a hunting license. You don't need a fishing license. Because constitutionally, that would be illegal for the government to do that.
Not a pessimist, but good luck with that.
You just got to prove that you're an American.
Does the states' rights thing not kind of take over and Well, we get to determine what laws there are here. So you need a Tennessee state license to fish or a Tennessee state license to hunt.
Yeah, that's right.
If the
It's less
government
about the
comes
federal
in,
government at that point.
Yeah. Well, it never used to be that you had to have a fishing license, but once the government come in and said you had to have one, everybody complied.
Fuck's sake!
Kind of like wearing the mask or taking the vaccine. Everybody complied. Therefore, they made
that
it.
word.
They made it legal.
1905.
They're the ones that made it.
You had enough fucking. You didn't need anything, bro. You just living.
He was brainwashed into making it legal.
Did you guys hear anything I said, or did I cut out?
Nah, we just talked over you. I bet.
Okay, something different.
Let me get my voices right. That was Timbo that just spoke, and then
just like
California,
the baller,
you're Flat Earth Professor.
Yeah,
that's dude. Let's call him dude.
Or just dude, whatever. Dude's fine.
I always think of you as California.
The dude,
but
man.
The dude, man.
The dude abides.
Vince, if you respect authority, you'll call him Flat Earth Professor Dude. If you don't really respect authority, you just call him Dude.
There you go.
Dude, if you get caught fishing without a fishing license, your best bet is to not get a lawyer.
Well,
because a lawyer, you'll be convicted. But if you just cite to the judge that the United States government cannot put a fee on me for my liberty,
don't turn up.
He's going to let you free.
I'm with the dude on this one though, where I'm not trying to be a pessimist, but good luck because
look at all them.
I feel like we would have all. Why wouldn't a lawyer do that?
Trying to
for you?
survive out here. I don't know about the rest of you.
Guys, judges do that. Judges
why would
do
you
that.
give a lawyer? Hang on. Why wouldn't you give a lawyer his $100 or $500? He's like, yeah, we'll make sure you don't get convicted, have to pay a fine or anything. Why would he get? Why is there not one lawyer that does that? Not saying they all would, because whatever, they're in a system.
Because
but why
they make
would
more money
a single
off of you
one?
Convicted. Do you not realize that they make money off you getting? Do you not realize that no matter what court situation you're in,
you're on a ship.
If the defendant and the prosecutor, let's say you're the defendant, if the defendant lawyer and the prosecutor can make the most money presenting the case in a certain way, they're going to do that together. They're going to make money off of you.
Yes.
The church provides free lawyers.
They both
it doesn't matter if your lawyer, you're going to think your lawyer's on your side. But really, both lawyers are working together to profit the most.
The only court I want to go to is Flat Earth Court. So bring it.
They
courts don't equal. You don't want lawyers. If Flat Earth goes to court, it'll lose because courts don't equal truth.
Go Timbo.
We can't hear. I just heard you, Timbo.
Yeah,
Sonny was talking over you.
James Richard, hold up a second. Hang on. Go ahead, Timbo.
So lawyers, they swear an oath to the court. So they actually work for the court and not you. They're just there. You hire them as an interpreter. That's all it is. So then they're not actually working for you. They're interpreting the law to you for the court.
Right.
So their oath is sworn to the court. Yeah.
Yeah, and presidents are sworn to the Constitution. Do they hold by that?
I don't know, but I went through jury duty, and let me tell you, Judge.
Dude, they don't give
lawyers
a fuck.
are a piece of shit, and the judges.
Hold on. Go ahead. You went to jury duty and what?
Yeah, when I went to jury duty, it just showed me that lawyers they withhold information from the jury. They're allowed to do that. They don't give us all the information. I mean, by the end of the case, the judge finally told us all the information. I was like, oh my god, I just I just set a fucking killer free. Like, what the fuck?
Courts don't equal the truth.
Because they retracted all the information from his previous crimes, and they were only showing us from the current case that they were prosecuting him for. And so we didn't have access to all his other information. And that was because of the lawyers, right?
Yeah.
And so it's very shady, dude. It's really... It actually gave me an upset stomach after I was done with that.
Fuck all shady.
There's no surprising in court. If you're the prosecutor or the defendant, you can't surprise the other one. They must know what you're going to present to the court before you present it to them.
Exactly.
My point is,
but
they're not there for the truth. They're there for the most profit. So both the prosecutor and the defendant lawyer are going to take advantage of the ignorance of the plaintiff and the defendant. So
we know all about the straw man.
Yeah, but that's what that.
All about it.
There was a while ago
the choir
that people wanted flat Earth to be proven in the court, and I was so mad. I was
when
so
did they
mad.
want that to happen?
I don't know. It was a long time ago, like 2013, 14, 2012.
I feel like I got a QE up, and that's a claim. So I'd like.
Yeah, I was so mad,
when
man,
exactly.
because courts don't equal
I get
the
it that
truth.
you're mad. When was it actually
Courts
taken
don't
to
equal
court?
the truth. People
Was it taken
people
to
are
court?
innocent. People are innocent and go to prison.
Nice.
People are guilty and they're set free. Courts don't
James.
equal the truth.
When was it taken to court, and what was the court? What was the actual?
There was
case?
one court case. There was one court case with flat Earth, and look it up. Look it up.
Well, you're making
Yeah,
it. I'm asking
It was
you.
a while ago.
What he's referring to is there was a guy that put up some money as a bet that someone couldn't.
Bet.
Yeah,
It was a legal course in court.
Japes. So the Glober took the flat earther to court and said that he owes me $10,000, and the judge was satisfied that he didn't prove the Earth was a globe, so didn't award him the $10,000.
You're right.
That
That's
was a
the one.
long-standing
That's the one I'm
bet,
talking
right? Or
Yeah,
offer.
you're talking to the professionals up in here tonight.
Yeah, but it made me mad because courts don't equal the truth.
Well, of course, but it did in this case because
In that case, it kind of worked.
in that case it worked just fine.
No,
If
man,
the
they don't
glove
equal the
doesn't
truth.
fit, you must acquit.
If the
Whatever,
glove
man.
doesn't fit, we must quit.
If
And
you think the judicial system equals truth, you're a fool.
well, that's ridiculous. Who would ever say that? Nobody in this fucking panel. Bye.
No. No, hop over to Flat Earth Debates and More, and I'm sure they'll tell you the court is the highest standing
Exactly.
moral institution of the land and in the world, probably.
Go hang out with those Mongos for a
Oh,
minute.
but he's right. The judge ruled on the. You didn't prove it was a globe, so
That's
I
right.
can't. But at the same time, court don't equal the truth.
And it never
Got
will.
That's not what it's there for, right?
The only-
No, it's
Like,
just there.
like the news. We know the news is not true, but we've been told from an early childhood that news is synonymous with fact or just reality, but that's not actually what its purpose is.
Yeah, nowadays it does
only
its very
truth-
best to prove its agenda.
The only truth we know for sure, 100% without a doubt, is stuff we can experience ourselves, man. Even the shit we see on TV, I can't. Like, dude, I don't know. It looks like France is burning to the ground, but I don't know, man. My neighbor just got back from there. She's got some pretty hot pictures. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
I've
good
seen
point,
some on
man.
Twitter that are like, I have no idea. I was just in Paris for a week. Like, where are these pictures even coming from? That's where, like,
Yeah, so you got to be
what is
careful
it?
out there, man.
The AI deep fake stuff. Sorry, go ahead. My bad, Tim.
Objective reality is
Dude.
only true. You're right. The deep fake thing, man, is so damn. The shit we're seeing, they've had for 20 years.
Yeah. Well, do you remember? I can't. There was a movie with. I don't know what it was. Probably 20 years ago or so. And Al Pacino, and it had to do with the war. And I can remember them kind of creating this scene with a woman with her kid. They're in the Middle East, and she's like running away from a bomb or some shit.
Yes.
And that was, that was decades ago that they were even talking about that kind of stuff. Whereas now it's just, hell, you or I could probably go find a program and be like, hey, give me a 30-second clip of blank.
The only time you'll ever see a globe Earth,
it'll be flat on a screen.
Is on a 2-dimensional screen, the exact same place that Superman lived. That's the only time you'll see us.
We got that. It's ridiculous. We're all down with the ridiculous of it. Now, how do we expose it more, man? That's all.
It's funny you talking about the France fires, and I was talking to a family member who was telling me about it, and it's just fear mongering. That's all it is. They're just trying to scare people, I guess. I don't know.
It always is.
3 years.
You'll only see a black hole, a plasma, a supernova. You'll only see those on a 2-dimensional screen. You will never see them with your own eyes.
Hey, James.
That should be telling.
Listen, James, it works on the macro and the micro, man.
Well, to be fair, James, I saw a globe in my classroom.
Yeah, on a 2-dimensional screen.
No, like the actual globe.
Like a plastic.
I saw one hanging above my crib.
Like the plastic globe.
Oh, the one you could sit there and spin around?
Yeah.
That
I would agree that that's not a 2-dimensional screen. But that's also not the Earth you're on.
I know, but I'm just fucking.
Well, we guarantee you that, but
if it was when you started spinning it fast, you'd start getting dizzy.
Yeah, well,
if it was the Earth you was on.
It only spins at 1,000 miles an hour once a day. It's not that bad.
They try to use revolutions per minute.
It's 30.
They try to act like
RPMs, 6,600 miles an hour, right? Something like that.
Yeah, they try to act like RPMs cannot be mathematically equated into miles per hour.
No, I can't.
And once you equate that, they're like, no, it only spins once around every day.
Who said that?
Well, if the Earth spins around once around every day,
claim.
That's around 1,040 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So you can call that RPMs. Whatever you want to call it. It can be mathematical equated to miles per hour.
Yeah,
and in miles per hour,
disagrees with that.
Yeah, and in miles per hour at the equator, it's 1,040. I like to say the 40. A lot of people just say 1,000, but I like to say the 40 because it's kind of like lifting weights. Once you lift so many weights, you put a half pound on.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can't lift it anymore.
Yeah, I know.
If you're at 1,000 mile an hour and you're trying to get your vehicle to go 40 mile an hour faster, that's fucking massive. Don't exclude the 40 mile an hour. At the equator, it's 1,042 or 1,047 to be precise. But a lot of flat earthers will just say 1,000. No. You add that extra 40 because that's a fucking lot.
Good point.
Once you hit 1,000 mile an hour, to add another 40, that's a lot.
I'm going to do it, James. I'm going to do that from now on, man. Good point. I think it's a good idea. That means we're being really more precise. I like it.
Yeah.
It's like 39.59. I'm like, why don't we just round it up to 4,000, man? Can we go 4,000? Come on, man. Please. I mean, fuck it. We're only talking like, a few miles.
It's fast as fuck, man.
39.59. That's it. 39.59. Blah. I mean, okay. I give them 4,000. I'm willing to give them 4,000, man, just to make the math a little bit more in their favor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just round it.
It's rounded up.
I understand the black swan and how it proves it wrong, but I got one that proves it wrong way easier. Way easier using science.
Science.
If you're standing on a conveyor belt that is moving 1,040 miles an hour, and you're not moving, you're just standing there.
Yeah.
You're just standing on it, right?
Okay.
And then you start walking with it.
Oh yeah. You're gonna.
And then you start walking against it.
Well, it doesn't work.
Wouldn't there be a difference?
The globe, it's a Velcro.
Wouldn't there be a difference?
Well, you're Velcroed to the. yeah. It's the atmosphere, the building, everything's Velcroed to you. Don't worry about it. Everything's Velcroed to you from your perspective. I know it doesn't feel like you're spinning or moving, but and when you go against it, it's not. It really doesn't work like the tangent.
There would be a time difference walking with the rotation, and the time difference walking against it.
And they always go back to the car, right? Like being in a car.
Just like a conveyor belt.
I like the
if you walk with it, you go faster. If you walk against
James, man, when you
go
say
slower.
something, you got to let other people respond. Like, you can't just talk the whole time.
Saying, it's an absolute
you said something, and then Cal started talking, and then you started talking over the top of him. Like, just let people talk.
It's an absolute proof, and I'll mute.
I don't know if you have a little bit of a delay. That happens.
No, you don't have to mute. I didn't say you had to mute. I was just saying when you say something.
He's right. He's right. I've been rambling.
Yeah.
No,
you're right.
You had a good ramble. We're just kicking ideas around. We're just tossing stuff out. I liked your. I love the conveyor belt idea. That's pretty evident. We can all experience that in reality because there's one of those at my airport here. I tried that shit. Yeah, it fucks you up, man. If you walk with it or against it, yeah, it's a totally different situation. I'm going, complete opposite.
It's an absolute proof.
It's an absolute
that
proof.
the Earth is not moving because you can walk on the equator with the rotation. And against it, let's say you only walk 10 miles with it and against it.
Well,
you'll experience no time difference.
Yep.
There'll be no time difference.
James, we like to use airplanes as examples for this unbelievable phenomenon that we don't experience.
Yeah, but that's a little sophisticated for ball tarts, dude.
Well, they've all flown on
kind of
airplanes. They've all flown. I don't know if it's over their heads, but I do like the conveyor belt. I can work with both of them. But yeah, airplanes are kind of our go-to. Airplanes are busted, man. Bullets are busted. Fucking, jets. It doesn't matter whatever. It's done, man. It's been done for a long time.
Yeah, but you know how Globers always say, like, it's like being in a car, right? You don't feel it, right? But then they don't know that it's basically you're in a car, but you're in a convertible car. So of course you're gonna feel it, right?
Yeah, let's take the top off, man. How's that feel?
Yeah, exactly.
You feel that? Yeah, you're screwed. Have a good one.
Yeah, I don't feel the brakes when I hit the brakes. That's right.
Black the windows out, and you're going to be knowing you're moving. It's bullshit.
You're right on there, James. We don't feel the brakes because in order to achieve an elliptical orbit, there has to be speed changes and direction changes.
Yeah,
I think we would feel that
in a circular pattern.
It's not circular. It's
it's going in one direction to the right,
but then
when it meets in a circular pattern,
come back,
then it starts going to the left.
Shift if it's going to come back the other direction, man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and if we don't ever feel any kind of
no movement change
on any kind of.
I think if we were actually spinning around that fast, I think the wind would probably slice us apart into thousands of pieces.
1,000 miles an hour? Yeah, you'd be toast. You couldn't be able to breathe. It'd be bad.
If you walk on a conveyor belt and you walk with it, First, you're just standing still.
We just
going with it, and then you start walking with it. You'll feel that.
Oh yeah, you feel
and
it.
And then if you start walking the other way, you'll feel that. You'll feel it.
Exactly. Same thing in the car. And they say
Same
you
thing
don't.
On a roller
but they're
coaster.
saying you won't feel it.
Or whatever, man.
Out and
They're saying you won't feel it.
yeah, it's silly. It's so bullshit. You know you're moving when you're in that car. It don't matter if the speed is, solid. You're not hitting any bumps. You just know it.
Oh yeah, you bet your ass you feel it. I'm with you on that, Mike.
Over 1,000 miles an hour, dude.
I mean,
you're gonna feel the resistance.
80 on the highway.
I've never even seen a conveyor belt go 1,000 miles an hour. Think if it was going 1,000 miles an hour and you started walking with it, then you turned around and started walking against it. You telling me you ain't gonna feel that? That's what they're telling us. We're not gonna feel it.
Nope.
No, they're crazy. Yeah.
Listen, you forget an important key distinction. You need a conveyor belt that's 24,000 miles long. So if you put a conveyor belt in a
40 miles an hour.
If you put a conveyor belt in a 24,000 mile circle, right, then it's only going around once per day. And then it's super slow.
Yeah, then it's super slow. I see you're being,
that's what I said.
I see you're being sarcastic, but hold on, because it's an important.
It's exactly what I said in the beginning of the conversation.
You're actually still going 1,000 miles. Like if the conveyor belt's going 1,000 miles an hour and you're not moving against it or with it, you're just going.
Hold on. You made another error. Okay, so what you got to do is before you do the little walking forward or walking backward, you got to stay on the conveyor belt without moving for a year, and then it won't happen.
Right.
That's the funniest thing I've heard all day, right there.
But do you get my point then, right?
Dude, we not only get your point, we probably could explain it better than you can at this point.
I would agree.
James, but yeah.
All right then.
So I know AI could. I might come in third, but Timbo can handle it.
AI is very good at articulating his thoughts.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
You and I are a little bit of it. I'm a little on the fucking more the comedic side at this point, but it is funny to talk about this shit.
That's pretty funny.
It's hilarious.
If you had it, like he said, if you had a conveyor belt that was like a few thousand miles long and it was moving at 1,000 miles an hour,
24,901 miles.
Yeah, you're gonna have a time to. You're gonna if you walk 10 miles with it, and then 10 miles against it, you're not gonna go a full 10 miles. I should say the same amount of steps instead of distance.
Well, yeah. Well, look, their two main arguments are. Right, that it's only moving at 1 RPM, right, or 1 RPD, or whatever.
Right.
One revolution per day.
RPD.
Yeah.
Right, but when you apply that to the conveyor belt example, it doesn't hold up to the thought processes, right? And the same thing they do with the other argument, which is they say, well, everything on the Earth has been moving at the same speed for so long that it's reached some kind of homeostasis or some weirdness. So it's like, okay, so if I just stay on this conveyor belt for a year and then I walk forward, I'm not going to walk faster like I would if I would just stepped on or off.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
Nailed it. Yeah. I'm not going to feel it.
There's going to be an absolute time difference. You're not gonna go as far against it in the same amount of steps as with it.
I got a question. What started the spin of the globe? I'm curious. Anybody got an answer for that one?
Aliens. I don't know.
It must have had something to do with the three-toed gnomes. I'm sure of it.
Well, I've heard the three-toed gnomes. That's old, but is there anything more modern than that these days? Anything?
We should try to brainstorm it. Let's see. How do you think it started? Exactly. How did it start?
Sonny goes, I didn't start the spin. It's always been spinning since the world's beginning.
The answer's simple.
Something had to start, like it has to have a spark. You don't have a fire without a spark.
No.
It's guns for hire.
That's not how it is, dudes.
AI's got it. Hold on. What do you got, AI?
The answer is. Hold on. The answer is an accretion disk.
Oh, okay. I've heard that.
So you have these gas clouds, right? And there's something whizzing past that creates a small impartation of motion on a portion of it. And as it starts to do the gravitational accretion process, it starts to spin more and more. So it's like flattening itself. It's like a disk, right? That then coalesces into a sphere, and then the process of that it's spinning.
You're cutting out.
This is also why the Globers think that if the Earth was flat, it would become a sphere, because their Earth started out flat.
Well,
is that why they say the Earth is flattening?
No, the universe is actually flat when they did the radio. When they did the radio, I guess I don't know what they call that, but radio telemetry supposedly. But so I mean that the accretion disk, I got that part. Now, what about how did this explosion start, though?
Well, we were talking about that earlier. We were doing Big Bang stuff, but as far as like just starting the spin of the Earth, so it's basically like a bullet was going by a nebula of gas of some sort, and it kind of like blew it like to the left, and it started going
to the left,
and then another one came by and it kind of blew it to the left a little bit more. I don't know.
So it started spinning to the left.
Started spinning to the left.
So okay, so the spin. Okay, got the spin. I'm still kind of like stuck on this explosion, Big Bang. Like
that was 14 billion years ago, man. We're talking about like only like 3 or 4 billion years ago.
You're getting all modern on me now, huh?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Everybody knows that it was 14 billion years ago. Bang. Today, it was what we live on is 3+ billion.
Yeah. I really think we need to start pressing them on this because they don't have an answer for that. What started the Big Bang?
What started the spin, man? I just
like the spin. I mean, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's another part of it. But I'm more interested. They have to have something that was before this explosion. They're calling it an explosion, right?
Everything exploded from nothing into everything. From nothing into everything, and that's it's magical Disney thinking, but
it's a creation story, man.
Yeah, it is. They haven't.
It's the creation story. You're right, James. It is. That's what
they're hiding their religion. They're hiding their religion
15 billion years ago
under the guise of science.
They are, pseudoscience. So.
It's so
they don't have something before. They don't have something before the Big Bang. They should have worked on this. They don't have any idea what was before. They need something.
Hey,
the explosions don't start from nothing.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
I have this wonderful fascination now. They say that the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second. But what the fuck is it expanding into?
Nothing?
What? I mean,
I agree with you.
Give me that shit story and say it's expanding into more space.
Yeah, it's very vague, very non-specific. Like what?
At least 3 physicists to fuck off, man.
Check it out. Don't they have to have a volume of some kind for anything to be expanding into something else?
Right.
They have to have a volume in the first place. So if it's flowing from one place to another, expanding,
what?
It has to have a volume that it's expanding into. That means a container.
It does. The answer's simple. The answer's simple.
It's not expanding. It's warping space time.
James, hold on, man. AI, go ahead.
It's not expanding. It's warping space time.
It's simple. You have a fixed. Listen, all you have is a fixed volume, right? Where things are getting further and further apart from each other. So the only logical answer would be is that everything's shrinking.
Everything's shrinking as it goes out further. It's shrinking.
Right.
It would have to be. Logic.
No, it's not. It's not going. It's not going further out. It's getting further away because things are getting smaller relative to each other, and that way you can have the same fixed volume. Listen. That way you can have the same. That way you can have the same fixed. That way you can have the same fixed volume, right? And it doesn't need to be expanding into anything. Just everything within it just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I agree.
And you have the same observation.
Yeah, but that would mean that we're in a container, though, right? That's the problem.
Oh, that's crazy if you think about it. Yeah.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily a container in the traditional sense, but a fixed volume. That's all you have to have.
Which is a container.
So
not necessarily.
With everything
you got
shrinking,
volume, you're contained.
So with everything shrinking, you wouldn't be able to measure it shrinking because your measuring devices would be shrinking along with it. So it's an amazing shrinking universe. I like it.
It would appear, depending on the way you're looking at it, you could say everything's shrinking, or you could say everything's getting expanding. Right? Either way, it's the same.
And honey, I shrunk the globe.
So it's not really moving, right?
Either way, you're working with the volume.
It's not really moving then, right?
Either way.
What is their excuse?
It is their excuse, yes. This is how they explain it.
Why don't you guys bring that shit up when you talk to these fucking Glovers, man? Like, it would be so interesting.
We do. We definitely do.
We do, man.
Like, just point out.
Cal, what do you think? What do you think? We've been doing this since last Tuesday?
No, I know. I just haven't heard it yet.
No, I wasn't dogging on that. I'm just saying, man. Either way, you got to fix volume.
Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why it doesn't come up that much, because we usually don't get that far with them.
Right.
They can't logically.
What's the definition of science?
They can't logically sustain it, so it doesn't get that far. They fall out because of logical fallacies before they even get it. So
they believe they can have a vacuum without a container.
That's crazy.
They believe they can have a vacuum without a container.
Yeah.
I got $10,000 on the table. If anybody,
define a container.
I got 10 grand.
Well, if you're gonna have a vacuum, it's gonna require a container.
Man. I got.
Oh my goodness! Imagine asking for the definition of a container and just being told a vacuum requires a container.
So
let's say I give them. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's a lot like the rest of their scenarios. You have motion without motion that could possibly go in reverse faster.
Motion without motion is a contradiction in terms.
We also have a globe for sure. It's a globe for sure. You just can't see it because it looks so flat. So it's a ball
without motion is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, that's why he's saying it, because it sounds ridiculous.
It's insane, man. It's insane thinking.
Motion without motion. Yeah, that's a contradiction in terms. But I agree. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
Motion without.
Well, if you actually just put their mechanics into anything realistic, none of it really works. So
I don't know. I'm still waiting for my definition.
Third law of motion.
Actually, now that you say it, if you give them everything they want, there is no way they have any ability to understand what motionless is.
Well, they got to
Because
show
they're
it in
always in
reality.
motion. Because they're always in motion.
They got to show. They got to show it in reality, and
Right,
they can't
but
show it.
in the meantime, what is a container?
Wait. I was gonna say something. Is a bubble the only natural container that we have that we can observe, or is that not a container? I don't know. I'm asking.
Bubble?
Yeah, a bubble.
Well,
What is a shell a container? Is your skin a container?
You have cellulose structure in trees.
Yeah, you're right.
Are you breathing right now?
I got a Bic lighter here. You hear that?
Are you breathing?
That's a container, man. It's got gas in it, guaranteed, 100%.
Our cells are containers. I mean, like our
Bic lighter.
if they are cells, but
the same thing.
what else?
Yeah,
Like
if you're a
cellulose
seed
in trees. Like the systems in plants, that's in a contained system. Like our veins, those are contained systems.
Hey, flick my Bic, Sonny.
Can't remote flick your Bic.
Dude, you can flick your dick all you want, but if there's no oxygen, you'll never get.
You guys don't remember that commercial? There was a television commercial. Flick my Bic.
Yeah, I remember it.
You remember that?
Yeah.
I know you remember it.
Yeah, I got all of that stuff recorded. Trying to get rid of it. It just doesn't leave.
We tried to get rid of it, dude. We've done everything we could to get rid of it, but it just doesn't leave, man.
I know. Think about that. The things that you want to get rid of,
all you want, but
you can't.
Oxygen.
Like some things are impossible to get rid of, but the things you really want to keep, like the telemetry data from the Apollo mission, it's okay if you lose those.
They lost the telemetry data.
Telemetry
data from the Apollo. All of it? No, wait a minute, man. They lost all of it. I want to just make sure I got that right, man. All of it, not just some of it. All of it.
And AI, how much was it? AI knows how much. How large?
It was like 27,000 tapes or some shit. I don't know. It was a large amount. It was a lot.
I think it was like 2 freaking semi trailers.
Probably, yeah. It was a lot of data.
I thought it was 2 stacks. I thought it was 2 stacks of books with some women standing behind it.
Oh no, that's the black hole. That's the black hole.
Oh, you're probably right. But the stack of book was like up to the ceiling. Though, remember that lady was like on a ladder. I saw. I remember seeing some image.
The ladder lady.
The ladder lady on the data, like it's all in notebooks. Like what? Is that how you do space travel with notebooks and slide rules? Okay, got it.
Of course, dude. I mean, these guys are really super smart. You don't understand, Sonny, man. These guys are the smartest of the smartest. These are the.
Well, a lot of people are even confused on gas in general. Like I used to put gas lines underground.
Yeah.
And from time to time, we would hit an active gas line. Gas line. Oh. Do you know what would happen if you lit a lighter when you hit a gas line?
Yeah, it would be bad, man. It'd be real bad.
Yeah, it just put the flame out.
Say what?
It would literally just put the flame out. There's too much gas molecules.
Pressure.
There's not enough oxygen to ignite it.
It's just blowing by.
Now, if you was to light a cigarette like 1,000 feet away from the gas line, then you might catch a backdraft. You got to get there's too many parts per million. Even the fire department told us this. Look, I don't suggest you do it, but if you lit a lighter, it's just going to put the lighter out.
The pressure blows it out.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, man. There's not enough oxygen because it's just pure gas.
Yeah, it's just pure gas.
That's another thing I always bring up to Globers. I'm like, so let me get this straight, man. The sun is a nuclear fusion reactor,
Put
right?
this shit underground, man. That's what they told us.
Hey, man, where do they get the oxygen for that? bro. Where the fuck's the oxygen for that nitrogen fucking bomb on the sun?
Yeah, you gotta have everything just right. Everything's gotta be just.
Last time I checked, man, there's like, I've hit a lot of Globers with this. Man, I'm like, do you know that fire can't burn without oxygen? They're like,
will not happen.
It has to have oxygen to burn. Right. Anything. It doesn't matter what.
Like if you fully unleashed a propane tank and then put a lighter next to it, it just blow your lighter out.
What happens when you ask an astronaut that?
There's too many parts per million for it to ignite. It literally just blow your lighter out.
How do they have fly in space?
Dude, how the fuck is the sun burning without oxygen, man? Give me something, please. Anything. What do you?
It's all. The Earth is so dynamic. The Earth is so dynamic. It is, in my opinion, that it requires a fool to believe he knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, you guys made me think of something just now. About even if you give them like all of their stuff.
Fuck off, roll my folder.
So hold on. Hold
on, man. He just called me out of the chat. I got to tell him to fuck off.
Okay, I'm thinking about this.
Fuck off. Thanks. Fucking folder.
All right. So I'm thinking about this. So I'm thinking of just accepting all their claims conditionally, and then like I'll work it out. I'll write some notes down or something. And then when you accept their things conditionally, then you go to another part of it that doesn't jive, and then you can start knocking them down. So let's say you accept like gravity and gas without a container. Then you have other problems, right? Then you just start taking the other problems. So, okay, well, you got these things, but what about this? That they don't have an answer for, because there's always something.
Well, gravity's the only thing that makes them think they could have gas pressure without a container.
Hey man, bring me gas pressure without a container. That's my number one.
Gravity's the only thing that makes them think that.
Bring it.
I like the
shop. I got tools. I got wood, plastic, metal. What do you need, man? Let's.
They don't know it, but it's the only thing that
build a container without a container.
Hold on, bro.
I want to build a container without a container.
You got to define container first.
But hold on, it's kind of a moot point to ask them for gas pressure without a container, because, I mean, we're going to ask them, of course, but it's kind of a moot point because we just can just go ahead and accept it, and then bring them to the next train wreck. The next step over is something that those two things that they accepted cannot work without this third thing, so they all come crashing down.
Yeah, the bendy water, the gas pressure.
Yeah, like so.
It's like Billy Blue Ball.
Rockets in space.
Rockets in space. Rockets in a
Billy
vacuum.
Blue Ball thought he did an experiment.
Show me rockets in a vacuum, man. How about that? That'd be cool.
Yeah. Well, show me the second law of thermodynamics being violated anywhere under any circumstances.
Well, you know, Sonny, the other day I liked what you said about the sun, how it has to be electric, and it can't be what they tell us it is.
Yeah, well, we don't know exactly if it's electric, but it would lend some credence to it being electric. Now, what if the creator uses other sources that we aren't aware of? Like, obviously, those things floating up in the sky up there are pretty strange. There must be some stuff going on that can keep them there and in sequence with their motion to sync over a geographic position.
Well, like you said, you can't grow plants without electric light, right?
Exactly.
Bullshit. You can grow plants without electric light.
How?
So you know that the sun is electric?
No, we're not saying that.
Oh my goodness, dude. Try to answer the question you're actually asked. How about that?
Yeah.
The sun grows plants.
All right, listen, you already pissed me off by not answering my question earlier, so now you're going to be pressed to answer this question. Give a demonstration of a light, like you just said. That's not the claim that they just said. Since that's what you were asked.
You mean electric?
How about that? I don't remember what it was. I just know you didn't answer it.
You need to present.
I would say that it seems.
I was almost finished. I actually just started first word, but you would need to present another source of light other than electric that could grow plants as well, but it can't be electric.
Well, I would say that
can fire grow plants? I don't think so.
No.
So I would say that it seems the sun has electric properties, but I don't know that. I can't.
We don't.
I agree with you, brother.
We're not going to ever know.
The sun grows plants.
Yeah,
Sun
and
grows
so does-
plants.
so do
I can't. It would seem that it has electric properties, but I don't know that.
Exactly. Leave it right there, James. Go ahead. Anybody else want to chime in?
You're telling me a ball of plasma can't grow plants?
Well,
electricity can grow plants, but what I'm trying to say is it can be done by the sun alone.
Isn't that what they say the sun
It's
is?
not electricity. It's electric light.
I think
not
Cal,
electricity.
I think Cal just hit it on the head, man. Hold on. I'm gonna rewind this just for a second, man, and say that Cal said, "You don't think that a ball of plasma can grow plants?" That is a great question, man.
It is a great question.
Plasma grow plants? We know fire can't grow plants.
Right, and
plasma grow plants.
It's ambient light that grows plants.
So that's the thing. That's one of these things I'm talking about. So you could ask these questions like, okay, can a ball of plasma grow plants? No, not that they know of. Then you could go to this part of the plasma. Have you ever seen a demonstration of a ball of plasma staying in the same place and maintaining its ball?
Plants grow in the direction of the sun. So do trees.
Yeah, and
We know that.
So I'm not saying the sun is or is not electric.
Well,
but
the plants grow towards
not
electric.
then plants can grow without electricity. Yes.
Well, we know plants can grow with electric light, man. That's pretty.
We know that for a fact. I agree.
Nobody's going to. Nobody's going to. Everybody knows about grow lights and shit works,
You
man.
can even grow them upside down. I agree.
Grow them upside down in a million different ways. They definitely work. So that is a proven fact, without a doubt, 100%, that plants can grow with lights.
Yeah.
Will they grow upside down? Will they grow upside down?
So hold it. The upside down thing is a non sequitur. Hold it. So the thing is, we know
grow upside down if it's just
with electric light, but there's no case of plants growing with fusion, with what they're saying, this hydrogen turned into helium. There's no place. There's no example.
Like gas.
Okay, you guys are talking hydroponics. You're talking hydroponics.
Sonny, let me use gas. If I said, "Hey, man, I got a bunch of gas lanterns,"
You're talking hydroponics.
Can those gas lanterns grow plants?
No.
Nope.
I don't believe. I don't. I don't know for.
No, they can't. They can't.
They can't. I'm pretty
Gas
sure.
lantern can grow plants.
No. Using UV lights, I can grow marijuana upside down.
Oh my God!
But I cannot grow marijuana upside down with just the sun.
Why don't you grow it sideways?
Using UV, you can grow.
I cannot do it with just the sun. Does that tell you something?
James, grow some weed on the flat plane, man. Parallel.
Does that tell you something?
Can you grow some shit parallel to the ground?
Yes, I'm admitting something, but I can do it with UV rays, UV lights upside down. But I cannot do it with just the sun's light. I cannot grow marijuana plants upside down with just the sun's light.
Of course,
I can do it.
Of course you could.
What's the point?
I can do it in an enclosed area with UV lights.
Nah, I could do it upside down with sunlight. I'll
But I
tell you
cannot
what.
do that outside.
You use aluminum foil.
It won't
Reflect.
happen. It won't happen. Dude. It will not happen.
Yeah, you can reflect it.
Hey, we can all
I've done
test
it,
it
man.
ourselves, man. Let's get some tomato plants tomorrow and let's grow some shit upside down, man. Let's do it.
Dude, I've done it in the backyard. I've just put like you said, tomato plants upside down in the backyard and they grow.
They grow.
I mean, they kind of try to flip upwards, but yeah, they grow.
Yeah, they're probably a little disorientated.
No. Yeah, they get all fucked up. But if you use in an enclosed area UV lights,
that's the point.
they'll go
right?
straight down upside
They might grow
down.
like shit.
But I don't think James understands the point. I don't think
James, they might grow like shit, but they will definitely grow upside down.
Try to grow them both ways, and for some reason I don't understand the phone.
Hey, Kel, I got a quiz for you. Have you figured out yet? Have you figured out why James is usually often muted when he arrives? Just teasing.
James, you got to work on your etiquette. That's all. You have great information.
My articulation, my
do love you.
persuasion, deception.
We all
I need to work on.
We all have two ears and one mouth, man, and it's always good.
You're not going to grow plants upside down with just the sunlight, dude.
I feel like I'm talking to my mom when I'm talking to James.
Grow plants upside down. They're just not going to grow very well, man. But we can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I've done tomato plants. I won't be wrong. I forgot about the tomato plants. Tomato plants will do it.
Quit arguing the point because we can grow shit upside down. I've seen it. You've seen it.
Tomato plants will do it.
All kinds of shit will grow upside down.
I stand corrected.
You stand corrected. Right on. That's all. We can move on. Speaking of plasma and the sun, man, there's a bunch of news in the mainstream about the sun right now that it's growing these giant sunspots on the sun like exponentially fast. They're like going like these giant sunspots. I don't know. I think we all need to get out with some cameras and check it out and check out the sunspots. If you got a nice welding glass filter or something, you can.
So the stem, even if you grow it upside down, the stem of most plants, the tomato plant, I'm wrong on, but most plants, the stem, even if you grow it upside down, it'll start curving towards the sunlight.
Of course it will.
Yeah, I said that.
A tomato plant will literally grow downwards.
What plant?
It's the reason why it grows downwards is because
towards the sunlight.
I don't think it has
And
the
it'll be all
power.
fucked up.
It gets too heavy and it doesn't have the power to lift itself up.
Yeah.
Jedi's here.
Where I stand corrected is there are some
rescue, man. I gotta
you
go
can
to
use
bed.
the sun to grow upside down. So that's where I stand corrected on. Some plants.
But
that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah,
The whole point was just that plasma can't grow plants.
I don't even know where we're at this point, man. I'm like,
yeah, plasma will grow plants.
Like, fuck.
No, it won't. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I guess the dandelion's a weed, not a plant. Yeah, there's some things you can grow with.
This is going.
Dude, what the heck, man?
It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. There's a lot of things that.
A weed is a plant, dude. For goodness sakes.
No, a weed is not a plant.
But yes, it is.
A weed kills plants.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Dude, if you have a harvest,
dude, is a weed a genus? Is a weed a genus or a species or a phylum or any of those things? It's a plant, dude. I don't know why it's so hard.
Weed kills plants.
Cool story, dude.
It's still
That's
a plant.
That's why they have fucking
dude, a weed is a plant, bro. For goodness sake.
No, dude.
You want to bet me on it? What do you want to bet, bro?
Yeah, I mean, fucking hell, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. We're having a debate. Sorry, we're having a debate whether weeds are plants.
I'll
It's
bet you
weeds
anything on
that
that, bro.
fucking plant sunshine. I ain't got patience for this. AI's right. Get to the point.
No,
Weeds are plants.
A plant is a marijuana is a plant. A lot of people call it weed.
Dude,
but
a place where they make electricity. Listen, a place where they make electricity is a plant.
No, man. You're crazy, dude. The whole reason they had a problem with harvesting is because weeds kept killing the harvest.
So what, dude? That doesn't make it not a plant. That's like saying birds kill mice, so they're not birds.
Or grasshoppers. Or grasshoppers. But we're talking about
or foxes kill rabbits, so they're not mammals.
Foxes and rabbits grow from the ground, right? With a stem. Oh, they don't?
I don't understand if he's trolling at this point.
Why are you using that as an argument if they don't?
Hey, hold on. Wait a second. What about regular plants that kill other regular plants?
Kill plants. That's
my goodness, dude.
That's why farmers get rid of the weeds because it kills.
Dude, you know what a weed? A weed is an unwanted plant. That's all it is, dude. For goodness sake.
I'll just be quiet. I'll be quiet. What is it? It's an animal. It's not a plant. It's an animal.
Is a vine a plant, James?
According to you guys, a fox is a plant. A rabbit
Dude,
is a plant.
if you accuse James of going off into the weeds, he'll be like, "No, I'm just among the plants."
Yeah, weeds
Have
aren't
you
plants.
guys ever heard have you guys ever heard? Hold on. Have you ever heard the biblical term? Do not tear the weeds up because you might tear the. Do not tear the tares up because you might bring the weed out with it. Wait until the harvest is ripe and there's no weeds among the.
It's called
dude.
and tares.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
A tear is a plant that looks a lot like wheat.
Yes, but it'll destroy your wheat harvest. It's a weed.
No, it won't, dude.
Yes. The wheat is a plant.
Holy
the
crap.
tear is
Let's
a
pay
weed.
attention. Pay attention, dude. Pay attention, for goodness sakes. I'm
Whatever,
tired of it. Okay. The literal parable says, let them grow together, and then when the harvest comes, separate them. So obviously they make it to harvest both, so the tares don't destroy your wheat.
No. They do destroy the wheat.
Oh, do they?
That's what separates the two.
Do they change into weeds then, and then they've changed their identity?
He says don't tear the wheat up with the tares, or they'll be bundled up and burned with them.
Right, which means they both made it to the harvest. For goodness sakes,
Which means there's a difference between the two.
Right, which means your premise that they destroy the other isn't proven.
Yeah, the fucking tares destroy the wheat.
No.
They destroy the wheat.
When did
God's children. The tares destroy God's children.
Okay, so did the tares start out as wheat? Start out.
You don't
that
understand the parable, dude.
No,
The
I do
tares
understand it, dude.
The tares destroy the wheat.
Okay,
That's why he says.
Dude.
That's why he says don't bring them both up at the same time. Otherwise, you'll burn the wheat with the tares.
Yeah, but
dude.
Wait until they separate one from another.
Holy fuck. That's not what it says, brother.
Yes,
we need
that's
a
what he said.
citation saying that weeds are not plants. So I want the
Listen,
citation.
pay attention. I will tell you guys the parable. If James can compose himself. Listen, pay attention, and I will teach you if you could compose yourself long enough.
All right, go ahead. Let me hear you.
Now, he tells the vine dresser men not to go out and try to destroy the tares among the wheat, because you will accidentally destroy the wheat as well with your blades, because you're not able to determine which is which perfectly. But when they come to fruition,
that's my point.
That wasn't your point, dude.
Yes, that is my point.
No, your point was that the tares themselves would destroy the wheat, but the parable is saying that the reaping process of separating them will destroy the wheat. So you're wrong, sir. Admit you're wrong and stop being a cunty fag face.
So AI.
Hold on. Now let me say something and I'll mute.
Rest for a second.
Let me say something and I'll mute.
AI. So that would mean that the blade is actually a weed also then, right? It kills plants.
Oh, yeah, it must be. Yeah.
Yep. So there you go, folks.
So let me say something.
James. Sometimes you got to recognize that you're just being a contrarian for the heck of it, and it's annoying as fuck.
Hold on. Let me say something, then I'll mute.
There, how about this? I'll just mute you, and you'll stay muted for the next 7 days. How about that?
This man come in.
Instead of doing that, AI, will you let me talk?
Sure, I will. As long as it's fast.
No, all right. All right, I'll be fast. Hold on, I'll be fast, and then I'll mute. Guys, hold on. So the tares in the parable would be a man declaring he's a woman. The wheat would be a man knowing that a woman cannot become a man. The tear is destroying the wheat. And I'll mute.
Do that all summer. How come we have to live in that? Like, it's not.
Yeah. If it happens before.
No, Mum said they were doing it because it's too expensive.
Hey, Jedi, your hot mic. Your hot mic.
Privacy.
Brilliant.
Your privacy, that is.
Jedi, you're hot mic a little bit.
Yeah, so
sorry, buddy. Thank you. Just we've got fields around here that are being covered in basically pig slurry. It stinks of pneumonia around here, so I do apologise, guys.
Dang.
All good, man. Carry on with the wheat.
Right. So the moral of that parable is that it's very hard to tell who is the wheat and who is the tare. And so if you go applying the blade, right, without the discrimination of being able to know which is which, you, the person going out there tilling, is going to be the one damaging the innocent people because you don't have the wisdom to determine who's innocent and who isn't. And that's why you wait till the harvest and then you separate them. When it comes to fruition, you don't go out there and prematurely just start whipping your blade around like you know what's up. That's the whole point of that parable.
No, it is, but it isn't.
Or whatever.
It is, but it isn't. I agree with his analysis.
Dude, you haven't maintained, but you haven't maintained a consistent position on anything you've said about this parable yet.
What I'm saying is the tares are the people of Satan, and they go around deceiving, lying to the wheat, right?
Fine, but that's fine. But that, whatever you just said, that's fine. But what you're talking about is not in the parable. You're making that up. You're adding that in.
It'll get to a point where the tares and the wheat separate themselves from another because of their principalities and morals. So they'll separate one from another, and
that's not even what. That's not what the parable says, dude.
Yeah,
that's when the harvest is right.
I don't know, dude. Maybe you should go actually read it for once.
When they separate one from another, that's when the harvest is ripe.
Really?
Dude, let me ask you this question. Do you think God needs people if he understands everyone's heart, that he needs them to separate themselves and that he doesn't just know who's who?
All I'm saying is he used the parable, tares and the wheats, because there's a difference between the two. They look alike.
No, that's not the point of the parable, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't, dude. Why don't you try reading it? How about that? Read it.
He didn't want his followers, his disciples, apostles, to tear the wheat away from the tares, because he was worried about them plucking up tares with the wheat.
Right.
He said,
so
wait,
let's.
he said,
So for
he said,
example, yes. So for
wait till
example,
the harvest is ripe, because when the harvest is ripe, you'll extinguish one from another.
yeah. So what's the moral of that?
There's a difference between the two.
Okay.
One's
If that's what you
weed and one.
look. If that's what you took away from it, good for you.
One's a weed and one's a plant. A wheat is a plant. Tare is a weed, and it will destroy
Okay.
wheat.
And in this example, they're both humans, are they not?
Just like Satan, the tare will destroy the wheat.
You guys are
Satan
still
will
arguing about
destroy-
plants? What the fuck?
Satan will
This guy's got to need to be right.
He's trying
Satan
to
will destroy the
what he thinks he means by it or whatever.
I went to go get something and came back and still talking about weeds.
What did you get though? Did you get a sandwich or a weed?
Neither.
Or a weed sandwich?
A weed sandwich.
Anyway, the moral of that story in the context is that you don't go into a group of people and just start slinging your culling blade because you're going to kill the innocent along with the thing because you don't have the discernment to tell them apart. That's why.
No, you wait till they separate themselves. That's when the harvest is ripe.
There we go. That's better. What Jedi said.
Yep. Like earlier, we had some guy say that the star that led the wise men to Jesus was the North Star, but the North Star doesn't move. So how could it be over the Middle East? It was like, whatever, dude. Maybe you should try. No, I was like, maybe you should try reading the the passages. Maybe would be a good start.
I've heard the Star of Bethlehem, but I've never heard the North Star in the Bible.
Polaris, bro. You want heard of Polaris? Come on now. Snap out of it.
It never says that. It's just the Star of Bethlehem.
No, not that one. Dadgummit, man. Come on. Whatever.
I don't say North Star and don't say none of that. It just says the Star of Bethlehem. That's all it said. I've been through the scriptures forward and backwards. Backwards is cool, especially when you read the lineage. It starts from Jesus.
You need to be careful, bro. Don't be adding to it in your thinker.
No, like Jesus came from King David's lineage. But if you read it backwards, it starts from Jesus.
So what? What are you trying to say?
That I've read the scriptures forward and backwards.
Got to be honest, reading the Bible backwards sounds a little bit satanic to me. But fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you think that's satanic.
I don't know, dude. It sounded like you're about to make a point and then decided not to make a point.
Yeah, no, you're the one that was saying that there's no difference between tares and wheat.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dude, nobody said that, dude, for goodness sakes, man.
Yeah, you did.
Really?
It's all live, dude.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yeah.
How sure about that are you?
Replay it.
Thanks, man.
Replay it. He wants us to replay it so then he can decide how sure he is about it. Dude, I'm positive. Do you understand? That's how sure I am about it.
Really?
Yeah.
You're the one that was arguing that.
I'm stubborn. Oh, I was stubborn.
Tares and weed are two different things, man. One's a weed, one's a plant.
Whatever, dude.
And now you're saying whatever, dude.
A weed is just a categorization, dude. All weeds aren't even weeds because some people want them.
And look, the definition says it. Weeds, also known as undergrowth, are simply plants. Okay?
Yeah. Wow. No duh.
Please stop that.
It's called undergrowth. Undergrowth.
All right. Let me read this, dude.
Is there
another
difference between
parable?
tares and wheat?
Oh my goodness. Hold on, dude.
Or are they the same thing?
Nobody said they were the same freaking thing, dude.
Yes, you did.
Okay, goodbye. You're done. You bore me. You're literally just an antagonist on purpose. You wonder why you're muted all the time. It's freaking tedious.
It's because I can't mute you.
No, it's because you're annoying. That's why.
Well, I can't mute you.
There you go. Nobody said they're the same freaking thing, dude.
And it was funny, I was here earlier with him alone and some other guy. Can't remember his name.
Here's how this is going to work.
He just kept repeating the same
hold on,
thing.
friend. Hold on. When he finds the audio of us saying that tares and wheat are the same thing, he can be unmuted. Until that time, he remains muted indefinitely. Anybody who unmutes him, I'm nuking your hometown and your mother's house.
Accept this.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I don't like my hometown and got issues with my mum, so I might unmute him just to deal with some shit. Thanks, AI.
And Jedi's ready to go.
Well, I guess. Well, you know what? Now that I think about it,
I
it's
don't live
not
in my
that bad of
hometown
a...
anymore, mate.
Exactly. It's all right. I need to change this threat to something more practical.
But to be honest with you, I'm not going to unmute him anyway, mate. To be fair, that's not happening.
No, he's gone.
Yeah, that was a bit much even for me, man.
Man, it wasn't that bad when I was here earlier. He was repeating like crazy, but
Stuff with scripture, man. That's you just shouldn't do that, man.
yeah, that was weird reading the scripture backwards. That's like,
No, not that. That was even weirder. That was beyond. But that was the stuff of him adding his own understanding.
oh,
Trying to like pull out some kind of meaning that isn't there, really. I don't know. I mean, I've made those mistakes before, too. Very, very rarely, though.
Well, I'll give you guys a hint. It doesn't actually say in the parable the means of differentiation that will happen at the harvest. It might be inferred that you'll be able to tell the difference between them at the harvest, right? I mean, it seems like a necessary inference. There's some way to tell the difference because they're instructed to separate them at the harvest, and they're instructed not to touch them until the harvest. But that's about it. But at no time is it say anywhere in the parable that the tares themselves will destroy the wheat, which was Mr. James' claim, which he was told is not in the parable. And then he changed his story every single time he spoke again, every time he changed his story. I mean, that's just, I don't know, whatever.
I barely remembered that scripture myself, and I knew something wasn't right.
Okay, so the claim from the opposing side was you can't tell them apart. Not that they're the same thing, but that from your perspective, you can't tell the difference. So they're different. You just can't tell that they're different, which is not the same as saying they're the same thing. However, if Mr. Richard decides to find the audio where somebody said they're the same thing besides himself, then he wins the prize.
All right, guys, we've got somebody new in the chat that I think Ethergress has just checked in. Goes by the name of Meme Fella. Meme Fella, I presume you've got voice verified, mate, so you've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. I'm Flat Earth Jedi. That's AI Overlord. And how can we help you, mate? You can unmute yourself, ask your questions, introduce yourself. So, Meme Fella, you got voice verified? Just come from check-in? Apparently his mic... What the hell? You've been to voice check-in, but your
Huge speed.
mic's
Come on.
muted. Yeah, I'll deal with it, no worries.
He's been a
I'll
member.
see what happens. I'll unmute you. I thought you had voice verified, buddy, being as you've been up in check-in.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, that's what it is then.
Mm-hmm. All
There we
right,
go.
should have control of your mic now, Meme Fella.
Yes, I do. Hello, everyone.
Hello, my friend. Welcome to the server. How can we help you today? And for the rest of your life?
Well, I just stumbled upon the stream on Rumble, and I was just curious to come in and listen in, see what people have to say, and just understand what's being spoken about, what leads people to believe or verify that the Earth is one shape or another.
So, well, we appreciate you coming to the server, my friend. Apart from the Rumble stream that you kind of happened across, is there any other... Have you heard about Flat Earth up until very recently? Or is it just recently that you've heard that people are still saying in 2023 that the Earth is flat?
Actually, the reason I started searching for this was because I saw my mother post on some social media account of hers some video where the subject of flat Earth was discussed, and I was kind of taken back by, okay, so you're 50-some years old and you now start to believe this. And I know my mother is usually a very logical and grounded person, and I didn't want to get into an argument with her about the subject without actually getting to hear more arguments about the subject in question.
Yeah, at least try and understand why people say that the Earth is flat. I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, well, welcome to the server, mate. We've got lots of people in. I'm not going to take your first question out of your mouth, mate, but I think I know what it is. But we'll give you the platform and you can ask the questions yourself. And like I said, we've got a few people in here this morning or this afternoon or this evening, wherever it is. And yeah, we'd love to answer your questions. So what questions have you got then, mate?
The only question is why, how do you believe the Earth is flat and not any other shape? Why flat?
Right. Okay. Right. First of all, let's get this shape thing out of the way. You understand that flat isn't a shape. It's a description of a surface, right? So, yeah, exactly. So our claim is this. The surface of the Earth is level. We are not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. But if the surface of the Earth is level, then in no way can it be a sphere. A sphere has to have a curved surface. The surface of the Earth, primarily the waters of the Earth, they are observed and they are measured and they are practically used as a flat horizontal. So the waters of the Earth are level. But yeah, we're not making a claim to the shape. We're just describing the surface of the Earth upon which we live. It's level.
Yes, but isn't it possible that because, let's say, a surface that seems flat is so vast, it actually makes it somewhat impossible to actually observe a curvature?
Well, okay. That brings in a few questions. If it's never been seen because the Earth is so big, then how is it demonstrated to be true in the first place? But how big do you think the Earth is? Or would you agree that the Earth has, we've been told, has got a definite size? It's got a radius value, right? 3,959. Yeah. So according to that radius value, the curvature of the Earth should be 8 inches per mile squared. The visible horizon for an observer standing on that curved surface is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The thing is, being as we're told the radius value, there should be some observable or measurable curvature somewhere according to the math. And when people say, oh, the Earth is so big we won't be able to see it, that's a bit of a problem. Have you ever heard the argument, ancient Greeks a long time ago couldn't see the bottom of boats? Have you heard that? Yeah. So, I mean, if the Earth is so big that we can't see curvature, but we can see the curve of the Earth and it's blocking boats, there's a bit of a contradiction there, right? In this instance, we can see curvature, and we're going to make the claim that that curvature, physical obstruction, is blocking the bottom of boats. The thing is, if that was physical obstruction blocking the bottom of boats, that physical obstruction should be where the mathematics dictates. In this instance, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Again, it's one of the main reasons why we're here, because that first initial claim, the horizon is blocking boats, we've kind of removed the physical horizon. Because you understand, right, if people are making a claim, I can't see that, physical curvature is in the way, then we should be able to measure and observe that physical curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've given you permission. Can you see the live stream voice text? The text room just above this one.
1 second. Yes.
All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to post an image for you. Let me know when you can see the image of 2 oil rigs, please, my friend.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Now, the reason why I'm going to quickly go through the maths with you again so you understand, and then I'm going to let you know that this is a still shot taken from a video. But ultimately, if we're living on a ball with the radius value that we're told, 3,959 miles, then we can make a mathematical equation for an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface to where the physical geometric horizon should be, right?
Okay.
So, So, like I said, that calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If we've got an observer standing at 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, and we understand that the square root of 1 is 1, and we times that 1 by 1.225, the answer is 1.225, isn't it?
Correct.
Awesome. So for this observer, with a 1 foot observation on the curved surface of the Earth, the geometric physical horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. Now, you see the image. You notice that it's got 2 oil rigs in it, and you notice that those 2 oil rigs have got distance markers. The only reason that these oil rigs are in this image is because they are known distances from the observer. They're static oil rigs, they don't go anywhere. One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles. Now, the question is, in relation to those 2 oil rigs, where does the horizon appear to be? Is the horizon in front of the oil rigs? Is it between the 2 oil rigs? Or is it beyond the oil rigs? Where does the horizon appear?
Beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah. So, if we're living on a sphere with the dimensions given to us, and we should have a physical geometric horizon blocking boats in the distance, that physical geometric horizon must be at 1.2 miles away. Now, we can safely assume that that horizon in this image is at least 10 miles away. It's beyond the oil rig, which is 9 miles away. We can safely say it's at least 10. It could be 15. It could be 20. But the point of this isn't where the mathematics dictates a physical horizon to block boats should be. Do you understand that?
I understand, but I also have a refutal.
What's that, my friend?
The fact that we're observing images in water, and water acts as a lens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're going to say refraction, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So this is a problem for you and not for me. So if you're going to say refraction, that means that there is no and has never been any direct observation of the curvature of the Earth to get a direct measurement from, because the horizon is always a refracted position. You would have to know where it actually was in the first instance to then backwards engineer any any refraction value to it. If you can't see the horizon because the atmosphere is always in the way, then no one's ever directly measured to it. Which is when you look back in ancient history, they talk about this, they do, the horizon and it being measured. So yeah, when you say refraction, unfortunately, it means you've got no direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. How could you, right?
Well, I'm not gonna argue with you on this point because
why not?
You certainly have a different point of view, but I am gonna try to present an experiment that I for one did as a kid in school when we were in a summer camp.
Okay.
So I live in Eastern Europe, in Romania to be more specific, and it was customary from time to time that over the summer vacation we would round up and go. Sorry, I have to take this. I'll be right back.
What's this experiment? Oh, he's gone.
Oh my goodness, Holmes. Oh, he had to take a call.
Okay.
In the meantime, Rolling My Boulder wrote that if P then Q, if the Earth is flat, then every observation should see the Eiffel Tower, the Burj Khalifa, and or at least Mount Everest. Every observation. Even the observations that aren't pointed in their direction.
Well,
like good grief, dude.
He's an idiot. The reason why we have binoculars is not because to see around curvature of the Earth. It's because our eyes are limited. We understand that optics are limited and only can see so far. And then if we're going to be talking about thousands upon thousands of miles between, let's say, Paris and Mount Everest, there's a shitload of topography and most definitely a crap load of atmosphere to look for. I don't understand when people say that if the Earth is flat, I should be able to see everything on the Earth at the same time. My goodness me, what a retarded statement.
Yes, if the Earth was flat, I would have the ability to see like a god.
Exactly. Yeah. But Mean Fella's back. You taking your call, buddy?
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. There was a call that came in from a place I've bought stuff for them before. I'm expecting an order from them, and I thought they were checking in to see if I'm going to get a delivery. But to my amazement, it was just their sales department trying to shove something down my throat. Sorry for that. So where were we? I was talking about summer camp experiments, right? So as I said, over the summer vacation, we would, as more students from the same school, round up, rent either a hotel or something, and go to the beach for a week or two. Now, what happened there was also that one of the experiments that we did, because we were on the beach, was to actually test if the Earth has a curvature or not. And how was the experiment done? We had a powerful projector with light, and that projector was placed in a fixed point at one point on the beach, parallel to the sea line. Now, what we did was actually go 10 kilometers along the beach opposite the direction where the light projector was placed, and waited there. And whenever that light projector was turned on, we could actually see the light from it. But at some point, someone went in at the half point between the light projector and us and put in a small cardboard. Improperly said small because it was pretty large. It was 20 meters long and about 2 meters high, and it had a big gap in it right at the same height that the projector was placed at. And whenever that thing was put in at the middle point, at the 5 kilometer mark, and the light projector was turned on, we could no longer see the light. But as soon as two people at the middle point lifted that panel, we could faintly see the light as the panel was moving.
Right, so the panel blocked the light.
Yep.
Right, I thought it was Earth curve we were looking for to block the light, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, but seeing how...
Seeing as you put something in the way, okay.
The experiment just proves that it's flat.
It had a gap in it.
Exactly.
At the same height the projector was placed at. The projector was placed 1 meter above the ground. This panel was 2 meters high, and it had a gap stretching over 5 meters and half a meter length, with the middle point of that panel gap being exactly at the 1 meter point.
You understand our surprise, because obviously we're hoping to find Earth curvature in the way, which would be the thing that would stop you from seeing the light on the other side. But you've just put a lump of cardboard in the way.
With a gap in it at the same point
where... the light. I thought it was Earth curve we were looking for, not cardboard.
Yes, and the Earth curvature blocked the light.
But it's interesting you bring us up, because... it's interesting that you bring us up, right? Because this is something that flat earthers have done, as in passing a laser across a distance of water to see if it can hit a target. Now, multiple of these laser tests have been done up to a distance of 25 miles, and both laser and target were no more than 2 meters off the surface of the Earth. Now, at this distance, the laser should most definitely not be able to hit the target, because the curve of the Earth would be in the way, and the laser would go well above the target. But the thing is, the target is hit every single time by the laser. So much so that laser targeting devices are used by the military of today up to 75 to 100 miles with a direct line of sight. Sorry, mate, I understand what you were saying, but as soon as you put a bit of cardboard in the way and said that you couldn't see the light, no wonder you put a bit of bloody cardboard in the way.
Excellent. Now, what we need to know, though, is it sounded like you're about to say...
Sorry, mate, I need the toilet.
Yeah, it sounded like you were about to say that the Earth curvature blocked something when you put the cardboard there. So I think you need to finish that.
Yes, that's what I said. That as soon as the cardboard with the gap in it at the same height with the projector and us at the other side, as soon as that cardboard was lifted up a little, we could see the light. But as soon as the gap went over or under the light being projected, even though it was at the 1 meter mark, we could no longer see it.
Right, so I failed to see how that has anything to do with Earth curvature. You're just saying it's at the same height, and you're moving it up and down, and you can see it sometimes and can't see it other times.
Yes, because
so unless the Earth is changing size when you move the cardboard, it's irrelevant.
You have an arch, right? You have the middle of that arch being higher than the points where the arch starts and ends.
Okay, but you already said that you could see the projector before you even put the cardboard.
Is he trying to make a point that it's refraction that they're blocking the refraction. That's why you can't see it, and then when they move it, you can again because of refraction. Is that what he's saying?
No, because they're keeping it at the same height. So he's saying I have a 1 meter projector and a 1 meter slit.
Yeah, that's a weird experiment. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe you need a graphic to help the people understand you.
Yeah, that'd
Like
be nice.
a little drawing. But look, if you could see the light, right, before you put the thing, right, and the 10 kilometers is greater because the Earth curve would be higher than the path of the light, then you've already defeated the globe Earth anyway. So I don't see why you need to go any further.
Okay. It's either I'm not making.
You're not clarifying the premise of your experiment that you're trying to prove. So, for example, our other friend there said maybe you're trying to show that the light is taking a curved path and you're blocking it.
No, it's not taking a curved path. It was taking a direct path. But
perfect. So if it's taking a direct path and you can see it, but at 10 kilometers you shouldn't be able to see it, then the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Could you see it without the cardboard box in front of it?
Yes.
Then,
right. So the Earth is flat.
then what's the point of the cardboard box?
That's what we're trying to find out, friend. Is what's the point of the cardboard if you already could see it? That's what we're trying to figure out.
To show that over an arch, if you keep the same height, at some point you're gonna block the view because of the Earth's curvature.
Yeah, but you're not doing the curvature. You're moving the cardboard in free space.
And you did this experiment over land, right?
Yes. On the beach.
Yeah, which, I mean, all you did, based on what you said, you just proved the Earth is flat.
No.
Yes. You said, this is what you said, okay? Now, you may be mistaken and you can correct yourself. That's fair. But you said that it's a straight path from point A to point B where you could see the light without the cardboard.
Yeah.
So meaning that the light has a clear, unobstructed path to your eye at 10 kilometers. At 10 kilometers, okay, the apex arc is going to subsume over 1 meter. So you wouldn't be able to see the light if the Earth was a globe. And you claimed it was a direct path. So if it is, in fact, a direct path, and you saw the light, then you proved that the hump of Earth curve wasn't there. The only hope you have at this point, my friend, is to claim that the light curved. That's the only out you have.
That's why I thought he was using the cardboard box to try to say that the light curved.
I mean, you understand the premise, right? If you've got point A and point B and there's a curve in the way, then the curve is going to get in the way. You're not going to have a direct line of sight between point A and point B.
It is going to get in the way.
Sorry, dude. You declared that you had a direct line of sight between point A and point B until you put a lump of cardboard in the way. Then something got in the way.
Yes.
So you had a direct line of sight. If the Earth was a curved surface, you wouldn't have a direct line of sight because the surface of the Earth, the curved bit, would get in the way. Welcome to flat Earth.
Not over 10 kilometers.
Well, 10 kilometers. Do you know the math that's associated with this? As in 8 inches per mile squared of drop over distance, or for an observer standing at altitude on that curved surface, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why I asked you how big the Earth was. Right? If you're saying that this isn't a big enough distance, then what the fuck are you doing it for then?
What's the... Okay, but before we go on, let's quantify.
What was the height of the observation?
Yes, well, that's fine. Listen, what we need to know is what were the observer height and the target height. You said 1 meter, right?
Yeah.
Then we need to know what the curve obstruction would be.
So 10 kilometers is 6.2 miles.
Okay, so what would the curve obstruction be at that range? I think it's like 10 feet or greater, maybe more than that. 3 miles is 6 feet. But that's the yeah. So, oh man, that's hard to do in your mind. It's greater than 1 meter. Okay, that could be sure. Since 3 miles is 6 feet, so which is 2 meters practically. Any chance did you draw this out in a chart, a graphic?
No, I'm sorry, I don't
piece
have
of paper.
that. I don't have that possibility.
Well, then, how did you plan out your metrics to understand what you were looking at if you didn't draw it out or make a chart or a map or a graphic?
It's not about the chart or the map or the graphic. It was the simple experience. You have a light point, an obstruction with a open space at the same height, and the observer at the other end. As soon as the obstruction was put in, the light no longer came in. Whenever the cardboard was lifted, we could see because the light was going under it. If the cardboard was lowered as the slit to reach the same point as the light fixture, we would see it again.
So, sorry, just to confirm, what blocked the light?
The cardboard blocked it.
Sounds like you were just playing peekaboo.
Sorry, excuse me, sorry. That's the reason why I asked the question. We're looking for curvature of the Earth to block the light. The curvature of the Earth
curvature blocked the light because the 1 meter slit in the cardboard would place the cardboard higher than 1 meter, the 1 meter point of the light of the light fixture.
Okay, so what blocked the light?
The Earth's curvature.
But you had the direct line.
You can twist the words however you want. I understand now.
Okay, I think I understand what he's trying to say. So,
thank you.
So this requires, like I said, the quantification of the arc in between point A and point B, the apex. We need that. Otherwise, we can't continue with real quantification. However, if you have a 1 meter, let's say you have a 1 meter target, target, right, which is the projector, right?
Yes.
And you have a half a meter hump in between point A and point B where you are, and you put your eye line at 1 meter. You will see the projector because it's only half a meter hump in the way, right?
Correct.
But if you take a piece of cardboard that has a 1 meter slit in it, and you place it on the apex arc, it'll now be 1.5 meters. And that would obstruct the light. So he's inferring that the differential there is a hump of Earth curve. Now, in order to know that for sure, you would need to know what the expected apex arc at the point where you put the cardboard is between the observer and the target. So we need that quantified first. Otherwise, we're just all guessing.
And please don't get upset. I'm not twisting your words. I'm trying to understand, right? Don't get upset, mate, please.
However, I'm relatively certain, if I'm not mistaken, that the arc at that range is much greater than the variance of 1 meter, which would disprove his whole setup, which is why the quantifications are so important. Now, I'm not quite in the mood to look them up, but I mean, I will if I have to.
Isn't that the same effect that you would get in the sea with waves?
Yeah, looks like you just volunteered, brother.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Why don't you look up for us what the arc would be and the hidden height for 10 kilometers, 1 meter observation?
I would love to. I just don't know where the calculator is.
It's quite simple. You Google search Earth curve calculator for us, buddy. Come on, mate.
Not bad, dude.
Cal, you're demoted to janitor.
I did put a curve counter, but I don't think it's the right one in the live stream. I don't know the meme verification to get it up. I've got one. I might try Earth Curve Count 2, if that'll help.
Okay, so I don't know which one this is, but it says here 10 at that distance it would be curvature would be 7.85 meters.
Okay, so the 1.5 meters is irrelevant.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's it's not. I mean,
you would have it would be 3.85 meters under, like, oh no, sorry, more than that. 6.85 meters. Not visible.
Yeah, so that's 3 times greater, right?
More than that.
Yeah, then
So that would mean that what you proved is that the Earth is not the radius that they claim.
No, it
So
was
thank you. You debunked the globe.
Earth was actually a bowl, and the cardboard was put at the lowest point of that bowl.
Okay, so convex Earth then, or sorry, concave Earth.
It wouldn't make sense in there either, because at that point would be like, okay, then why do I see the light whenever the cardboard was lifted so the light could go under it?
Because it's no longer obstructing it, right?
Well, if the light
Hey,
was...
wait, hold on a second, brother. Hold on. Define what you mean by lifted. Like just removed or lifted straight up?
Lifted straight up.
Okay, and so how far did you have to lift it straight up before it would be seen?
They would... I don't know exactly how far, but people that were there, and so it said that the two individuals that would lift in the cardboard were lifting it to about chest height until we could actually see.
Okay, so chest height, 3, 4. So let me ask this question. How big was the slit you made in the cardboard?
As I said, half a meter tall, with the middle point sitting at exactly 1 meter. So 25 centimeters above and below 1 meter.
Yes, that's a relatively decent size there. It's not too bad.
Did you guys zoom in?
All right, so either way, okay. If you want to stick with the hard geometry, you falsified the globe radius.
Yes, because...
Right, so the globe that the mainstream claims exists, you've proven to yourself doesn't exist.
Okay.
Now, there are ways to make excuses for that post hoc, and they are out there and you can find them. But I'll say at this point, without any other argumentation, the conclusion is that the globe of a radius 3,959 miles has been proven to you by yourself to not be present.
Okay, then please explain in what other circumstance could what we observed has happened if, with no obstructions, we could see the light. With the obstruction in place, we could no longer see it. Being lifted, we could see the light because it went under the cardboard. When it was lowered, we could see the light because it went through the slit in the cardboard. What would that shape be over 10 kilometers? An undulated path? What could it be? Because if it was in fact a bowl, we should have been able to, at worst, block the light whenever we actually lifted the cardboard, and that didn't happen.
You're talking about light, not the shape of the Earth.
The shape of that beach, for example.
I think he's having the effect of perspective. That's what's happening.
Yeah, did you make sure that you measured the beach from point A to point B to ensure that the entire beach is level? And that you weren't on a up or down spot?
Yes, because as a 12-year-old kid on a summer vacation, I had nothing else better to do. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but do you understand what you were asking?
Yeah, what I'm asking is for precision, because you're saying that you have a swing of 1.5 meters, and I know, just like on Savannah Beach or Tybee or any of those places that I've been, that the beach actually has elevation change. Some parts are 1.5 feet, 3 feet higher than others. There's dunes, right? There's all kinds of things. So the margin of error here isn't accounted for, in my opinion. So I can't be conclusive about your test there.
An interesting photograph placed in live stream voice text of the Earth curvature calculator, where you have a so-called curve of the Earth with 2 targets and D0. So imagine that what I said was you had the 2 heights, I believe, were at the same points, not different as they are in that picture. Okay, and the light fixture was exactly where the D0 line starts on the left side, and we were on the right side. And the cardboard was put in the middle, right, with the slit in it. So whenever
the problem is that's fine. There's a problem.
Yeah,
you already admitted that you had no way to quantify the altitude differential between the 3 points. You just guessed.
Okay.
So what you need to do, my friend, if you want this to be conclusive in any way, shape, or form, is go somewhere where you can validate the altitude differentials between the 3 points so that this idea makes sense. Because if they're not validated, the discrepancy could be from a depression in the terrain, not actual anything like curvature or concavity or convexity.
But if there was a depression in the terrain, we should not have been able to actually block the light with the cardboard.
Why?
Because being a concave surface, the cardboard would be in a hole. The light would go above it anyway.
Well, maybe it's the other way around. It's on a little hump.
Now the issue is that it would be 6.85 meters.
Yes, that's the whole point, friend, is that even with all these slight variances that we're giving you as mulligans, which means freebies, free errors, you still haven't accounted for the 3 times error.
Yeah.
This is the problem with a lot of these globe observations, is that they are defeated by multiples or even orders of magnitude. For example, the laser test that Mr. Jedi explained to you earlier defeats the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. So the laser is hitting a target 25 miles away that's only, I believe 2 meters off the ground, but the variance is supposed to be 90 meters. Right?
The curve is supposed to be 90 meters, that's what he's saying.
No, not the curve.
Well,
it's not how it works.
That's not how it works. Okay.
No, this is how it works. You have point A and point B. You have an arc in between the 2 points. The very apex of the arc between point A and point B is the Sagittah. So you can only aim towards the Sagittah, and if you're lower than the Sagittah, you're going to hit the Earth on that side, allegedly. If you pass over the Sagittah, you're then going to continue on. However, the Earth on the other side of the Sagittah is going to continue going down while your laser continues going away. So they diverge away from each other, and they diverge at a rate which increases over distance because the curve of the Earth is, a squared function or whatever. And so you end up with what's known as a hidden height, where the laser can't go down anymore. So that is 90 meters at that range. Yet the laser hit a target that's only 2 meters. So you can see that these variance swings are what's, partly what you got to take into account.
Yeah, so in order to actually prove my point, I'd have to do the experiment again with laboratory grade equipment and over a smaller distance.
Maybe.
Okay.
Also keep in mind, now you do have a big aperture there, but a light when it goes through an aperture diffracts. So you're going to have loss of luminosity on the other side of your slit anyway. But it didn't seem like it was too much of a problem.
No, not for the projector we used. It was a very powerful projector. We had access to it because we were on the beach, and they were used to. They were used in harbors for certain applications.
Yeah, but you know what might be better, friend, is to go a greater distance, right? Because then the orders of magnitude or the variance will be so great that there's no mistake, right? Like the error is consumed in the margin.
Yeah,
right.
And
So
in order to go a larger distance, you would have to either own or rent thousands of construction workers to make sure you level the beach to have it consistent from one point to another.
No, you don't need that. You just need to know the overall elevation
the possibility
profile.
of a hump or
No, what I told you, dude, just chill. What I told you is that you go to a distance that's so great compared to the overall profile of the beach that the margins consume the error. So, for example, if the maximum variation in the elevation profile of the beach, which you could probably find in data or Google Earth or the local data, they'll give you a topography elevation profile maybe. Let's say the maximum variance is 10 feet, right? So the lowest part to the highest part, the variance is 10 feet over, let's say, 30 kilometers. Just maybe your beach isn't 30 kilometers, but you see what I'm going. So if the maximum variation is 10 feet over 30 kilometers, right? And the globe hump that's supposed to be there, right, is 66 feet, then that's 6 times greater. So you don't need to worry about the elevation variance. You then set up your projector, and if you see it, you've proven to yourself that you've seen something that shouldn't be there. You don't need to worry about that 10 feet.
Yeah, but at that point, I think I should.
I'll put it to you this way, friend. If there is supposed to be a six-story hump of Earth curve in between you and the light, yet you see the light plain as day, there's something wrong there.
Correct. But over 30 kilometers, I might not see it at all. Not because even if I go high enough to actually be able to see it, the projector might not be strong enough to project over 30 kilometers.
There you go.
Right, which is why when the FE Corps did their test, they picked a very powerful collimated laser and designed a laser aiming device that was accurate to like 1/100,000th of an inch and they shot the laser over a 25-mile body of water. They panned the laser left to right at different targets at different ranges. For example, 5 miles, 11 miles, 14 miles before they went out to the 25 mile, right? Demonstrating that they're panning on a horizontal. They hit the target on the other end. When there was supposed to be a hump of Earth curve that would have thrown the laser off by 90 meters, it hit the target. All other such type observations as well. But look, you're on the right track, and if you refine your methodology, you will eventually get where you need to be.
You should talk to your mom. I think she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, have her and you go out and do it together.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait on that one until I hit the lottery or become a multimillionaire to afford the equipment I'm gonna need. Sorry.
You're fine, buddy. I mean, just to expand on this point, you're doing kind of the right thing. You're looking for the obstruction, the curvature of the Earth, right? And hopefully that is going to be the thing that causes blockage so you can't see things anymore. We get that. That's where we first started, right? That Earth curve calculator saying that the physical horizon is here, and anything beyond that physical horizon, you're going to not be able to see it because the physical horizon's in the way. Yeah, we get it. That's fine. Down the bottom of the server and actually linked in live stream voice text for you is hashtag laser tests. Laser tests that have been done passing lasers over distances of water that are hitting targets on the other side. This is kind of our evidence as well, because when we pass lasers over distances of water, that laser is not interrupted by curvature of the Earth. Again, like I said earlier, this is applicable technology, like laser targeting systems used by the military of the world, passing a laser over a distance of water from a vessel at sea so it can hit a ground-based target up to a distance of 100 miles. Yet this requires a direct line of sight, my friend. So I wasn't twisting your words, Ola. I just really wanted to understand what you were saying, and all I heard was it's not Earth curve that's getting in the way.
Absolutely. So let me add to that. I also posted on top of that the laser test that me and Jedi were talking about. So there's a short documentary there. There's also a longer, more in-depth version. Here they talk about the methodology they're planning to do, what they're planning to test, how they built the laser, how they took it to the lake, what the results they got. There's also an associated PDF which explains all their tests. They did like 17 tests at different lakes. Right. And, you can peruse it.
Yeah, but
I would recommend watching the video first. It'll give some context for when you read the document, if you want to.
But what I want to say is that testing and trying this testing methodology over a lake is flawed from my point of view.
How so?
Because the actual lake bed would act like a bowl. So if you put a light projector on one side of the bowl and a target on the other side of the bowl, no matter how large the bowl is, at some point the water will want to become level.
Whoa, bro, you do realize that this is the second time that you've just made a statement that concludes with the obvious truth that the Earth is flat. If the water is level and flat, then the Earth's flat, bro. No, friend, pay attention, friend. Fine, that's fine. Here's the problem. According to the globe model, the liquid is convex on the Earth. It's not flat.
Yes, it becomes convex whenever it's not constrained by landmass. A lake
Holy dude,
constrained by
dude, please, for the love of God and all that is holy.
All water is contained by land masses.
Yes, but it's not possible that water is flat if it's just around, and then when you put land around it, it becomes convex. The forces at play, according to the globe model, are ubiquitous. The water is always convex in the globe model. That is why water is the ideal place to do this test, because the water must be conforming to the equipotential surface, which is the gravity field, right? It must be curving at the rate that it's supposed to be curving, because that is the physics of water, to seek equilibrium at the lowest energy state, which would be with the equipotential gravity surface, which is why they claim that level is adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water. So it's the ideal place to do it, because it's the place where topography and the different elevation problem that we spoke about earlier wouldn't be present.
Would be the ideal place to do it if the place you chose to do it was in the ocean on two separate platforms set at the same height.
Like a military vessel using a laser targeting system, for example.
Over a lake, when you go to measure from one side of the lake to the other, it's not going to work, because that's not how fluid physics was taught to me.
Yeah, we understand the physics.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, we're kind of lost now, because we understand.
Did your physics professor fail to, graduate from their doctorate or something?
Okay.
Look, I'm going to put it to you this way, brother. If you have a shore and a shore that are the same height above sea level, let's say 2 feet, and no matter what the topographical profile of the basin is in the lake, when you fill it up with water, if you fill it up to the level, right, of the shoreline, the water level is going to be at the same height on either side, right? 100% it's going to be the same on either side. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So if you're 2 feet above the waterline on side A and 2 feet above the waterline on side B, you are at the same height above sea level. It's that simple. It cannot be otherwise. Unless you're a proponent of slope Earth, where one side could be higher than the other, which is impossible.
Yes, my argument was made that only in the case of lakes, the test is flawed. If you do this test over...
You haven't demonstrated, you have not demonstrated that the physics of water changes in a lake.
Take a bowl, pour water in it.
It's
then what happens, dude?
That's the thing. That's the point. When you contain water, it's level upon the surface, isn't it? Doesn't matter how big the lake is. It could be 50 miles from one side to the other. The water's going to be level on the surface.
Yes.
That's a huge problem if we're living on a ball, because the waters of the Earth should be following the laws of the heliocentric model, right? Pictures from outer space show the Earth to be a ball. That means all the water on the surface of the Earth is curving.
Hold on, Jedi. We need to clarify right now, right here. Because it sounded like he agrees with you up until that point, except if you're in a lake, then the water's flat.
Yes.
So ocean's curved, lake's flat. That's your claim?
Yes.
That is friend, I'm going to admit to you with some tough love that is an asinine claim.
Okay.
It's not possible that lakes are flat and oceans are curved. If the Earth's a globe, dude, the lakes are going to be adhering to the gravitational equipotential. Do you know why? Because the angle to the center of the Earth would change as you move left or right over the lake, and so the vector of down would change, and so there'd be a slope in which for gravity to pull the water along. Okay? It's not the case that it would just be a flat surface like a facet on a diamond on a globe Earth. That's not possible. I would submit to you, my friend, that you're very confused and you need to consult a physicist to explain to you why the lakes must be curved if the Earth is a globe, and so that you will believe him, and then you can move forward with this argument. Because you're clearly not believing me, even though I'm clearly correct. Because I don't have a physicist title on the end of my name.
And we're going to come into some problems as well, because we'll start mentioning things like the Suez Canal. Right, now that's a canal. Is that affected by the curvature of the Earth? Because you say lakes aren't, but seas are. So where's the defining line? What about a canal between two seabeds, the Mediterranean and the Red Sea? What about that? That's 100 miles in distance, that water. Now, should that curve? It's a canal. We haven't defined if canals curve yet. Ponds don't, lakes don't, seas and oceans do. What about a canal that's 100 miles in length?
That canal was engineered and built to be leveled.
Right, so basically a trench was dug through the desert. The two ends were opened up. The sea was allowed to pour in, and the waters were level. Over 100 miles from the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. Why are you interrupting, mate? I'm not being rude.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, that's 100 miles in distance to the Suez Canal. Right, you're saying it's engineered. Yeah, a trench was dug in the desert. That's all that happened. They opened the two ends and the water flowed in. Is the water on the Suez Canal level or curved?
It's curved when the ends are opened, level when the ends are closed.
Well, it's always open now. So, what? So if I was to close off the Suez Canal, all of a sudden the waters would change from being convex to being level. AI, help me.
Yeah, I will help you. So, if you have a planar surface perpendicular, right, on a tangent horizontal to the surface of the Earth, and it extends to the left and to the right, the center of gravity will be in the middle, okay, and the two other points will be at higher altitudes. Okay, that means that it will be experienced on a local level as a reciprocal slope. A reciprocal slope. That means that the water would run down towards the center. Okay, what you are claiming, sir, is not physically possible. It cannot exist.
The canal was engineered to be straight.
It does, dude. Okay, pay attention now. If that's true, and you believe in the globe, and the vector of down is towards the center of mass, the 2 points would be higher in elevation on the ends than they would be in the center. That would be a slope, sir. That would mean the water would run downhill.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, friend, I'm going to submit to you. If you draw it out on a piece of paper, you will see that I am correct and you are wrong.
I can draw it out on a piece of paper. I have...
Yeah, you do it. You do it. Draw it out. Hey, friend, draw it out. Draw it out so we can see it, and then we can talk about it.
Oh, let me try to do it in paint. This is going to be fun.
Now, to be fair, my friend, I've argued this point for the past 7 years against many a glober who's used facilities that have been built, such as LIGO and other such things, to explain this concept of the reciprocal slope. Okay? It's obvious to anyone who understands physics that I'm correct.
Okay.
So just to get this straight, you said that the lakes are flat, but the sea is curved?
Yes.
Okay.
But so what?
And canals that are engineered are also flat.
Oh, flat. Okay.
Yeah,
Not all of them, but
sorry,
they can be engineered to be flat. Yes.
On a flat Earth, right?
No.
Sorry.
On a round Earth.
How do you? Sorry, I got to understand.
How are they flat on a round Earth?
Dude, how do you do this? How do you engineer the water on the surface to be flat? How do you do that? I mean, that's just the natural physics of water, isn't it? Right?
That's because you contain the water on all sides.
Yeah, so you just need a container, put water in it, and the water on the surface is level, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So that's the natural physics of water, but you're saying, but the seas and oceans, even though they're contained by land masses and so on, they're curving. You're talking about a distance, right? What's this arbitrary random distance the water starts curving at, mate?
Yep.
There is no arbitrary distance that the water starts curving when you talk about an engineered canal.
An engineered canal, which is
great.
Go on.
Yep. I'll explain it, friend. So, when you have a curve, right? If you take a curve and you look at it from the top point of the apex of the arch, the two legs of the arch that proceed out from the apex decrease in altitude. Okay? That's how an arch works. If you decide to engineer a flat surface on that arch where there's no decrease in altitude, the distance from the center radial to the center point of the circle representing that arc will be greater, right? So the midline will be a certain radius. As you go out towards the other parts of the flat surface that you've made, it'll be a different measurement. So the center measurement and the extremity measurements will be different. Now, according to the way the globe claims gravity works, based on the radius, since you have two differences in distance, that would be experienced on a local level as a change in elevation. Now, we know that if you put water where one side is at a greater elevation than the other, that results in what's known as flow. The higher equipotential will move towards the lower. This is the physics of water. It cannot be otherwise. If you have a flat spot on a globe, it will be experienced as a hill. The water will roll downhill, and it will not maintain its form. Okay? You are wrong on so many levels, sir, and I'm sorry to inform you, but you're very, very, very excruciatingly, painfully wrong.
Oh, yeah.
How can the Suez Canal be level and then the waters either side of it, the seas, the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, be curved? The very fuck, mate. Do you have to understand that the surface of the Earth along the Suez Canal must also be curved, right?
What this will require, my friend Jedi, is a water ramp.
Suez Canal
When they open the canal, in order for the boats to get in, they would have to go up a water ramp. That doesn't exist in reality. It can't exist in reality.
What we have is locks and keys. That's what we have in canals. That's the Panama Canal, though. But that's different. Okay, not a problem. So the water on the Panama Canal, because it's engineered, is flat. What about the water between Dover and Calais? That's a distance of 23 miles across the English Channel. Now, that's an open sea. Is that curved or is that flat?
That's going to be curved.
That's a problem because I live there and I can see France. It doesn't look to be curved. It is flat water between Dover and Calais, a distance of 23 miles. You can see the ships pull into Calais harbour from Dover. There's no curvature there. Now, we've also done laser tests in the south of England between Brighton and Warwick, I think it is. Two piers that are a distance of 9 miles. Now, this is the English Channel. Now, that laser passed directly between both laser and target, demonstrating there was no curvature of water over this sea. Would you like me to take you to another sea, the Dead Sea, for example, in Israel? Should we go there as well? What about salt flats? That dried up lake beds. Oh, that's a lake. Now, that has to be flat, but it's not engineered. You understand why I'm saying all of these things? Because it is arbitrary where you declare the curvature of the Earth to be. It can't be in contained, engineered, quote-unquote, waters. It has to be in freestanding waters. Okay, well, that's been measured true and there ain't any curvature there. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes.
Awesome. You understand that a triangle is 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can measure and add those angles to reach 180 degrees, yeah?
Correct.
Awesome. Have you ever heard of celestial navigation or navigating by the stars?
No. I heard of it. Okay. I don't know how it's done.
Okay, so this is basically drawing a right angle triangle on the surface of the Earth between you, the star, and the ground position of the star. Have you ever heard of a sextant?
Yes.
Awesome. You understand that's an angle measuring device, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Can I ask you, can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Yes, because you're measuring the angle relative to the line that will start from the point where you're taking the measurement.
dude, I'm going to take you back to 5th grade school. I've got a protractor, an angle measuring device, and my teacher has put an angle on a piece of paper for me, but one of those lines is curved. If I put my angle measuring device on those 2 lines, can I measure 90 degrees if one of those lines is curved?
You will be able to measure 90 degrees relative to the point from where you start the measurement.
So you understand that a protractor's got straight lines coming up from the radial point, right? Those straight lines are what you use to measure angles. I haven't put a point along a line. I'm asking you if you can measure that line, not a point along that line.
No, you're asking me if you can measure an angle between a point on an imaginary line, on a curved line.
No.
Yes, and a fixed point somewhere either in space or underwater or up in the distance.
Dude, I haven't fixed a point for you. Your teacher, when they've drawn these 2 lines for you, hasn't fixed a point. You just got one vertical straight line down, and let's say your horizontal line, that's curved. You'll understand that that cannot be 90 degrees, right? You can't measure an angle within a triangle. In actual fact, you can't measure 2 angles within a triangle if one of those lines is curved. Now, can you?
You can if the measurement is taken from the point where you start.
But we're not. Dude, it's very simple. I understand your expiration and your I understand you're getting upset, but I'm asking you a very simple question and you're kind of jumping ahead because you know the answer is going to ruin your ball. Like the surface of the... hold on, my friend. Celestial navigation requires the surface of the Earth to be flat to get elevation angles up to stars. Every single star has also got a ground position of 90 degrees. That ground position can be, in the case of Polaris, up to 5,000 miles away from you. The ground position of Polaris is 90 degrees. You've got a 5,000 mile straight line to you, and then you can measure your elevation angle up. See, this is just another demonstration of the surface of the Earth, the waters of the Earth, that actually utilizes a flat surface to get about a bit. Like for 400 years, we've used this technology, angle measuring devices. Now, when we use a sextant, we don't plot a point, right? We just get a relative position to the horizon, but the ground position of the star is beyond the horizon. But mate, you obviously don't want to listen to this because I heard your exasperation in your voice. Right? It's just a very simple question. I didn't mention a point. Like, we literally do this at grade school when we're 5, mate. But yeah, if you don't understand that, mate, if you're going to turn around to us and say waters in canals and lakes, they're not curved, but the seas and the oceans are, then you're going to need to demonstrate that to be true. Because ultimately, all of the waters on the Earth, because the Earth is a ball, should be curving. It doesn't matter what the distance or the arbitrary label that we've given to that designated body of water, lake, pond, canal, sea, ocean. The waters of the Earth should curve. I'm just trying to point out to you, get past the point that ultimately these waters are used as a flat horizontal baseline to navigate across the Earth. But maybe we'll talk about that another time.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my leave because no matter how hard I try to explain this, I don't have the actual, how should I say it,
evidence,
pedagogical know-how of how to do it, to explain it, to make myself understood. And that's not a failure on you, that's a failure on me. And I cannot make you understand something that I see and understand. And that's just it.
In the meantime, I understand your point. However, I have a graphic that I made. You can play along. You don't need to speak. Everyone can play along. They can look at the graphic. It's very simple. So what I want everyone to do is look at the graphic. Notice that I have colored lines around a circle. I have a center point. I have a green line, which is horizontal, flat on the surface of the circle. I have purple lines, which go out to the extremities of the green line, which are longer than the red line, which goes to the midline of the green line. I then have blue lines off to the left and a dot there. Right, that's where I want you to focus. And I want you to focus on the blue lines. So the blue line that's the big large arrow, is the center or the vector of gravity relative to that side of the horizontal that's on the surface of the circle. So if it's true that gravity is pulling towards the center, we would have the accumulative forces here going along the vector of that blue line. So what I want you to do is imagine this horizontal is a flat surface on the Earth, and I want you to take the blue arrow and I want you to turn that to face up. You will notice how that horizontal line, based on the vector of gravity, then becomes a slope. You can then see my little squiggly lines of water, which would make the water run down towards the center. Okay? That's what would happen in reality. You would have a reciprocal slope and the water would run downhill, because that's what water does. Okay, so you're not having this magical flat spot of water on a globe Earth.
Here's another idea. Take that green line, make it a rectangle, and drop it down into the sphere until the upper edge and its points of entrance and exits are at the highest point of that circle. And then when you close that and you let water in, it's gonna flood it. Then you're gonna close it. The water inside that rectangle is gonna be flat.
Oh, sure. I would agree that if you enclose water on all sides, so it's in an enclosed spot, so you basically make a rectangle that's a fish tank with a lid, fill it with water 100%, no matter how you orient it, it won't matter.
No, you leave the top open.
Okay, hold on. See, boom. So all you're going to do is just move the line down, right? You're going to have this here. All right, yep. See there? There's the boundary. Do this here. All right, let's crop this. Do this. Draw the center point here. We'll use red again. Use the red line for the midline. Hold on, I accidentally erased it. Hold on. So do this down like this. All right, and then I need purple for my extremity vectors. Right? This actually increases the slope, by the way. Actually makes it worse, which you shall see shortly. All right, we're going to change the color of the water to green since I messed up and did blue. Okay, so we're going to make the vector this way. Center point here. Focal point here. Flow of water. Downhill. Same result. All right, here we go. All right, about to post it. So there you go. You end up with the same problem. You have a hill. So what you want to do is take your device and orient it so that that green arrow line is facing up relative to your vision, and you'll see that you create a hill. The reason why this happens is because you have splayed out vectors or radials to the center that are the downforce. You don't have a ubiquitous down like you would if you had a flat Earth. You have radial down, or inwards. So gravity in the globe Earth is always trying to pull things, quote unquote, inwards. So when you do the cumulative forces and you get the vector, right, which is that green line, and you turn it to the vector, you see that you create a slope. And if you do the vector on the other side, you turn it, you see you create another slope. So you have two slopes where the water would pull up in the center. So you wouldn't have a flat body of water. So it's not the case that lakes are flat, but oceans are curved, and canals are flat when they're closed, but curved when they're open. That's just not the way it works. But by all means, do your best to draw your own graphic. Research as many physics books as you want and come back with a presentation for scrutiny, and I'll gladly review it. Meanwhile, I have another possibility for you, which I'll post here shortly. Give me 1 second. All right, hold on. Make this big. Do this. Then do this. Where's my pen? There it is. All right, how many viewers did we lose? Just kidding. All right, so here I have submit to you for your consideration.
Are you using paint?
No.
Oh, okay.
What I'm going to make here is a very simple premise for our friend here to consider. All right, let's do black.
It's like art class with AI.
Dude, I'm a officially licensed art teacher. Wait till you see this. It's going to be great.
I guess they give degrees to anybody nowadays.
It does remind me of being back at school, just learning basic stuff. This is really good. Thanks, AI.
Okay, check this out. I want to submit to you that this is pretty straightforward and understandable. Easy peasy cheesy. All right, saved. All right, friend, check this out. I'll submit to you that this is much more easier to understand and comprehend than that reciprocal slope gobbledygook. Look, doesn't that seem so simple? It's simple. It's a laser transit. You have a storyboard on one end, which is the target. You have the laser on one end. They're both 2 meters above sea level. You shoot a laser, it hits the target. That means your differential between point A and point B is the swing of the variance of the laser plus the 2 meters. The variance of the laser at that range is within 3 meters, so you have a maximum variation of 5 meters. At that range, the globe predicts a variation of 90 meters. So, I rest my case.
It will show you that predicted variation if you place the laser and the target on 2 set points in the middle of the ocean, not on 2 sides of a lake.
Well, that just shows that you're ignorant, brother. I'm sorry.
Okay. I am sorry. Thank you. I'm not going to debate this because
you're not going to debate it because you're incapable of doing so. I agree.
I am incapable of doing so. I'm not capable of making myself to be understood. I am. It's not. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere with me. So let's leave it as it is.
Well, I'm going very far with the audience because the audience understands sea level, and they understand that sea level also applies to the ends of lakes. And your claim that lakes it doesn't apply doesn't make sense. You haven't done anything to demonstrate it making sense. And so the standard operating procedure that we all know and love, known as sea level, still applies.
No, it doesn't. Okay. Have a nice one.
So says you, sea level doesn't apply. So one side, which is 2 meters above sea level, and the other side, which is 2 meters above sea level, isn't actually above sea level by 2 meters. It's what, 100 meters off? You're not making any sense, my friend.
It's gonna be exactly how many meters that the exact height of whatever the height of the lake is related to the sea. You will not find a lake at 2 meters above sea level. That's not a lake. That's a fucking puddle.
What?
A lake will never be at the same height as sea level.
Dude. Yes, it can, dude. You do realize that there are many. You do realize that there are many lakes. There are many lakes above sea level. Many.
Yes.
Throughout the world. Many.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so you're wrong.
No, there are many lakes above sea level. But there aren't any lakes that are not man-made that are at sea level.
What?
Oh, we got.
That's not true either, dude.
Have you ever gone to Florida, dude?
Dude, dude, I'm finding it hard to find a true statement that you've said.
Okay. Have a nice one. Goodbye.
All right. Good riddance.
Over here in Florida, everything is at sea level. There's no
dude, this guy is out to lunch, bro. But to be fair, he seemed frustrated because he recognizes that his mom is clearly more intelligent than him, and she believes the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to disparage the kid by saying that, but that puts a lot of stress on an individual, right? So what I mean is he's evidently not thinking clearly about the issue, thinking that water can have slopes in it, thinking that lakes are flat while the ocean is curved. It's like completely incoherent. By the way, completely against the globe claims. He's not even coherent within his own worldview.
Yeah, I think what he wanted to say was that because land contains the seas, then the lakes would be higher, I guess, because the land would have to be a little bit higher than the sea. Which I understand that, but the other stuff that he says is pretty crazy. Like the beach does have to be higher than the ocean level, right? I mean, it has to be higher for it to contain it. I think that's what he meant. I don't know.
No. Not even close, bro.
I went and explained that conversation to my partner, and she went and got a bowl of water and filled it up and told me to
Then
video
smacked
it.
her. Yeah, and then smacked herself in the head with it repeatedly.
Tried to drown herself and me myself in it. Yeah. I mean, it is simple, but this guy, I don't know. Engineered to be flat. Brilliant.
How do you engineer the surface to be flat? The only thing you can engineer with water with an open top is you can engineer the sides and you can engineer the bottom. That's it. That's the only thing you can do. Water's then going to do what it does on the top. You can't control what the top of the water's doing. You can't control like if you make the bottom of the bowl with certain types of bumps, it'll make the surface of the water flatter. No, that's not how it works.
It's a globe. It has to do whatever you want it to do. It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. It's a globe.
He thinks like in his head that they manufactured the canal. They had to dig into the earth, right? Then to level it and continue to dig into the earth until you reach the other side where, you know what I mean?
Well, we have this meme where it shows all kinds of permutations of the undersurface of the water. You can have it be, like a triangle going to a point. You can have it be a circle. You can have it be zigzag, but the surface stays the same. Nothing about the container changes the surface. Nothing.
Or anything in the sky.
I mean, without him knowing, he basically admitted the Earth was flat. First, that experiment that he made basically admitted that the Earth is flat. I mean, I don't know.
He came in and just threw us his wig. It was brilliant.
If you can see something from 10 miles away like that, from that height, yeah. If you put the cardboard box in front of the light, it'll obstruct it.
I have a slight feeling that he didn't do it, that he saw that someone else had done it. But they might have tried to recreate it crudely.
You know how when you look at boats from far away, and like a wave, like let's say you look at a boat 10 miles away, and then there's a big wave 5 miles closer to you, and then you're 5 miles away from that wave. That wave will block the boat, right? Even though when you zoom in, you can see the boat. But when you're looking at it just normally with your eyes, the wave will block the boat. I don't know. Did he say what they used for observation? Did they zoom in? Did they just use their eyes? Like,
Yeah, this is what I think he was trying to say.
lakes are flat, oceans are curved.
Well, I will at least say that he seemed to at least understand that they can't be sloped. Even though his idea of this big structure that's flat, that holds the water, would actually be a slope, but I don't think he comprehended that. Because we have had a guy say that when you do the laser test and it says something, you assume you're putting it at 2 meters above the sea level or the lake level, let's say. But what if one side is higher than the other?
I mean, he's halfway there, right?
But so this guy said sea level would be higher on one side than the other, right? Which would result in a hill or a sloped water. It's I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's not how water works.
It's people that they're struggling against cognitive dissonance almost. So it makes them make, grave mistakes that they wouldn't otherwise make. Yeah, that's the one right there. Look. That's what he thinks, dude, right there. See the one in the middle where it says sphere? He thinks that that's what they do on the Earth.
Technically, the middle one, I could recreate that.
What about it? Where? Well, yeah, but...
Yeah. Obviously, you know what I mean.
I mean, yeah.
The crazy one's the top one. Yeah. Yeah, it would be visible.
Flip it. Send it to the presses. Oh my goodness, dude. Today's been a day, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna take off. You guys have a good day.
Right. You're going to take off? We'll clear the runway for you then, Sunshine. No problem. Oh, come on. That was a great joke. It was a brilliant joke.
See, he doesn't actually want to talk to his mother until he finds definitive proof that the Earth is a globe that he can then show his mom. He doesn't actually want to know what she has to say. You know what I mean? He basically knows that if he goes to his mom now, that she's going to outperform him and basically diminish his faith in the globe. So he wants to try it out on us first. Which I'm okay with that. Pleasure to be of service. Mhm. All right, let's see.
The one of the proofs of the globe I heard yesterday was because cables on the seabed, the measurements of the cables between points A and B, when that's transferred onto a flat Earth map, it doesn't work. So the Earth must be a globe.
Hello, I'm back. Is anyone still here?
Coming in low, Bubba.
Is anyone still here?
Still here.
Posted a link to a similar experiment I just found on YouTube done by someone in the Flat Earth community, which proves exactly what the experiment I've observed proved.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hear you.
Has anyone seen that clip?
when it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, and isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain this. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well,
it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
it's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right, of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me
knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement
can be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe
Yep.
an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right, we haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been observed?
A question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where has this taken place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or through the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
But until what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not accurate?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since what is it? But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And sure, if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah.
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why
yes,
wouldn't that be your
any
expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller,
expectation?
but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway. It's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is that everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But a
Right.
ship.
So if you then remove the hallway,
Mhm.
does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean, like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
think about this. Think
Stop
about this.
there
The
for a
ground.
second. Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About half
How
a
tall
meter,
is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many... Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do
that
you
would
know
be...
Do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what, inches? Would be
probably,
the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right, so then
Is there
what
a-
must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true, that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend. You say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. All right, so with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. This is right.
What's
I
that?
imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality, it's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah,
makes sense. Alright.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
It's
check
not
it
saying
out.
you-
You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively. Between the other one and the other one, there's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now, you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If
5?
you're doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay? So, I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right? Between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing is supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor. Right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. with a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait a minute, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military... recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain
But
prestige. It doesn't.
you sure about
gain
that? You sure about that?
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay. So let me ask you this question: why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be
Right, so
better for them to just
you're
not make that
now-
claim in the first
Fair.
place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and